Okay, so I don't usually do a lot of these preambles, but I feel like this episode needs a little bit of going over. So I had my buddies Drew Garrison and Jeff Bowie over, and they had some whiskey, and it turns out I am not a whiskey person. Had to find that out the hard way. Got pretty crazy. I don't remember literally half of it. I don't remember them leaving my house. I don't remember a whole lot of the rest of the evening. I do know I had a blast, and I do know that they also had a blast. And if you're looking for quality, it's in the first 2.5 hours, and then it just pretty much goes downhill from there. I go into some incoherent ramblings and just God knows what. I ask the same questions over and over, and I just really make a fool of myself. But I started this podcast, and I'm going to put out everything I do because I want it to be 100% honest and transparent. And I fucked this one up a little bit. I really have to give special thanks to my friends, Drew and Jeff, because they put up with my shenanigans for far longer than most people probably would have. They're real sports about the whole thing. I woke up at midnight and texted an apology immediately. I won't keep you too long. I definitely feel like I let my professionalism slip a little bit, and I'm going to try to work on that a little bit more, because with this podcast, I want to have fun, but I also want it to be, quality. I want to deliver quality, and I want to make it quality. And, I listened to it earlier, and it is just wow. Yeah. If you keep listening past the 2.5 hour mark, that's on you. It's really funny. It's hell of embarrassing, but I'm going to let it ride because I just believe that's the right thing to do. I didn't want to waste these guys' time. I do know that I made them late for dinner, so a very special thank you to their wives. If you are mad, I am so very sorry. I did not want them to miss anything. That's why we started this at 2, and I don't think they left until around 6. So my bad, 100%. This one just kind of ends. I think Drew called it, and I had a really good time catching up with these guys. We go back to a lot of old stories. We tell a lot of good things, and I ask the same questions over and over again. So, thanks for listening, everyone. Sorry for the highly unprofessional end, but we'll get it back. We'll get it back together, and no more whiskey for me. Trust me. Lesson 1000% learned. Enjoy the episode. Again, thank you, Drew and Jeff. Man, you guys are the best. All right, here we go. All right.
Hooked up.
Let me see. Get this tilted in the right direction. We're live. We're hot.
Hot.
Crash cast.
Cracking them open.
I'll crack this open just for sound purposes. Because every time I hear it, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm part of the official crash cast.
Let me get mine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, now
So,
good. We're
now,
good.
Here we go.
Double. Hey, has
Double?
there been a double,
Double.
cheers?
No, there hasn't.
All
Double
right,
cheers.
There it is.
Yeah. All right.
Alcohol.
Good times.
Ooh, that is
Big
smooth.
Shirley's
What is
pretty
that?
tasty.
I'm not gonna lie. The Big Shirley chased after the proper 12 is a nice combo.
That was actually really
That
good.
was really good.
I think I
Yeah.
might just
Arkansas's finest
The
and
honey,
Conor
you could
McGregor's
Probably
finest.
actually put some of that Big Shirley in there with that whiskey and get you a nice little stout going.
I don't know if I'm that hardcore or not.
Yeah, no. Getting a little too old for that craziness.
What was that band at Vino's that taught us the
Diesels?
The root beer? No, it was the root beer and the,
And the
Lazy
stout?
Boy stout. Yeah,
That was
Oh.
Conflicts from Kansas
Yeah,
City.
yeah,
Right,
dude,
yeah.
those
Those boys are
dudes.
tight. I love those guys.
I've heard of that combination of things.
Dude, it's good.
we were sitting there. It was one of those. Was it Descended from Wolves? that
Yeah,
we
it
were
was when we were
playing?
in Wolves.
And
Descended from Wolves patch.
there it
Hey.
is.
But,
I can't
We were
believe those
sitting
still
there
exist.
at the in the back, and those guys were mixing their root beer with their Lazy Boy stout, and I was like, Jeff was like, "What the hell is
Yeah.
this?"
What are you boys doing? You're
And it
wasting some
actually
good
turned out-
beer.
it actually turned out
I was like,
pretty
what are you
good.
doing?
Yeah, it was good stuff.
No, but it turned out to be amazing.
Was
Another-
one of them diabetic? Maybe.
No, dude, it was their. It was
no.
Lucas. It was their bass player or their drummer. I think he played bass and then he played drums. I can't remember. But Lucas was like, "No, man, you ever had this?" I was like, "No, what is it?" He's like, "It's called a diesel." I was like, "Pour it
Okay.
up. Let's see
Pour it
what's
up. Let's
up."
try it
And
out.
man, it was amazing.
So anyway, today we got Mr. Drew Garrison, Mr.
up?
Jeff Bowie,
What up,
Bowie,
friends?
Bowie,
Bowie,
Bowie.
like the
Bowie.
knife. If I wish I was Bowie, I'd probably have more money if I was really into that guy.
Yeah, well,
Ooh, yeah.
you'd have something, maybe a car at least.
Yeah, no, they'd rip you off.
Yeah,
you'd get nothing.
because you know how that shit works,
I'm
dude.
American.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, you know, Drew's uncle's world famous.
World famous,
What do
man.
you
I'm
got?
not getting
Yeah,
nothing.
nothing, dude.
Nothing.
Better call Bruce. Better get that money.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna need some royalties
Not for nothing,
for
man.
for that namesake. Not even the
No, heck
namesake.
no, dude. Bruce paved the way, man. If it wasn't
Yeah,
for
he
him,
did.
I wouldn't like heavy metal. I'd still be listening to Limp Bizkit with the turn back New York.
Well, here's
bro.
that's what I
What are
wanted
you
to
talking
start
about?
with. That's literally where I wanted to start because this dude right here, if it wasn't for your uncle, you wouldn't. If it wasn't for you,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
That's insane. to
I
me,
love
dude.
it. That's crazy.
11th grade speech class,
Oral comm, yeah.
oral
Miss
communications,
Arrington's
Miss
class.
Arrington's class. I'm just started playing guitar. I'm buddies with Drew, sorta. I go see his
Yeah.
band sometimes. I'm just now new to like local
Inflomium?
music. Yeah, encomium.
Meconium, encomium. Who
Yeah.
could- nobody could ever
Merconium.
get it. Yeah.
People put ends in there. Enconium.
Yes, Enconium, and I'm like, God.
So
dude.
check this out, dude. I was digging through my shit. And for those of you who don't know Drew, he used to talk like this, dude. Like, you gotta listen to this band, you gotta do this thing.
He still talks like that. What do you?
Not as much anymore.
Literally, he goes, "You still listen to that junk? Corn, stupid, man. Come to this.
Hey.
There's the first CD, one of the first ones
Oh,
you
that's
ever burned me.
amazing.
That's
I found-
my handwriting.
Yeah.
Ludicrous
That
throwing
was when
myself.
that
Yep.
was when
That's so
formerly
amazing.
of Norma Jean.
Yes.
But that was then when they came to Vino's. It was the most amazing live show and the most disappointing audio I've ever listened
Yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah.
You want to hear a funny little piece of trivia about Ludacris?
Go.
I booked their first show here at Old Man Kirk's in North Little Rock.
Oh my
Their
God.
very
Crap.
first show
Old
in
Man
Arkansas.
Kirk's, that's where it was. That's where it
Dude,
was for
there you
me.
go.
Yeah. So
And then I bought
made fun of you
this
for that. Yeah.
I bought this at an Enconium show.
That's amazing. Encomia.
At that,
That's a
what was
good
the
dude.
place? What was the place across from the village? Do y'all remember that? It was like that little church. It was an old movie theater. The floor was all weird.
Dude, Frontline.
Yes, that's Frontline.
Frontline.
That's
Frontline.
where-
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Jeff's, like,
that was me
his
and
whole
Michael
deal.
Moore. That was our old jam.
And then I couldn't find the Zale one. So the story goes, sitting in class. He goes, "That's dumb. Here, check this out."
Sounds like
And
Drew.
he gives me a Sacrifice CD, of course. He gives me a Zao, the one with the fire.
Oh, dude.
Blood and Fire Brings
Blood and
Rest.
Fire
That's
Brings
it.
Rest.
And
Best
then
album.
this, and I go home. And my brain is melted.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't understand music could sound like this. And I'd take all my CDs, and I had a friend who worked at I worked at Pizza Hut at the time. It was my
Right.
second job. And I took all my CDs, and his name was Shook Dog, and I brought them all to him, and I go, "I'm into something new now."
Was Shoe
And then-
Dog a rapper?
He wanted to be.
He should have been. That's a great
He
name.
probably still is. He goes probably by another name, probably.
Right.
Yeah. And then, so then Drew takes me to the first show. It was a Juanita show, Under Oath, Living Sacrifice, Embodiment.
Embodiment.
And,
Yeah.
was it Logic 34?
It was either Logic 34 or what was their other band? They
Tomorrow's
called?
Rescue.
Tomorrow's
Yeah.
Rescue.
Yep. That was a good
That's it.
show. That
I
was a
think
good
it was
show.
that,
I think
actually.
it was that. Yeah.
Because actually,
And Dallas Taylor was in the band. They were death metal still. And
Right.
y'all remember that pole? This is what turned me on.
Yeah.
The pole was in the middle of the stage.
The famous pole.
the pole
fa-
everyone
yes,
could swing
Everybody
on.
always hits it or,
Yes.
or use it to do your little straight edge move off of it.
That or the drummer, Aaron, was playing it. He
Yes.
was playing it.
So, okay. So
and I
there were
was
two
like,
poles,
my
yeah.
fucking mind would just
Yeah.
like transform that night.
Yeah,
anyway,
dude. Oh,
good.
well, I got some more trivia for you. So,
Did you bring that show?
no,
Did you change
I
my
didn't, no, I
fucking
didn't.
life?
Well, Sean from Embodiment and I were pretty good friends, but I lost my train of
He
thought.
was the best, dude.
Dude,
Talking about
Tomorrow's
poles?
Rescue, that's it.
Yes.
Travail and Ludacris put out a split.
Thank you.
And guys from Travail were in Tomorrow's
Travail
Rescue.
was so good.
They were a good
Yeah,
replacement
Travail
for
was fun.
well, I
For
would-
Corn.
for Corn. Yeah.
Corey, I was just, I guess I was, because Bruce gave me the same treatment. I had Corn and Limp Bizkit CDs.
Yep.
My
Didn't we
aunt
all?
at the time was from San Diego, California. So she like knew some of the dudes in Corn and like went to their
Ooh.
shows back in the
Oh, that's
early
right.
days
Because you
when
got
there
there.
was
You got a
nobody.
picture of it.
She
Korn and Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thanks to my dad. But no, but knowing all that, Bruce was kind of like, man, there's like heavier bands and stuff, right? And I was like, oh, it doesn't get any heavier than this. So I'll listen to this. And he's like, no, listen to this.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God. And he's like, that day I was doing lawn work at my grandmother's house. And he comes by and he's like, you come to a show with me tonight. And I smelled like burning leaves. I smelled like shit, dude.
Probably smelled better than everybody else there.
No, I did. At the time, I'm like freaking out. At the time, I'm like, oh God, this is embarrassing. Like, I'm going to smell like shit.
Was it S.O. Karis?
It was S.O. Karis.
Yes.
An embodiment at Old Man Kirk's.
Old Man Kirk's? Yeah.
So we show up, and I'm like,
You're welcome.
There's actual pictures of me caught in the background. Bruce put me up on the stage and was like,
I
"These
took
are my
those
buddies."
pictures.
I
The
know,
ones
these
you,
are
yeah.
pictures, So I'm
Damn.
sitting, I'm like, wow, there's pictures of me back there. And that's where it all started. And I was like, I'm going to spread the word about heavy music. So anybody that I knew like listened to music, I was like, hey, you got to check this out. And I was kind of a Nazi about it.
Dude, there was a a little bit. There was a there was a definite movement going on back then. Because then after Drew does all what he does, Vino's becomes my second home.
Yeah.
Juanita's, and the dream back then was if you can get your foot in the door,
Right.
And
Fresh Blood Night at Vino.
That's right.
Thursday night.
If we
People
could just-
don't understand that.
they
shit
don't
now.
understand it now.
They're like, oh, we just get a show
You know-
whenever. I'm like, no, y'all had to,
Todd-
like back in the day.
Yes,
You had to play.
Todd
build
actually
it up.
brought that up to me yesterday. He was like, "We should bring that back to Drive Hype."
They should.
They should.
Yeah.
They should make these people cut their teeth.
Earn that
Fletcher-
shit.
Fletcher's whole
Yes.
deal was, I remember when we did our first Fresh Blood Night. It was back when people actually made flyers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So we
Yep.
tagged all Bryan High School.
Uh-huh.
We tagged as much as we could.
Pretty sure I was
And-
at that show.
Yeah,
dude. It
probably
was like
were.
it was a weeknight. We showed up and there was over 50 people there,
Oh yeah.
and that was like Thursday night.
That was a
You
big
did-
deal back
that's a
then.
Oh,
if you
dude.
could bring kids, they'd be like, all right, well, we're going to put you on these shows.
We had to do my first band had to do 2 Fresh Blood nights because we fucked the first one up so bad.
That's awesome. Hey, dude, you paid your dues,
Well,
though,
that's
bro.
what's cool.
That's what it is,
I like
yeah.
the system, and it drove you though, because if you failed, you were like motherfucker.
Yeah, it's like, dude, no, this is not
Dude,
happening.
It was embarrassing, dude.
Yeah.
super embarrassing.
And we used to get ripped up all the time about so kids now these days can go on like Facebook or Instagram and just see all the hate.
right.
Well, our hatred was on Little Rock Hardcore.
Mm.
So in Colmium,
Thank
got
you,
ripped
Adam
up
Peterson,
a lot.
for putting
Yeah,
that
Adam
together.
Peterson for that
Yeah.
one. But man, you'd go on there and like kids would be like, these dudes are idiots. Oh, I'm like, God, dude, this really sucks.
Yeah.
But at the
Well,
same
back
time,
then it was all
motivated you to
forum
write
stuff.
better music. Like it was like, hey, I'm not going to.
I'm
sit
sinking.
Here.
Oh my God.
Lift it up.
Did the chair
The
break?
hydraulics went out.
I hit the button, my hydraulics dropped.
Oh,
But yeah, dude,
It's
it's
a quarter
like
Mexican in me.
we would go there.
Oh, there we go.
We would go there on Little Rock Hardcore, and that's also where we found out. New
I
music,
forgot
too.
about that, dude.
Oh,
I
I'll
forgot
never
about
forget
Little Rock
that. I'll never
Hardcore.
forget it. I'm reminded about it every time I see Adam Peterson.
I didn't pay attention. I was just blind to it. I just did what I wanted.
Dude,
Kinda
you're a
the same way
grinder
now.
though. That's the thing. I tell guys all the time when I talk about you, or if your name gets brought up, you've remained more passionate about music in the local scene than most people that I know.
right?
Yeah, because I remember one time we were playing a show. It was in Hot Springs, and I was looking at Jeff, and we played on a Friday at like 2:00
Yeah.
or 2:30, and I was like, it was supposed to be a festival,
Yeah.
and I was like, what the hell are we supposed to do on Friday at 2:00? People aren't even on a freaking work yet, and this
Yeah.
was Descended from Wolves, and I'm looking at Jeff, and I was like, I can't do this, man. Like,
Yeah.
I'm an old dude now with a family. My time's valuable.
It's
I
hard.
want to play music
It's hard to
so
play those
bad,
things.
Right.
but I'm not gonna sit here and play at 2:00 to the sound guy and the doorman.
Right.
What's
And
the
Jay from
point?
MF Metal.
And the next
Jay
band.
from MF
yeah.
Metal
And the,
is
ne-
there all
yeah.
the time,
And
yeah.
the next band. Yeah.
So yeah, it was frustrating, but like I said, like I watch you and like all your different bands and all your different ventures you go on, and it's like that dude's a road dog. Like he's in it for the
Yeah,
long haul.
man.
I love it. I think that's freaking badass of you. That's a good trait for you, I think.
It's
Cheers to that, because Jeff's
Hey.
done with his proper.
I've already finished my 12.
dude, this is really good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I'm into it. You want
I'm
more,
already
bud?
feeling
Yeah, I'll take
the,
another shot.
sure?
Let me
the
do a little
warmth and
dollop.
energy.
Give me a little more dollop.
Well, it's
Arms
like,
are
man,
short.
that first show, when I find something clearly that I like this podcast, clearly I dive in head first. You see this is my master bedroom. So
Well, it looks amazing. It's like I told you when I came in. I was like, wow, this is better than most podcasts I've been on. Thanks,
yeah,
Drew.
Yep.
I just try to, and I don't look backwards. I'm just like
Right.
forward. Just well, this is what the big boys do. So let's just do what they do and fake it till you make it.
Hey, dude,
Yeah, hey,
whatever.
do it.
Hey, fake it till you make it. That's awesome. That's right, dude. That's amazing. No, dude, for real. I'm gonna piggyback off Drew. I mean, dude, Corey, you've been doing amazing things for a long time because, like, Even though you may not realize it, like some of the best shows Saints did, one of the ones we did at Mills Park, didn't you put that on?
I did.
For us? Yeah,
Was
I
that
still have the
not-
laminate from that.
Yeah.
That was
Believe
so
it or
much
not.
fun,
Say,
dude.
that was a
Yeah.
great
freaking
show.
awesome show.
Yeah, you've been in it for a while, bro. So
Those
hey,
Mills
cheers.
Park shows were so much fun. That brought a lot of bands here too that never played before.
Right.
Yeah.
A Plea for Purging.
Right.
Back when they were with Blood Comes Beauty.
Lee came to that?
They were with
Yeah.
Blood Comes Beauty then.
Yeah.
Was
They
it
weren't-
Andy in them?
It was Andy, yeah. We got them here at Mills Park.
That's right.
We brought As Cities Burn here to Mills Park. They played those,
Really?
yeah. That's I think one of the dudes from I think it was Colin. I think might have spun his Mexican made Telecaster around and hit somebody in the face at that show, if I'm not mistaken.
There was a
Didn't you
lot
have my old band Catharsis play out there.
I
one
was gonna
time?
bring up
Yes,
Catharsis.
okay,
'cause
yeah.
you were
Those
in-
shows were so good.
Here's what's I have that fucking CD somewhere. I thought it was
Oh,
in
you
this
should
too,
burn
but it's
that,
not.
bro.
Dude,
No,
no,
not at all. Keep it, man.
What's weird is when you put it in, I don't know who the fuck made it. It's y'all's songs, but all the song titles are in Japanese.
What?
Yeah, I don't have any of the fucking.
You got it, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hang out. I gotta see that.
Y'all, dude, that's
Dude, I have to
amazing.
find it. I think it's if it wasn't in here, so it's got to be out in that shed somewhere. I have like a few boxes of old memories,
Really?
and I know it's in this vicinity somewhere.
See, you and I are the same.
It's-
Because as Drew, I hang on to crap.
I do too.
I
Yeah.
hoard
Our
band
recording
stuff.
space
Yes.
is go in there and yes, we got CDs because we're old, all alphabetical order.
Uh-huh.
Right.
All of them are all locked. I mean, and like then you go into his closet and he's like, "Remember this poster?"
I got
I'm
show
like,
posters.
I barely even have a. I think
Yeah.
I got one or two posters from all the bands I've ever been in my life, and I'm like, "Oh, this is what I got to show for it."
Yep.
Jeff's got everything. So if I need reference
Come over to the
material,
house, Corey.
I
yeah,
hate
if
to.
I need
Come over to the
reference
jam.
material, I
I know,
either call
dude.
Nicholas Taylor from
There
my
you
old
go.
band in Comey.
Yep.
All right.
He's always got that
Love
stuff.
Nick.
The fish.
Or I hit up Jeff Bowie because he's always got the stuff, man. It's crazy.
You know, it's funny.
had his
you
own
you
move,
just
bro.
did that. You did his little fish
did the
move.
fish move.
He did the fish move.
He's so chill.
What's so funny is like Nick always used to tell me, he's like, "Oh, you're such a good bass player," and I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Oh, yeah.
he was so much better than me. But dude, like, I don't. He did these whack.
I think the
things.
story
did.
isn't the story y'all used to practice in a bedroom, so y'all didn't have a lot of room to
We
maneuver.
play- okay, you
So
take
he
hero
would.
order.
So that's what he would. That's how I heard it came around. Was he would do that, and then just live. That's what he would do because
To
that's
be
how he was
honest
used to
with you,
doing
I
it.
think me and Nick met over a conversation about Tim Bob from Rage Against the Machine.
Okay.
And we rode around his Camaro screaming Rage Against the Machine songs out of his window.
Dry
Hell yeah.
mustaches.
No mustache. But he started learning, and
Should've.
Tim is notorious for his high
Yes.
style. So when we started practicing, when I asked, he was in a band with Ryan Witherspoon and Casey Jacuzzi back in the day. Yeah.
They had like 4,000.
I know Ryan
They had a
Witherspoon.
lot of
They had
bands.
4,000 bands.
Mono
dude.
was in
Okay.
a band before us.
Yeah.
And
Mana.
aka Ryan Witherspoon.
Right.
And when we asked Nick to play bass,
Y'all
he
still
was supposed
call
to
him
fill in-
Mono?
Every time I see him, I'm like, "What's
He's
up,
still
Mono?"
Mono, dude.
Still Mono.
All to the- he lives in Colorado now, and I'm just like, "Hey, Mono, what's up, dude? It's never changed."
We threw that mic away that year because he had mono.
he
Yeah,
had mono.
At Rockstock, we gave him
you
his own
serious?
mic, and as soon as it was done, it went right in the
Right in the
garbage.
trash.
Are you kidding
Yeah.
me?
Because him and somebody else from another band,
Yeah, I
they
was about to
both
say
had
somebody
it,
else
and we
had
had the
mono
mono
as
mic. And then as soon
is
as they were
funny,
done,
dude.
fucking garbage can SM58
That dude
right
had
in the
mono
garbage.
for like 6 years.
I swear to God, he did.
it was crazy.
But we practiced.
My wife
so when
calls
we-
him Sleepy Kid.
Sleepy Kid because he would. Yeah, he'd
Yeah.
always just sit in class. But yeah, when we asked, we had a kid named Drake that was filling in for us on bass, and he finally just in the middle of practice, just takes his bass off, sets it down. He was like, "I don't like heavy music. I'm
Was
not
this in
playing
Comium?
anymore." This was in Comium, the first like.
You talking about tall Drake with the glasses?
Remember him? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do remember that kid.
So Drake left, and I'm like, well, we got to do something. So I picked up the bass, started
Mhm.
messing around, and then Nick was like available, and he's like, I'll just come fill in. And then he ended up taking it serious. And then, but yeah, Nick
he was
played in
great,
that high
man.
style.
Yep.
And dude, at
Didn't
the
he
time,
used to like rip in his bedroom, like playing Dave Matthews and just rip on
he
those?
did.
See,
That's
that's-
Stefan Lesueur. No, what's his name? Stefan Lesueur.
Yeah,
or something?
Stefan Lesueur.
Yeah.
Stefan, I know his name's
Yeah.
Stefan.
Stefan.
I'm a
That
closet DMB fan.
And he's a huge jazz influence, dude.
For shame.
Nick was all about like
Dude.
Dave Matthews and jazz bass. That dude
That-
can freaking rip on some bass.
Yeah, man, that shit changed my fucking life.
Yeah.
Dave Matthews.
Literally, no, fuck no, dude. No, going to those shows,
Yeah.
being young and impressionable, and I've been kind of like a. If I fall in love with something, I just go fucking.
Yeah,
that's
me
all I
too.
want to do.
Yeah.
That's all. Like so, I've modeled my whole
awesome.
fucking life around it, dude.
Well, dude,
You
yeah,
know?
that's amazing.
And
was amazing, this
even
big
my
Shirley,
wife,
though.
I had to make sure she was cool with it because I was like, well, I'm just gonna be who I am because
Yeah.
I ain't no fucking changing this
Yeah.
old dog.
I heard that.
But she's awesome. She's ride or die. We're in my master bedroom right now talking in the
Yeah.
Talking to the microphone.
Dude, I'm
We
with
live
you.
in the back tiny bedroom.
Dude, we have a whole house dedicated for this stuff,
Yeah.
so I'm with you, bro.
And-
right, yeah.
It's hard to find a lady that'll let you
It's
like,
awesome,
pursue
though.
your
It's
passions.
really
That's pretty.
true.
That's pretty tough.
And just like, man, those old few the beginnings is where, because Vino's was still, the whole music scene here was still fucking alive
Right.
and just magical.
We were talking. It's funny. Corey and I ran into each other at the gas station the other day.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
We
yesterday
talked
morning.
for like 15 or 20 minutes. But dude, I was telling him, I was like, I just like respect what he's doing for the stage at Vino's. They did,
Yeah.
they
Oh,
did
yeah.
a Vino's.
Yeah, we're gonna do a
rebuild the
recap,
stage.
but I can go ahead and say a few things. We found more money
Right.
that was donated that we forgot.
Nice.
Almost, it was $3,340.
Nice.
That's
in a
amazing,
night.
dude. But I was telling Corey, I was like, dude, if it wasn't for Vino's, like I've been going there since 1993.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
like, dude, I
crazy.
met like my band, my friend, like Corey and all my friends, my wife,
Yep.
met everybody there.
Met my wife
hanging
at
out.
Soundstage.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
that's in Conway.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Conway.
amazing.
It's a-
That's awesome.
That was a shotgun show, man. You're
Yeah,
just
it
like,
was.
like 2 foot
That's
wide.
it, yeah.
And like 36 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit.
And it was backwards. The fucking stage should have been on the other
Oh, it
side.
totally
Yeah,
should have.
yeah,
That
yeah.
place was awesome, though.
I
Hey,
loved
it,
man.
Was it Evan? Did Evan book those shows? Evan
I
Grove?
thought it was no. I thought it
No.
was a guy named Brandon.
Brandon LaGrone.
Brandon ran
Ben
everything.
McGrone. That's right. I know Grove was
Because
tied to that
he
somewhere.
moved to like Arizona or some shit, but it burned down, and now it's a
That's
restaurant.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was.
What's
Which
the
I,
restaurant?
which is I don't know. I was just there the other day and didn't even. It looks so fucking weird because the wall's gone, so you can see all the way down the thing.
weird.
They've
man.
redone that whole area.
The whole area.
Well, it's funny because Amy and I, like, all right. So, like, I went. There's a office for a company I used to work for over there, and we
Yeah.
dropped my car off when I was quitting my job.
Uh-huh.
And my wife followed me, and we got back in the car and we're driving. She's like, "Didn't you guys used to like play over here?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, Soundstage was like a street over." And she's like, "That's it." Now my wife doesn't come to anything, but
Yeah. So I met her there, and then it's just weird. Like some of my favorite. I wanted to bring some of this stuff up. I remember one time at Vino's, it was an encomium show, and I think y'all were playing with a bigger band, and I can't remember who it was because y'all were the band that got all the good shit.
glory.
Yeah, the
We-
good.
dude. I mean,
But they were so fucking good, and I
They were
remember
fun to watch,
y'all
that's for
dogpiled. Do you remember this show? It was you. Okay, so Nick falls down because that's what he does.
Right, that's what he does.
fishes and falls down.
right.
And then Drew trips over him, and then they had a guitar player. His name was Chris Honia.
Chris.
Oh, Cahonia. Love that kid.
Yeah, that's 2 words. Chris Honia.
Honia.
Not Chris Sonia, because you got to say it quick. So, and then he just was like, fuck it, and just
Yep.
dives on top of y'all
He
and the whole
goes,
band.
yeah.
And then your drummer, he's just left there just because he played kind of at an
That's
angle.
when we had. That's when we had one drummer.
Yeah, he was
Before you had
yeah.
two?
That was Jacob Mahan.
Jacob
yeah.
Mahan, that's right.
And he was one of the first guys I ever saw that did the whole sideways drumming thing
He
too.
loved it.
He would play against
You know where we got that from? Zayo.
was
Yep.
it Zay? Okay, there you go.
Cornerstone. Jesse was
Jesse
playing
Smith used to
sideways.
play backwards and sideways.
I do know y'all got to play with, and I'm super fucking jealous of this. Y'all played that. It was over here, and it got canceled. They got moved to the front line, and Encomium was playing. It was like a big festival deal, but the PA blew up over here across the street.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
TNT. It was at
At
TNT.
TNT,
yeah,
that's right,
And
yeah.
it blew up, and then you guys got to come over here. But do you remember who fucking played that night in front of 15 people?
It was on Othello.
Anathello and Beloved.
Yes.
Yes,
Love it.
Beloved.
Yes.
Yep,
We
yep.
played that show.
Yes, you
Nobody
did.
gave a shit.
No one.
And then they
Beloved
freaking
was so good.
What a waste
the
of talent.
fuck?
What an
man,
amazing
those dudes
band.
were like, we're there and gone. And yeah, most
That
people
band
still,
should have
like,
been huge.
That's one band I still listen to this day. I'm like,
Dude, look, I just got goosebumps.
I
Look,
did
I
too.
did.
Look,
Look,
he did. He
That's what I'm
totally
saying.
did.
I'm sitting here thinking about like that. I'm like, dude, that was those shows to me. Yeah, we could play big shows,
Yeah.
but when those small shows happen with big bands that go on, it's like you got a moment with those dudes.
What was
that you'll never be able to
Ryan's
buy.
band? It wasn't Streamline. What was before that? They played with fucking Thursday,
They
like
did
the
play with
week,
Thursday. That was
like the
Streamline.
week before they got fucking.
They did.
They were
Streamline.
like,
They played with them.
Streamline and Thursday. Who's Thursday? The very next fucking week, it was.
Was that the
boom.
Thursday show where there were like 15 people
There was
there?
nobody there.
No
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
It was Ryan,
Yeah.
Rocco, Casey, Graham.
Yeah.
All those guys were
Right.
playing.
And then Thursday came back like the next year, and it was like
Massive.
No,
completely
even
packed.
next year. It was like that
Yeah,
month.
it was literally
It was completely packed.
yes.
That was during full collapse, right?
Yes.
And they
It
came
was-
with Murder by Death.
Yes,
Yes,
they fucking
that's right. And
exploded,
Rock on
dude.
them like, yeah, we opened up for Thursday.
You can't beat that.
Yeah,
That's
can't.
amazing.
But that's the type of talent would come through, and nobody knew. Nobody knew shit.
Do y'all remember when Poison the Well came through in 2003?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude.
But dude, this was a silent gym, and all the bands knew.
Yeah.
But now it's like the opposite, man. Now I
Yeah.
hear bands like, "We're never coming back." I'm like,
Oh, yeah,
fuck,
dude.
please
Nobody
don't
wants
do.
to- nobody
dude,
wants to come
I
through.
heard Every Time I Die saying it broke my fucking heart.
Oh,
and
that's
they
terrible.
never
They
have.
had, dude.
Those
I remember
used to
Every Time
party.
I Die, Hopes Fall, the Red Chord,
Red Cool.
and who else was it?
Yeah,
That was a it was a huge like
It was a
show.
huge show, but every time E-Tid was like, we're not gonna, because at the
Oh,
time,
was it Kill Switch?
No, it wasn't
No,
Kill
no,
Switch. It
wasn't
was
that
before. I have it on. I'll have to give you that. I have
Okay.
that video, but it was like
course you do.
the Red Chord. I remember there's some discrepancy where they were like, we're not gonna let the Red Chord play, and E-Tid and Hopes Fall basically came out on the stage and said, if Red Chord doesn't
Yeah.
play, we're not playing. And they let the Red Chord play, and it was the best show of my life. That show was so good.
I might not have been at that.
Dude, it was good. I have
Yeah,
video.
yeah.
I have all these old videos of shows that came through in the
Yes.
early 2000s. I need to get them.
I'm
to
gonna
you.
tell you,
I
like
figure I was at most of them.
You
Shit,
You
that's
probably
what you
were.
did
I mean,
back
dude,
then.
you're probably
peak-
picking me up and throwing me.
at the peak of Vino's, and this is gonna be totally off metal, but it's Juliana Theory.
Oh, dude, their
Yeah,
shows
dude.
were amazing.
Kids would line up at the side stage door,
Mm-hmm.
all the way to the back, all the way past 7th Street, where New 7th
Yep.
Street is now. They would be all the way out there, and when you'd go in there, like you're breaking fire codes, so it was just a matter of time before the fire marshal came.
Do y'all remember the Juliana Theory and Glassjaw
That's
show?
the show I'm talking
Dude,
about.
that show was
I
the
was
most
stuffed.
packed I've ever
I don't
seen.
think
go.
I touched the floor because I was wedged between so many
Yes.
people. And I was sitting there like, and I've still got a shirt from that show. It's a size medium. Of course, I can't fit it in anymore.
Well, you're a giant.
Right. I cut it all up, and it's on the back of my barber chair now. At
Yeah.
Ornaments Cut.
Oh,
so I
hell
had, I had
yeah.
it put up there, and everybody's like, is that a Vietnam Marine Corps shirt? I'm like, nope, it's a
Glassjaw,
Glassjaw, baby.
bro.
Like, that's the band I
The
saw.
biggest shows I ever saw at Vino's, and this is just me personally, was Agnostic Front, 1997,
Damn.
Jesus,
with No
bro.
Innocent Victim.
Oh, and
That
I
show
beard.
was so huge.
I bet Ronnie Sanford was there. That
It
dude
was
knows
amazing.
all that old
that
shit.
was a
He
great,
used to go to all those
great
old shows.
show. Thursday with Tsunami Bomb was huge.
Remember that Tsunami?
That
Yeah.
show was so packed and so hot. And that Glassjaw Juliana Theory show, it was
Such
so
a
packed.
killer.
It were like sardines. You just couldn't.
Funny
move.
story about Juliana Theory. I got on Instagram one day, and I put up a post about Juliana Theory, and I was like, "Remember these dudes?" And Brandon Pulliam gets on there and like makes a kind of a douchey comment towards Brett Detar, and somebody actually tagged Brett Detar.
Brett.
Yes, and he gets on and goes, "Loved Little Rock, great venue or
Dude,
great place to play."
Brett
Hell
is
yeah.
the chillest dude.
Yeah,
of all
exactly,
time.
but it
He's
was just
so
kind of one of
cool.
those things. Like when they got bigger, people started, how rumors go around. People were talking
Right.
shit, and it's like whatever. But somebody tagged Brandon, and he immediately tags me or texts me. He's like, "I'm sorry for that." It's like, yeah, it's like it's so like Instagram has made the world so small now,
So
so you can
small.
reach anybody. I was like, I didn't expect him to like even at remotely get on there and say anything, but he did. And but he didn't even like acknowledge Brandon's comment, but it was awesome because I was like, dude.
Dude,
People know
Zayo
about those
recorded
shows.
and
I
Juliana Theory,
know.
their first two
At
records were
Pointers.
recorded at Pointers
I
in
know,
Little
yeah.
Rock.
That's so crazy.
And dude, it's so crazy how big, like
Little Rock
how
was- I
crazy
think
Little Rock was.
People underestimate that Little Rock was a huge influence on local music, not only local music, but also bigger bands amongst
Dude.
in the industry. I mean,
Well,
and the
Pointers-
medium industry.
Right.
It had a huge effect in that medium industry of the we're not selling gold records, but,
But
we're
we're
not
right there.
but we're not fucking
Right.
we're not playing our
we're
hometowns.
not
Dude,
pressing our own
Pointers
CDs
Palace,
anymore.
like that was like, you and I were talking yesterday about like, hey, these are the things I want to accomplish as a
Yes.
musician. Mine was I want to record at Barry Pointers.
Barry
That's
Pointers.
all I
Yeah.
want to do. And like I got to do that. But dude, the funny thing is like you see Juliana Theory, Zayo, Living Sacrifice,
Yeah.
No Innocent Victim, Stretch Armstrong, like
Oh,
all these
Stretch Armstrong,
huge bands
dude, yeah.
recorded here in Little Rock.
and, Little
Yeah.
Rock. And nobody knew they were
Nobody knew, and it
No.
was so crazy because
think- yeah.
it's just amazing. It's funny to me.
Bruce did a great job of. He was like a bigger brother.
Bruce
for
from
me.
Sacrifice?
Bruce from Sacrifice. Yeah,
Right.
he was. I mean, he's my uncle, but our relationship's more like brothers because
Yeah.
he came in and kind of made fun of my music and was like, "Hey, you need to start coming to shows." And I was like, I didn't have a way to shows, so he would start taking me to shows. And I remember one of the highlights of it was right before I went to college. It was the summertime. he brings me over to Pointer's place. And he's like, Zayo's in town recording their the CD. It's the guy with the suit and tie and his head blown off.
Parade of Chaos.
Parade of Chaos.
Yeah.
So we're sitting in there and I'm
It's
listening.
old Steel Trap.
This old steel trap here.
listening to this
Boys,
one-
I'm 40 years old.
Yeah. I'm listening to this one song and they've got these tracks where these wolves start howling. And Jesse looks at me and he's like, think we should keep that on there? And I'm like, talking to me, man? And he's like, yeah. He goes, yeah, do you think the wolves should stay on? I'm like, yes. Yes. Yeah. I think that's awesome. He's like, cool, man. Then he goes over and starts playing a tambourine. I was like, what is this part for? He goes, we're going to bury it in the track. You can't even hear it. And I was like, what is going on right now? And I remember when I got the CD finally, I listened to it. I was like, I said,
I was there.
I was there.
I was there.
Which, like, my opinion probably didn't mean shit
dude,
to him, but just being there, like seeing that as in high school and seeing these bands that we all looked up to record, I was like, oh my god.
I mean, these
dude,
were
this is-
nationwide bands
I
coming
know,
through
man.
Little Rock,
I
and
know.
it's funny. And dude, like it's funny you talk, about CT, how he had a lot of stuff to do
Yeah.
with Wake and stuff like that, dude. It's It's funny how big Wake is, and even
Isn't
like,
it?
and being from Little Rock, I was like, yeah, Wake. Everybody knows Wake.
They're bigger out of here than they are in here.
Right, it's bigger
That's
out of
what's
town.
sad about
And
Arkansas music.
It's crazy, but
What
dude,
it's become, yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
funny because you have bands like Embodiment, like back in the early 2000s. I
Mhm.
mean, dude, that band was like Atlantic Records were like, "Hey, we want to sign
Yeah.
you guys."
And
They
they were
recorded
so
every
good.
record in Little Rock.
Yeah, Squad 5-0.
So, yeah, Squad 5-0. I mean,
Also good.
American
I have a-
Eagle, I think, signed it.
but it's insane, dude. Like the Little Rock scene, like in the early, like late 90s to early 2000s, like everyone came through
was a
here,
monster.
and it was insane.
But it was a hidden beast, and
It was
that
a
was
hidden
the great
beast.
part
Exactly.
about it, man.
It was a hidden beast, and it was like we had our own thing going
Yep.
on.
One
It
of the
was-
coolest photos of Me Without You, they're all huddled together and like the camera's like laid down and they're jumping up and you see the picture of Me Without You and it's right there in that little bowl where you turn off to get on the 630 from Vino's.
That's
There
so
you
well,
go.
dude. And Me Without You and Beloved, they came through and played the front line. And it was like I remember seeing Me Without You the first time, and I was like, "Wow, this band is going to be huge."
Yeah.
And they were.
And
they
they
were amazing.
totally were.
Talking about Frontline again when we talked about Onathala playing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, didn't that guy go on to start that band that got really big?
The Polyphonic Spree.
That
No,
was-
wait, that was the dude from
no,
My Space Coaster.
That was My Space Coaster.
Right.
This
Right.
dude did. It was that one song tonight that features like that Janelle Monáe.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck was that? There's a couple of those guys though, dude.
No, I'm serious. you think I'm crazy, but
No, I believe you. Get
Who
on your
were-
I
what
phone.
was
gotta
the-
find
what-
it now. Yeah.
Well, what was the band that turned into? Was it the Kicks?
The Kick.
Cosmonaut?
No,
or whatever? The
Ashtray
Kick?
Babyhead.
Ashtray Babyhead.
Ashtray
That was the
Babyhead.
original.
Yes.
Well, that the dude from Ashtray Babyhead. Oh my God, Makita.
Makita.
Yeah,
Jeff
he
Makita,
plays
yes.
in Green Day now.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing.
Fucking insane.
Insane. Blows my mind.
Yeah.
I run into him all the time. He still hangs out at like Vino's, and people like walk
Yeah.
by this dude. I'm like, you have no idea who
You
this
have
guy
no
is.
fucking clue.
You have no idea
No
who
fucking
this
clue.
guy is.
But doesn't he play like off to the side? Or does he,
It's the song.
is he a
it's the
stage
band.
actor now?
He's on stage.
It's the band Fun.
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 That's it.
It has members of Onathala in it,
Yeah.
and they're freaking huge.
Massive.
Dude, I saw on.
But dude, that
at some,
band
like-
was so fucking rad.
They were awesome.
They had to give a.
Ready?
That's the only band I've
They put-
ever
yeah.
met. Yeah,
They
that's
played
the
the
only
shoes
band
and all kinds. They were.
that I've ever met that came out and was like, I know you guys probably think we're a ska band, but we're not. I promise.
Yeah.
We're on Onathala. Here we go.
Yeah.
and they'd play just
playing it.
rad, crazy.
And everybody's
stuff.
kind of like keeping their distance, and next thing you know, the
Horns and-
freaking
Uh-huh.
whole crowd starts sucking in. and
I
dude,
was
it
there for that
They
one.
were
for
so
sure.
good, man.
So good.
So good.
Then y'all played with a band one time at the front line. I saw so many fucking
Man,
bands. at
Frontline
that
was a
place,
good
dude.
It was a hot spot.
It was
for a minute.
awesome. And there was a band there. They brought out like half a drum set, 2 guitars, no bass guitar, and it was one dude, and they had a table of shit. And they were like, "We're experimental noise core."
Was
And-
that Joe Monero?
No,
And literally, they never like none of their songs were ever the same twice, and they would just grab shit and make noises,
Well,
and it was
it
so
might have
weird.
been.
That might have been Joe
and
Monero.
what was that project called?
The Hezekiah
The
Project.
Hezekiah Project.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
He had a
the
Fisher-
Hezekiah
he had a Fisher
Project.
Price,
That's it.
Walkie-talkie
Yes.
thing.
Yeah, that's,
That's
Joe
fucking
Monero.
it.
That's our boy. He played in Becoming Saints.
Yeah,
He did.
he did
Hell
performed
yeah.
for us,
percussions in Becoming
He was
Saints.
in Falter Step
Falter
Yes.
Step.
and
Damn.
Cersei.
and Nominate Patre. They kept changing their name.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
What Alarm was their dude? I don't know if anybody has any copies of this, but Falter Step, Nominate Patre, Till We Have Faces, and What Alarm,
Till We Had
same
Faces.
band. One of my favorite bands that came out of this town. They like those dudes should have sold gold records.
Yeah.
They were amazing.
Yeah.
So good.
Small shout out.
I love chewing this up with you guys.
Another local legend. Do y'all remember Mexico?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Heck yeah,
I
we
think
do.
about some of my best tour
Dude.
times were with those dudes.
Oh yeah. Dude,
Best times
those
with
dudes are
Encomium and
amazing.
Mexico.
That is one of the most underrated
Josh
bands.
reached out to us last summer and was like, hey,
Richards?
Yes.
Josh is the jam.
He called me out and was like, listen, talking about doing a Mexico reunion.
I would go
I
to
heard
that show
about
to
that.
I
I
want
heard about
Encomium
that.
to do it too. And I was like, really? He's like, I'm dead serious. It's like, I was like, okay, well, every member lives here except for Ryan Witherspoon, Mono.
Right.
So I called Mono up. I was like, hey, we got a chance to do this. Is there any way you can make this work? And he's like, I'm actually supposed to be coming in, but it's gonna be the next month because he's a teacher. He can't.
Yeah.
He can't get out of
Didn't
school.
he teach English?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn it. So I was like, all right, well, I will pay for your ticket to come out here. I was like, I'll do whatever it takes if I can make an Encomium Mexico reunion.
I
was
would
like,
go to that.
I
in a
would literally
heartbeat.
pull my pants down and take a shit in the floor.
I would eat it. That's how excited I'd be. I'd eat it.
This can't be real.
Unfortunately, like I think it went like a couple months, and Ryan reached back out to me. He's like, all right, let me know what's going on. I reached out to Josh. He's like, no, it's not gonna happen. I was
Yeah.
like, damn it.
Yeah, I heard
Because
about
I ran
that
into
too.
Justin, their drummer. He came in one time and got a haircut.
I think I heard about it from Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Justin came in and he talked about it, but then he moved back up to Russellville. He's tattooing in Russellville.
Las
Yep.
Vegas.
Yep.
Amazing.
Dude, I dig Russellville.
Russell Q.
That was one of the
most
best. Dude, that band was
hidden
so
gem
good.
right there.
Hidden
Las
gem.
Vegas,
Another
baby.
one.
I think so too, man.
No, it was. We played our Atkins at the skate park.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. Did we? Is that when we played
We
with
played
Handshake
awesome shows,
Manor?
yeah.
Handshake Murderers.
We played with Handshake Murders
There's a
and
new-
we also played with them at the Village.
There's
That's
a new
right.
venue cropped up there. It's called the Thurber Dome.
What?
Yeah, dude, it's just a hallway. It's just like Vino's, but you play on the floor.
Yeah.
Kind of more of a
Floor
stage, a
show's the
sound
jam.
stagey vibe.
Yeah.
It's very punk rock, but dude, my other band, well, I was in a band called Hot Mess, and then
With Mickle.
Jeremy McKell
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and my
Mickle. I
wife.
call him Mickle
Yeah,
McKell.
yeah.
Sorry about that.
And my wife was the front lady,
Yes.
and we were doing stuff for a little bit, and then another band of mine, Lame Johnny, we
Yeah,
played the
yeah,
train
yeah.
yard up the street.
The train yard. That was a.
That one was fucking crazy, and dude, that venue, it's pretty cool, man. And kids it has an old school vibe where because there's not shit the fuck in Russellville to do.
No, dude. Kids
So
come
when-
out.
That's
dude.
the thing. Like
Right.
you'll be playing in front of like 50 kids, and you're like, Now, here's one thing I will say: if anybody's listening from Russellville, you gotta react. They love it, and they'll come up to you afterwards like, "Man, that was so fun."
They just chill and sit
but
there.
they're chill. They're just
Right.
like watching.
Dude,
Oh, hey, they
the
show
most-
up. That's
Hey, that's right, that's
awesome.
right,
The
yeah.
most diverse shows I've ever played came out of Russellville because it'd be us, Mexico,
Russellville and
Mexico,
Atkins.
Yeah, Mexico, and then Deosville.
Oh, dude, Deus
Which-
Vale. Oh my
which
god.
was
There you
nothing
go.
like metal. And I remember us playing a show in Dover, Arkansas, in an outdoor theater, and there was like 200 people there, and I'm like,
What is going on with my
what
life?
the hell? And there's half the kids are here for Deosville, the
Yeah.
other half are with us, but everybody got along.
There was a show you guys played, and we drove a couple hours to see it. Maybe it was in Tennessee. I can't remember. Do you remember the stage was literally chin fucking high?
Was it in Comium?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was chin fucking high, and it was only about 4 feet deep. It was like a ledge of a building, and y'all played in and was inside. I cannot, dude.
Was it not Rocket Town?
Maybe it was Rocket Town, man.
'Cause I-
Rocket
me
Town
and-
used to be small.
Well, me
It's
and
not as big as it now,
Spencer
now.
and
Rocket Town was there, and dude,
we used to make trips
Austin
to see him
Maxey?
come. Yeah, Austin Maxey.
so I
Yep.
think that was the time we played with Stretch Armstrong, Martyr AD, and
You played with Martyr AD.
we
I
played with
think you
Martyr
might be
AD,
right.
I'd put that
Stretch
tattoo that on
Armstrong,
my
and a few
butt.
other people.
That's amazing.
And because I remember,
I think you might be right.
and that was because they had 3 different stages, and we played
Yeah.
this one stage where Nick was doing pull-ups off the pipes that were
Yes.
and the sound guy was like,
Okay.
in the middle of the set, I'm sitting there, I'm screaming, and I hear something over the monitors. He's like, "Get off the pipes!"
Yeah.
And I was like, "What is he talking about?" I look back, and Nick's neck deep in the freaking pipe.
Nick weighed like 36 pounds.
Yeah, he
with the
wasn't gonna
bass
do anything.
playing
Yeah,
at the
right.
time. So I
Right.
think that was where you guys were at, because that stage was a little higher.
Yeah.
And then
It was like unnecessarily tall.
Right,
we
right.
got I felt like we got shafted because I was like, because they first told us like, you guys will be playing between the Martyr AD set and the Stretch Armstrong set. So everybody leaves this big, huge venue, comes into the side stage where we're playing at, and Andy from A Plea for Purging gave us that, like, hooked us up with that show. So I was like, there's no way in hell anybody's gonna stick around and watch us from Arkansas. And we start our set and start playing, and then Stretch Armstrong started their set, and we still retained people inside there, and they watched us until we were done. And
That's
we were done. We
hardcore.
had 2 more songs left, and
That's
they stayed
amazing.
and watched us. And then everybody rushed over there and started watching.
But people listening don't know how fucking good Encomium was.
No, dude.
Dude,
They
I know
were-
you're
I
being
don't know,
modest.
man.
Dude, I don't know. That EP y'all put out was pretty good.
Dude,
green
I'm-
It was pretty good. Yeah, the green one.
Nick has
Everything was like
Dude,
historical
I still have the
references.
Candlelight EP.
The
Bitch.
I actually had that copy and I gave it to him because he didn't have one.
That was recorded at Nick Williams's in his bedroom.
I'll never forget.
Oh, he was in Mind Rage, obviously.
Nick was from
but,
Mind Rage,
but
yeah.
what? Oh God, I can't think of it right now. What was his metal band? That was amazing.
Oh, Legions of Weight.
Legions of Weight. Yeah.
it's
Oh my
dude,
God, I'm an
Legions-
idiot. I can't
Legions
believe I
is still
forgot
playing.
that.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do. Well,
They're so
sorta.
good.
They play here and there, but man,
Man, they're good.
Nick's responsible for it. He was the first one that actually took a chance.
He
with us.
recorded one of our
Yeah.
Catharsis EPs.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And we recorded that Green album at Darren at Blue Chair. We recorded with him after the Mexico Encomium tour.
Darren, right?
Yep, that's where we went straight from
Chair?
there.
Now,
yeah, we
I
went
wanna-
straight to Blue Chair.
I want to ask you, Jeff. What was the fucking singer of Catharsis' name?
Joey Swindle.
Thank you.
Joey Swindle.
God. Okay. The only
Joey,
song-
Dallas
Joey.
now, I think.
Do you remember the? Okay, so Acidy's Burn.
Yeah.
We all know those guys. They were here and they had just popped.
Right.
And
With Son, I Love You, Your
yeah.
Darkness or whatever.
It was. They were on that album. I think it was the first or second round of that album.
Right.
That they came through. It was at Juanita's. At that, him Joey
Jumped up there and sang with him.
and knocked over Colin.
Yeah.
And Colin,
Sounds
I
like
remember
Joey.
Colin getting up and go, well, I've never seen my own band play from the floor before because he fucking straight.
Yeah.
He just bulldozed him.
Oh,
and
Joey was
like,
wild.
he was just like, I have to sing this song. It was
Yeah.
blood.
Yeah. Bloodsucker Part 2.
Bloodsucker Part
Right.
2. That's it.
Joey and Aaron were good friends from Cabot.
Well, dude, like
That's
the
why
funny
that's
thing
why they
is
know each
like
other.
our
Aaron, the
first
drummer.
band, Catharsis, we used to tour with Aaron's first band,
Oh,
Five
okay.
Star Future,
Five Star
which was a
Future.
punk band. So, like, yeah, dude, it's funny because
It's funny
I
how
was
all that
sitting
shit's
in
linked
I
up.
was sitting in freshman English with Aaron Lunsford, and he looks at me, and we know each other from playing when he was in 5 Star,
right.
and he's talking to me, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm about to drop out of college." And I
Yeah.
was like, "The fuck for?" I just looked at him, I was like, "Are you an idiot?" And he goes, "Well, there's this band, and this was at the time like people were really starting to take these like touring bands serious."
Dude, that's Bullet. Is
That's
that gonna
awesome.
work?
That's gonna work.
Yeah, it's nice,
It
dude.
works.
Kind of takes off the
Drop me-
bite.
Drop me a little bit in there.
So
Corey's dropping beer
yeah,
and
we're
whiskey.
dropping,
Let's
we're
try
dropping
it.
beer.
Try-
and
it
bullet.
takes the bite off. Try it.
God.
Actually, not bad,
It's
bro.
not bad. It's not bad at all.
Think you
Aaron-
lost 40.
Yeah. Aaron stops and looks at me. And he's like, "I'm really gonna leave. I'm moving down to Baton Rouge to join up with this band called Acidy's Burn." And I was like, "That's kind of the dumbest thing I've ever heard, man. We're in college." He's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, this ain't working for me." I was like, "Okay."
And that's a stupid name.
And then like 3-4 months later, he calls me. He's like, "Hey, man, we need a show. Can you set one of us up?" And I was like, "Sure." And that's when we played at Mills Park.
Mhm.
Yep.
And that's when it happened.
And
And
then
after
Matt
that, we're
Goldman
like,
made their
this
fucking
is-
record, and
Right?
then they were
Yeah.
amazing. And then
Yeah.
and then the future is what it is. But
Well, dude, the funny thing
they're gonna
is,
drop a new album soon.
Oh,
so
they
that's
are.
cool.
Well, dude, I ran
They
in.
just got signed to Equal Vision.
I know.
Right, dude, I know.
Which is a big deal back when we were like,
Right.
you
Well,
know,
dude,
Hey,
I ran into
hey.
Aaron like after he quit 5 Star, and I didn't know all that about him.
Yeah.
But like I ran into him and Colin and what's her singer's name?
TJ.
TJ.
Yeah.
I ran
Yep.
into TJ and was like,
The guy.
I was like, I saw ran to a Guitar Center and was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" He was like, "Oh man, I'm on tour with these guys at City's Burn," and I was like, "Yeah, well, good luck, bro." Yeah, dude, like completely destroyed everything I ever
Dude,
did.
You like you say you go in head deep and like shit.
Right.
When you're into it. Aaron did. 'Cause I
Oh,
remember
dude.
When we went and picked Aaron up one time from the airport or something, we were driving and we were talking to him. He was like, "Well, man, how's this like? How is leaving your whole family and moving down to Louisiana?"
Right.
for you?"
Right,
He was like,
Louisiana, right?
well, we're about to sign a deal, and I was like, "What the hell? Really?" And he's
Yeah.
like, "So that's when we met Ryan Rado, their manager."
Right, right.
That's when he had the book, Everything You Need to Know About the Record Industry. He was quoting like, dude, I was crazy.
No,
so he
dude,
knew what he was
Aaron's
doing.
a grinder,
Yeah,
bro.
he grinded.
Aaron
No,
knows
I-
what's up.
I definitely know. I actually ended up years later. This was like 2 years ago. I ended up getting to go down to Nashville
Right?
and hang out at his
Where he
house.
lives now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Well, we
Yeah.
hung out at his house, and then
His barbecue's so
then we
good.
went to. Oh, dude,
That dude
he
so
cooked.
good,
he,
man.
Listen,
Yeah.
he cooked for all of us, but
Yeah.
he did Cajun red beans and rice, and
Yeah.
some sort of meat. I can't remember
He's
what
a
it was. I think it was
foodie now,
brisket.
it's
Dude,
weird.
it was.
He was a cook.
fucking-
He's like trained.
Yeah, well, his barbecue.
no, yeah,
stand
he's
was legit.
he's fucking amazing. And then we went to that cigar shop they like, Smokers Abbey.
Smoker's Abbey.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
that
okay.
rules.
So they were annexing the building beside them. But here's what's fucking. I love this story. It was a buddy of mine's bachelor party,
Mhm.
and they were there. He's friends with those guys, and I'm
Sean?
sitting there. Sean, yeah. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, okay, so Cody and As Cities Burn, they're a big deal to me.
Right.
They like those early shows, the lyrics, you know how it is. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is surreal as fuck. I'm just sitting here talking to Cody like it's just another fucking day in my life. And
They're
we
cool
go
kids,
through.
man.
Well, the building was locked, so we literally went through Smoker's Abbey to the back room where they do the cleaning supplies. There's a fucking hole in the wall, and we climbed through the hole with music equipment that they all brought. We get in the hole. There's a shop light and a half a fucking PA back there.
What?
Yeah, I swear to God, this happened.
I believe it. Wow.
I swear to God. And then we set up a little bitty 3-piece drum kit. Are y'all familiar with y'all know Jukebox?
No, yeah.
So we're back there. It's me, Sean, Aaron, Cody, and
Hatchback
the guy
Hunter.
Hatchback and the guy that owns the place, and then Bradley Batterton and
Jay Newman.
Jay.
Yeah.
Jay was
Wow.
there. Yeah.
Jay Newman. He's the
And
man.
we all start jamming, and me and Brad are switching on drums. Jukebox will not give the microphone to anyone. And Andy.
Yeah.
And Andy was there. And we're just jamming. And then I realized I was playing the drums for a little bit, and I realized I looked up and Cody is playing guitar and Aaron's playing drums. And I'm like, or Aaron's standing there beside me while I'm drumming. And I was like, what the fuck?
This is the best day of my life. It's awesome, dude.
And my fucking special needs friend Jacob is fucking Jukebox is going fucking crazy.
I played guitar for Jukebox in Arkadelphia in college.
He's going to be on. Hey, I want to announce that shit.
Like, you got to do it. Like,
Him and Sean are going to be on the podcast.
Really?
In like a month, because Sean's going to Peru, and he's doing a tour down there. And then when they get back, we're going to do it.
Baggett, right?
Yeah, it's all about Jukebox.
Dude, the guys at the
love
barbershop, when Jukebox comes in, they light up, dude.
Dude, Baggett's the best.
He just walks in, it's like, hey, bud, remember me?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. And he's like, he'll start saying stuff that happened in high school. I'm like, damn, bro. That's like 15 years ago. And he's like, yeah.
Okay, so he has
Dude, Baggett is the best.
He has what they call
I feel so loved when I meet that kid. He's so cool.
He has that thing where he has those auditory responses.
Yep.
Every time he hangs out with me, he has to say he makes $4,000 a week. Same fucking number. Dude, I love it.
I love Baggett.
And then he goes, how long we been knowing each other?
How long we know each other?
Like 10 years. I'm like, Juke, it's been 18 years.
Yeah.
And I think we're actually at 19 years this year. And he's like,
he put his hands through his hair.
I love it.
Think I look good, Drew?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, you look great. They said I need a haircut. I want a haircut.
Yeah.
You gotta get a haircut. I want a haircut. Okay. I'll just trim around the ear. I'm like, all right, I got you, buddy. Jay will look at me. Give him a haircut.
Yeah.
You talking about Jay
Newman?
Yeah.
That's his cousin. Give him a haircut, bro. So I was like, all right, I'll do it.
I fucking
is
love
the
it,
man.
dude.
I love
I
that
love
kid.
it.
That
He's
whole
so
squad,
awesome.
dude. It's so funny because, man, obviously we've all grown up as, from, hey, your music sucks, you need to listen to this band, to now we're sitting here crushing beers and mixing with whiskey.
Right.
On that, hold on real quick.
Yeah.
I was just telling a guy, do you guys remember Janice Faced?
Janice Face.
The metal band that was dark, they were black metal. They had the makeup. They were one of the first bands around that I remember doing that was like, that I remember. And I was like, you're terrifying. So they hated my other band.
Right.
It was Zero with an X.
Zero, I was going to say.
Zero was the man.
Yes.
Yeah, but when old Sam Kitchell was in the band, rest in peace, my friend, and me, Cox, Slack, and so we sell the place out. Not all of them, but a couple of them, they hated us so much. And I was just telling the story to somebody the other day. They were like, fuck you. You suck. Like from across the parking lot. Like,
yes.
People didn't have the internet to hide behind back in the day, bro. It was shit was to your face. And we're at the side door. Vino's like, no, fuck you. And then but it was a rock star moment because much like Drew said, dude, we took flyers. We made 500 flyers. We peppered that fucking school.
That's the way to do it, man.
Dude.
Bryan High School, I remember graduating there and a kid hits me up through MySpace.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Whoa. You're going way back,
friend.
He says to me, he's like, hey, bro, just want to let you know.
You suck.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, all right, we're going to get, he was like, you guys changed the way musicians are viewed now. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you guys made it cool to where like the chicks like the guys that play metal bands and don't like the dudes that play football anymore. And I was like,
whoa.
Yeah, you're welcome for that, pal. No, I didn't say that. I was like, oh, that's cool. But like, I didn't. When I was in Encomium, dude, we were just playing music we liked.
Right.
I wasn't trying to impress anybody.
Right.
We just wanted to do what we wanted to do. Of course, we were trying to get signed. This was like, hey, what better time to get signed than right out of high school?
Right now, right?
Exactly. No kids, no wife, no nothing.
Y'all
So
could
it's
have,
like,
too.
man, let's do this, let's do that, and we were really trying to make those moves too there. But then
I'm
you
really
start realizing
surprised you didn't.
it's hard as fuck.
It
Well,
is. It is.
It's
we
tough.
Didn't
were
y'all
told
sell like
twice.
1,000 records?
We sold a bunch of those. That encomium CD, the Let Us Cross Over the and Rest in the Shade of the Trees.
Fuck, I bought
Thanks
everyone.
to Nick Taylor.
Too long.
That's
Too
way
long of a.
yeah.
Too long.
Maybe that's what it was.
That's what it was.
No one can read it.
From what I was told, and it might not be true. I don't know. It might have been told to shut us up. But I was told that our record was on the A&R desk of Tooth and Nail and Solid State twice, and once on Face Down.
I believe
and
that.
never got
I can
anything
believe
from
that.
that. So I believe that too, because we had a lot of friends in that industry.
My band made it
Just
to
never
Rise
worked.
and Metal Blade.
That's amazing,
See, that's
dude.
fucking dope.
Metal Blade?
I thought to be honest with you-
It was actually our music video that got to him, and he likened us to, I can't remember what he said, but I was like, I've never had that comparison, but thank you very much.
But I'll take it. Right.
You know,
That's amazing, dude.
And he actually really enjoyed it, but then a bunch of bullshit happened, and we just
It always does.
It always
To
happens.
be honest with you,
It
I
always
thought
happens.
If any band that I got into, of course, Encomium was a fun band, and I remember we started out as a pretty much a metal band, like a really metal band.
yeah.
Like
Effects and
Yes.
Honia was a speedster.
Honia
dude.
Two drummers.
When those
two
two
drummers.
dudes, so when Honia
Eventually.
quit, and when Jacob quit,
Yeah.
I freaked out because I knew I'd have to write music, and I can't fucking write music. I can't even play a G chord. I just know what
Listen
sounds
to this
good.
liar.
I
I'm
know.
serious.
Listen to this liar.
Well, you can.
But I sat down. I didn't know what I was
Thank you,
doing.
my
We started
friend.
writing music together, and I was like, "This is starting to come together." So when that band started, it was a fun band. But there was from the jump there was separation because I was the only one in that band that wanted to play heavier music, and
Right.
Nick, Ryan Carter, and Mono wanted to go a little bit more
Softer,
experimental. They want to go experimental.
Yeah.
They want to do, and we had a good marriage, and it was like
It was cool, dude.
But dude, when Saints started, I remember writing that. I remember writing "It All Ends with You"
Yeah.
in that
So
studio
good.
in Kensett, Arkansas, knowing that was a hit, and I was like, if any band that I've ever been a part of gets signed, this is it.
Right. And
And we did.
you did.
Yeah,
And then we sucked.
No,
Hey,
it took a while.
hey.
It took a while, but,
But
no.
back to that real quick to go back. So that show with the people, there's fuck you across the parking
Yeah.
lot. We sold that show out. This is why this came up, because somebody asked, well, you've never sold this place out. And I was like, I did. We
By the way, friend.
Yeah, we did. And we sold it out. And then when we were the first band of the night. And this is what really let like Fletcher just after that,
Right.
dude. It was just like, whatever you want,
We
man.
feed you shows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And most people, when you say Fletcher, they're like, who?
Yeah.
If you can't,
You can't tell
If
me
you don't
who
know
Fletcher is.
you
Get
don't
out of
belong
here.
to fucking
if you don't know
Yeah,
who
dude,
Fletcher is, you're 20.
I'm kidding. Yeah, give me that bullet there,
Yeah.
buddy.
And but I leave
welcome.
and I come back. There's 26 people left.
that's what I'm
Vindication. That's
about.
just what I want to say. Vindication.
Vindication.
You know who our
I was
haters were?
vindicated.
So Encomium had
It wasn't me
the band Vor
or our
You
buddy
remember Vor?
Kyle.
Vor?
Vor, you remember
Yeah, I
that?
remember
Yes.
four.
They would throw bottles at us during our sets.
Fuck.
Their guy would come in there, do spin circles, and throw beer bottles at us.
Yes. Oh, do you? Okay, here's a funny ass fucking story. I
Lay
go
it
to
on
an
me.
encomium show. I'm going to an encomium show. It's me, and I think the only people was Hips and my buddy Kyle.
Yeah, Lauren Hips.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my buddy Kyle. And we get there, and there's an acoustic act. Do you remember this shit?
I'm trying to think of who it was.
And they start playing, and it's like pretty. You're like, oh man, Encomium's playing with acoustic band. This is weird. And he's like, yeah. And you're like, okay. He's like, I'm gonna fuck you. And you're like,
us.
What?
and us back then were different us's than we are
Right,
now.
Big time.
right.
We were
Hardcore, yeah, I
we were
get it.
very religious people.
HXC.
Yeah.
We were. No, it
and
was.
we were watching and going, oh my goodness,
Did this just happen?
yeah. And now, fucking hysterical.
We're. I was trying to think
I'm
where
still
we-
religious,
Sorry,
by
I
the
know
way.
we're just
No.
bringing up
we
old
had-
shit.
we
but
had,
dude,
uh,
all the
haters.
songs was about. It was a wife and husband, and it was just songs about them having sex with each other. That was
it Mates of State?
No, I don't know.
That's funny. Jeff and them. So Encomium, when we first practiced in Bryant,
Yeah.
there was a Red
Right.
Bull rep that lived across the street from
Was
us.
it Mayhan's house?
Mayhan's house.
Yep.
There was a Red Bull rep that lived across the street from us, and we
Was it
played-
Williams?
No, it wasn't Williams.
Okay.
We played a lot of music, and it was very loud, and he was very patient. And he came out one day, and he had 4 cases of Red Bull, and he's like, "I work for Red Bull," and we're like, oh yeah, is that like alcohol? Like we're 16 years old. And he's like, no man, this is like an energy drink. We're like, what the fuck is that?
Those were new. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was like, man, I can't sponsor you guys officially, but I like what I hear. If you guys will like drink these on stage, that would be awesome. So we started drinking these things on stage, and we were just like, that's why Nick does the fish. He was having a seizure.
I was just about to say that.
That's where we met. That's when I first met Alan, because Alan came
Robinson?
up. Yes, because they were in between the second then.
Yes.
Alan comes up
I
to
wasn't
me and
that
is
band,
like,
by the way.
hey man,
Were you? Yeah,
are you
I
guys
was.
drinking alcohol? I was like, no man, these are energy drinks. Check this out.
Check
And
it
we're,
out. It's
passing
Red
them
Bull.
out to people.
I fucking remember this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then about a year later, homeboy like disappears, and we never got Red Bulls again, and we all went into rehab.
Alan did. He did sound at Rockstock one year. Shout out to Alan.
Who?
Yeah,
Alan?
That's when he worked at Music Makers.
Yep.
Yes,
That's
he
right.
did.
And he used to work. Oh my gosh.
That's right. I
about Alan.
fucking
That
miss
dude's
that guy.
an
I haven't seen
amazing
him in
musician.
forever. man.
Alan's a game changer.
He lives next to me, bro.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
fuck.
we all brother-in-laws.
Okay, I need to come over
Like
and
my
then-
wife and his wife are sisters.
What the fuck?
Yeah, right.
Dude,
I
I'm
can't get
gonna
away
tell
from
you-
that dude.
Alan is clutch because throughout all my life of playing music with people, whenever I get in a room with Alan,
Uh-huh.
I don't know what it is, but we see what like it just works
Yeah.
because like he can sit down and
He's
be like,
so
I know what
tasty.
you want to do here, and
Right.
he'll write the riff, and I'm like, that's it. And he's like, okay, and then he's the one guy that'll sit down with my vocals and like, I guess he like pushes me to a different
Producerial.
level. He's
You
like-
really
Yeah.
suck
Because
right now.
I'm really repetitive. Like I will, if I hear the beat, I'll stay on that one beat and
Right.
don't venture out of that because I know what I can do. He will make me go outside of my comfort zone, and that was the thing I liked about Simon, our producer that did the whole
Pettiford?
yes,
Simon Pedford.
he did.
Shout out.
He did
I
our,
love that boy.
our album.
He's good.
Him and Simon would make me
Love
step
that
out of my
album.
comfort zone and make me do stuff that I've never done for my life, and I'm hated them at the time.
Of
But
course.
when I go back and listen to that album, I'm like,
Mhm.
thank you for that. I
Right.
appreciate that. Like nothing against the guys in Encomium. I love those dudes. We had a great time making music, and I would do it all over with them again. But Saints was my hands down most favorite
Opus.
band I've ever done.
Yeah, man.
That was like I just want to play. I just wanted to scream,
Yep.
and the other dudes rip, and we wanted to be the next Esley Dying and
The pinnacle.
freaking kick ass.
Unearthed
And you did.
rules.
Yeah, yeah.
He loves Unearthed. I
I
can't
love
stand
Unearthed.
him.
Dude,
Oh,
Unearthed
get out
is
of
the
my life.
shit, bro.
Unearthed is so
Did
good.
you go
All
watch
because
him
of
at the
Kevin Susi and
Did
his
you go watch him
Mosh
at
thing?
the Village? Did you
Well,
watch
oh,
Unearthed?
dude, I was
I
there.
did. I was there.
with Ash of Augustine.
Yeah, when he
Oh,
did the
yeah.
fucking bar crawl.
female.
Oh yeah.
And he was drinking. Dude, they were sponsored by Jägermeister. I've never
Jaeger machine at the barbershop.
I've never seen a fucking guy drink more booze in my life.
Dude, that is the littlest dude that will outdrink anyone.
Dude, I swear to God, before the show.
singer?
Susie.
Oh,
Yeah,
Susie.
Ken
Susie.
Susie.
Before the fucking show, he cracks a fucking bottle, glug, 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 glug. It's gone, and then plays a whole concert.
Dude,
Just,
like,
dude, I would fucking die.
I've
so
been-
like Monero, the guy that used to that we were talking about Hezekiah Project
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Filter Step and stuff like that.
That's
Monero
crazy.
knows
I'm
those
so
guys.
glad you brought
They're
that
from
name up.
Boston.
He grew up with him. Like he's from Massachusetts, and dude, he knows those guys. And so when Unearthed would come around, he was like, "Oh, dude, like yeah, Unearthed is awesome, but here, check out this EP they put out in 1996." And I'm like, "What?"
I love
Yeah.
that old. Well, if you listen to the, I don't know, I'm gonna be sacrilegious here for a second. But the ACB EP was fucking.
Oh, it was like,
Which one? The one with the kid with the heart on it?
Huh?
Dust for Tyler?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Don't we have their 5150?
It's a little
No,
bit-
the 5150
Mesa.
that we have, my 5150 was given to me by With Blood Comes Beauty before.
That's
Complete for
right.
You had the
That's
Mesa. You had
I had the
Collins Mesa.
So I had the Mesa. I sold it to Colin.
That's it. You
So-
sold it to Colin
yeah,
because it
so
still had
Colin's-
your name on the
yeah,
back
it still
when
had
they
the name
came.
on the
Yeah,
back, so
right.
they take like back in the day when you took
From
pictures from
ACB?
behind the stage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
And it was cool.
Yep.
You would always see Encomium on.
That's
They
amazing.
drew Encomium on the back rail of the Mesa Boogie Door Rectifier.
One of the
Like, that's
most
so
famous
nice.
behind is that Fugazi shot from behind.
Yeah?
With the that's Ryan Russell.
Really?
Shout out to Ryan Russell.
Nice.
He did my engagement photos.
Amazing.
Badass.
Yeah,
Amazing.
But yeah,
he
so-
also did the artwork for Paramore and
Oh,
and
yeah,
and
no big
Maylene.
We went on.
deal. No big deal.
We went on a run.
No biggie.
We went
No
on a
big
run
deal.
with.
He's taller than Drew.
Wow, that's hard to beat.
We went on a run with Blood Comes Beauty. They took
Yeah.
us on our first kind of like tour, and I borrowed
X Tour X.
when I sold that. Yeah, X Tour X. You're fucking funny, dude. Don't blow it out. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Drink
dude.
it. Just
Don't
swallow
do
it.
Just swallow it down.
Dude,
All
you
right.
can't do things like
That's
that.
When we went on tour, I was borrowing a Marshall JCM 900.
Weak.
And the
Hell,
freaking
what week?
yeah, he hates it.
I had 2,000, bro.
Are you
Whatever.
serious?
No, what did he have? What did you have? A Line 6 or some shit? I don't know.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Hey,
I
gotta,
never played
I
like
thought you had
hey,
Line 6. I
hey.
thought you had like sponsorship.
I got
No,
a
bro.
I got a Flex Tone 2 out in the shed right now.
The toasters?
That's a bad bitch, dude. I love
Is it
that.
the silver one?
No, it's the red one, but
Oh,
it's the all
yeah.
black with the
Yeah,
red
yeah,
face.
yeah.
Hey, Head from
Dude,
Corn uses that
we
head
put-
still.
we-
There you go.
Hey, we use Line
Still.
6 cabinets and Becoming Saints.
Well, anyways,
Line 6 cabinet by
so
sword, too.
that JCM 900
I took the badges
blew
off.
up that blew up, and it wasn't mine. I borrowed it from a band from Fayetteville. And I remember we played our ending show was at Rocketown.
Yup.
And it was with Blood Comes Beauty, like last show. And their guitar player, Daniel, comes up to me and he's like, "Is Comium still playing?" I was like, "Yeah, we still got some shows to play. We're going to try to write another record." And he's like, "Okay. You want this?" I was like, "Man, I don't have any money to give you." And he goes, "I don't want any money. Just make it happen."
Damn,
bro.
And stuffs this
Bequeath.
5152 into my trailer. And I was like, "For real? I can't do this." And I took it out. And Andy walks up and he goes, "Hey, man, he's being for real. Just take it."
Andy?
I was like, "Okay, are you sure?" And he's like, "I'm dead serious." I freaking locked it up. And off we went we brought Joey Lyle from the band with Blood Comes Beauty.
Yeah.
Brought him. He's like, "I'm coming with you guys because the band
Lyle.
broke up."
Love that
Wow.
So we drove him back down here to Little Rock, and he's married. He's a teacher here at Benton now. But that's
kid.
how
Joey
the,
Lyle is?
the 5152 made it on tour with Living Sacrifice for a while.
Yeah.
And then when
The
Saints-
sticker's still on it.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
Saints got back together, it's like, "Hey, Bruce,
I need it back,
I
bro."
need it back." He's like, "Okay, it's at Lance's house," and Lance's like, "Oh, here you go, bro." Gave it back to us, and
Lance lives like 5 minutes from me.
yeah,
I have a strange Lance Garvin story.
Lay it on me.
Lance the Metal Bandit.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was working at a printing press. I had a printing press job for a little bit.
Right?
And me being the somewhat old school metalhead, I go outside to receive a delivery.
Yes.
Lance
And-
Garvin.
And it's Lance Garvin, and he's at the door, and I opened the door and I went,
He drives a truck.
You're Lance Garvin. He goes, "Yeah." And I was like, "Living Sacrifice." He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Holy shit."
Dude,
I was like,
I still get. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. And this, you're gonna think I'm totally biased. I don't give a shit. That's just who I
one of
am.
the best drummers in the world.
I think so.
Yeah.
Dude,
And
he's so good.
I
He's
still get
stupid.
when I still see the guys in Sacrifice, and regardless that Bruce is my uncle, my blood.
That band's so good.
They still
rip,
that band's
dude.
so
I can
good.
never not deny that. And me and him argue because I still think Reborn was the most badass record.
Hammering
I was just
process
about to
changed
say,
the game.
But he says the same thing. He's the hammering process is where it's at, and I agree with him.
It
I
changed
love
the
hammering
game.
process. But dude, when I heard Reborn,
have an autographed copy in my collection.
Look at this guy.
I
Look
do.
at this guy.
I will 100% tell you that Sacrifice still to this day, like I turned into a little giddy schoolgirl. And
Dude,
Yeah,
Living
you know who got it?
Sacrifice?
You know who got an autograph for me?
Who? That guy?
Yeah,
thanks, bud.
the guy across the way here.
This guy adjacent to
I was
me?
like,
I know
was like,
people, man.
Yeah,
Shoot
yeah,
some
yeah. I was
bitch.
like, but dude, what's funny is like I know Drew. Me and Drew are comfortably friends. We've known each other since ninth grade.
Yeah, junior
Yeah.
high,
And
What year was that, by the way?
98.
I used to hide
That's when
that
I
I,
graduated. You
you want to know
freaking
something really
young
funny?
bucks.
I used to hide that I smoked weed from this guy.
Oh.
Like, don't tell Drew.
Don't tell Drew I do
Dude,
this.
It's so funny. Like I think we go through it. And Comium finally went through that because we started out as a Christian band. We started out.
Can I
as
tell you a
Christian
hilarious?
band.
Yes. Can I tell you a hilarious story
Go
about
right
that?
ahead.
You know, me and Chris used to smoke together
All the time.
all the time.
Yeah. Chris hid that. That's why he got kicked out of school.
Well, he was over here, and him and Nick Taylor showed up, and we had just got done, and Chris was crying.
Yeah.
Because he was like, they can't know, and I was like, oh,
That's so sad.
I don't know what to do. And they knocked on the door, and I was like, I don't want to answer the door. And they just knocked on the door, and finally I was like, I'll answer it. And we answered, dude. We're all trying to be like, hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, bros? Twinkies are
Dude.
awesome.
Dude? Good. Old
No,
stories, but
Old stories. It sucks because, like I said, after Chris and Jacob left,
yeah.
the band starts playing, and the more and more we get, I think we had a big sit down one night in Nashville, Tennessee, and I was like, listen, I freaking love to drink beer.
Yeah.
I cuss. I'm not going to sit there and hide that shit anymore.
Right.
They're just like, okay. And I was like, if you guys aren't cool with that, I'm going to move on to another band. And they're
Right.
like, no, we need to come to a point where we're actually like we need to start being real to ourselves. I was
Right.
like, that'd be awesome because I'm not trying to be a false flagger. That's one thing I don't like, false flaggers. So I was like,
Yeah.
I just want to be real as possible. And they're like, all right, cool. And I remember As Cities Burn asked us to come on stage and play a set or play a show with them one night. And we were there. And it was a CD release show.
Right.
And
For Son, I Love You at your
and
happiest.
Colin Kimball comes up to me and he's like, I got a deal for you, buddy. And I was like, what's that? And he goes, I dare you to cuss on stage tonight.
Oh, I remember this.
And I was
remember
like,
this.
what do you want me to say? He goes, I don't care. But whatever you say, I got you on anything you want as far as merch goes. So I'm like, man, I kind of want to be respectful, but at the same time, I'm like, man, I'd like to have that As Cities Burn hoodie. Yeah. That freaking record right there. So I go back and talk with the band, and Nick has always been the most chill. He's like, buddy, I don't care what you do. Just know that you got to live with yourself for the rest of your life. I was like, okay.
Classic Nick.
So we're sitting there, we're playing.
I love this.
And I was
story.
like, we got our last show, like our last song set, the one that everybody can go mosh to. Like, you know, we know you want to go crazy, so here you go. And I remember sitting there to myself, and I was like, I was trying to amp myself up. And all of a sudden, Nick looks at me, and he just kind of looks at me and goes,
It's time.
And I was
It's time.
what the fuck is up, motherfuckers? Where call me up? Get the fucking bed. And dude, that crowd goes nuts. And then the Christian kids were just like,
Oh my god.
Dude,
Oh my god.
they've changed.
yes. And it
You guys have
changed,
completely
it
ruined my
changed.
life.
Yeah. And then after that, we got off the stage, and this one kid comes up to me and goes,
I won't listen to you anymore.
that's what he said. He goes, you had the audacity to go on stage and cuss.
Dude.
And I was like, hey, man, it is what it is. That's who I am. And he was just like, I can't listen to y'all's records anymore. I was like, at that time, we knew that Nick was about to start playing for As Cities Burn.
Right.
So we're like, I don't care.
Yeah.
We're not writing another record.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of
No,
my
but that was a defining moment of like, that's who we are now. Sorry, guys.
So that happened to you, and then, dude, I've never had that moment because I was never in a
Christian.
defined Christian band.
right.
My Hands to War was, but we
Right.
never lived by the moniker.
Yeah.
You know, I've always been a little bit different, more agnostic than
right.
anything. But my other band named Johnny is what I like to call a humanitarian band. We speak from just truths, and
Yeah.
it's
Right.
very in your face, and all the lyrics are very point blank. Like there's no like, I wonder what this song's about. It's like,
What's this?
he said fuck the system. I'm pretty sure he means fuck the system.
Yeah.
But we had a kid. I've never had this happen, but it's cool. He comes to the show, and he's with some people we know. I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to call him out.
Right.
It's fine. He had a moment.
Call him out, Corey,
I
do
get off the stage, and I'm like, hey, where are you at? Like, I heard you bought some posters. I want to say thank you. That, just cordial. And he had a breakdown and left. Said you guys were the devil's music.
Oh, shit.
He made it 2 songs in, and I looked at the
Come on,
person, and
bro.
I was like, I feel bad for him. I really hope he gets his shit together.
Right.
Dude.
Because it's all
is.
positive.
Yeah.
Like we're just very direct. But he said, because our opening song, literally 4 words in, I say fuck.
Yeah.
And he's just like, they said from that point to the end of the second song, where I say fucking, I had the ing on the end.
Ing.
Oh, it was it. He left.
Yeah.
He had to be consoled.
And so talking about Sean Michelle again. Hey,
He brings it right back around.
Hey, you're about
Right
to get
back
this
around.
story. So I've got a buddy of mine who moved here to Little Rock named Jared. Jared went to school at Centenary down in Louisiana.
Yep.
Okay. So this is like at the peak of Sean Michelle's American Idol like shit. Like
Ooh.
they're
Oh
into it.
man,
So he books Sean.
still
as
hard to
his-
eat lunch with that guy.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
He books him. Sean at that moment has got a song where he says the F word in it.
That's right.
I remember that.
Forgot about
And
that.
Jared is sitting there and he's like, all these little Christian kids are there and they're all listening to him play. And I respect Sean for his faith and everything he believes in. I
He's the
get it.
most, yeah.
He is an awesome guy.
Sean's amazing.
And
Amazing.
His beers
and
better.
his artistry, like you do what you do, man, and say what you say. And I respect it 100%. And he does it. And I remember Jared telling me the story. He's like, Drew, as soon as you dropped that F-bomb, I sat there and you could hear all the oxygen get sucked up out of that venue. He goes, I got crucified for a week. I was like, dude, I'm sorry.
Sean did?
No, Jared did.
Oh,
He pushed Sean because they didn't care. Like,
no.
as soon as Sean said the F word, because it was very
boy.
risque at the time, dude, he could have hurt. I mean, you could have cut the tension with a knife. He was like, I was never allowed to book a show again. And I was like, that sucks, man. He goes, it does. Hindsight's 2020, but whatever. It was like the most like electrifying moment of my life.
Over
He's
a
now
word.
a police officer now. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, come on, bro.
That's
Over a word.
Come on.
It's
Yep.
insane. Fuck is
and
my
that's
favorite
what I'm saying.
word.
Like, it's just the difference. It's just the difference between growing up, like you said. Like we've
Right.
come a long way since high school. Like,
Yeah, dude.
there were things that hindsight's 2020. I look back and I'm like, man, I kept myself from a lot of cool bands.
We could have handled ourselves a little
Dude, I
different.
couldn't even listen to
could've.
Pantera when I was a kid, younger,
Right.
because the dude's name was Dimebag, and
I
my
remember
dad was
that.
a police officer. And
Yeah.
nothing against my dad, but he was just like, hey man, I don't want this like, bad
Just
influences in your
Old
life.
school, man.
It is exactly.
Yep.
It's just old school. But now that things are starting to become more progressive, it's fun to watch bands like you and I saw each other at the Under Oath show.
Right.
And you were like, damn, it took an Under Oath show to see Drew Garrison out in the wild. I was like, yeah, it kind of did because it was high school for me.
Right.
But to hear those guys come out and be who they are,
Yeah.
made that concert more enjoyable. And I was like,
To finally be honest.
yeah, be honest about everything.
And
like,
that's my favorite part about that band right now is
Yeah.
that they're finally
yeah,
who they
honest.
want to be. That's what I
they're
got
doing
the
what they want to do.
I got the fucking
I
thing
still-
right there.
And like I said, Sacrifice will forever get me. Under Oath will, Zayo, even I also listen
you
to
know
the
what?
ones that
And
Victim
people wonder-
CDs, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
dude.
dude, these
People-
Flesh and
dudes-
Blood.
Yes.
To bring it back around, people wonder why Under Oath is like the all-ending mecca for me next to like Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Like it goes Led Zeppelin, Under Oath.
Dude,
Forever.
you were heavily influenced by.
But
Under
it's
Oath.
that night.
Yeah,
When Drew Garrison goes, "You're coming with me."
Bro.
Bro.
That's
Listen to this music,
You
you
gotta come with me, bro.
Look, quite literally, that's probably how it went.
That sounds pretty
And I go,
I love everybody's rendition of what I.
and I go, okay. And I show, yeah. And even though I was bigger than I am now, I weighed more then than I do now. And I was the same height. He was a giant, just skinnier, We
Both
were
are
both
giant.
skinnier.
I was
yeah.
talking to like a 5'5" dude over
That's
here.
So funny, dude.
But you show up, and then a guy like Dallas Taylor was in the band, and he's hanging from shit.
Setting
And
himself on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
Jumping off kick drums and
Yes.
head face plants.
And you
on
watch the
stage.
drummer playing parts of a drum set that aren't his drum set.
Yeah.
Woo. And you see these things and you're just like, oh my God, there is magic.
Right.
Like it was fucking electrifying.
It
And
shows
it's
you-
still to this day, man. Like I still can go back to that moment and look over at my buddy Drew and go, oh my God.
It's
and
been
him
so
going-
good.
Yeah. And him being like, told you, bro.
But
Listen to
honestly,
old
like, I
Drew.
know it's fun. Like sit there and like we can sit here and
Oh,
and
dude, we
talk
can
all
all
day.
day.
But seriously, to sit back and think about like my life in snapshots,
Mm-hmm.
about 80% of those snapshots are going to probably be at Vino's.
Yeah.
I remember my dad asking me one day, he's like, "Son, are you gothic?" I was like, "What?"
Do you like Marilyn Manson?
Yeah, I was like, "What are you talking
bro?
about?" And he was like, "I've just noticed that all your shirts are black." And I was like, "Well, they're all bought at Vino's
Yeah.
for 10 for 20
for
bucks."
10 to 15 bucks.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's all. Like I would save my lunch money up to go to shows just so I
Right.
could pay for admission, which was normally
Lunch
$5.
money. What's this get? Suburban?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Suburban school
Dude.
lunch money. I get a admission ticket, and then I would get a
Hey,
fucking
Literally, Drew, this is no shit. He would literally go to the a la carte and he would spend the least amount and then he would go to the courtyard, which we called
the pit.
the pit, and he would play No Dignity for hours.
It's just dumb,
Bro,
stupid.
I grew
game.
up in North Little Rock. What are y'all talking about?
Bro, you fill a water bottle about
I was water bottle flipping before this. These
about a
kids, like,
third
knew
of
what
the
was
way.
up.
Right.
I'm pretty sure he invented it.
Doing the flip?
And the pit was in between Building 8 and Building 2, right?
Yeah,
Building
it's
two.
right there in the middle of everything.
So there was a big giant concrete square with
Right.
desks and lockers and all that bullshit, but it was
She
outside.
went to school with y'all.
She
I
did.
Didn't.
She did.
I didn't.
She totally did. And you would throw the bottle, but here's the deal. You can't catch and then throw. The motion cannot stop. So when you catch it, your arm has to come down, around, and back
Full
over.
motion?
Full
Right.
motion. It has to be one solid swing. And it was a gigantic game where we're
That
from.
sounds like a tour game I
Yeah.
played.
It was pretty.
So, like,
basically,
dude,
it was a tour
right?
game. Yeah.
So
it was a
like,
tour
I
game.
went on Scream the first Scream the Prayer tour.
Ooh.
Like I was on that
Watch
tour.
out. Humble brag.
Watch out, bro. Salt State Records, get out of my life. But like, so that was one of our games. It was like who threw a water bottle, and if you didn't catch it and remove it, you had to do push-ups.
Okay.
Okay.
Did y'all do that?
We didn't do push-ups.
You didn't
We
do
just-
push-ups.
Ours was just a stupid game. It
got
brought so
ridiculed.
much attention that the freaking principal called me in her
Yes.
office one day, and I was
Yes.
like, "Yes, ma'am." And I had a crush on her. She was super hot.
Oh, she was, dude.
And she,
Hey.
my
Hey,
mind was
listen,
somewhere
hey.
else, and she was
Hey,
like,
what's up?
"I need to ask you about this game you
That
play." I was
girl
like, "What,
was-
the game you're playing with my heart right now?"
Yeah, attractive. Yeah.
She was attractive.
She was very
So
attractive.
she asked me, she's like, "I see you guys throwing
so done.
this stupid bottle around." I'm like, "Yeah, that's what you want me for?" I was like, "Damn it."
Do you see what's going on with
You
my
don't see the
body?
attraction I have for you. No, but she asked me about this dumb game, so we just told her, and she's like, "I just see you guys play this game. I just want to understand it, get on y'all's level." I'm like,
You
"I'm
want to get
sorry,
on
I
this level?
want to get myself right here, you know." No, but yeah, it's pretty much basically a tour game. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the level. We
Here's
throw
the
the
level.
bottle,
We throw
we
the
catch it.
Right. Did y'all do the sandwich punch game?
Flop?
No, the sandwich punch
Will
game.
you just
Flop.
eat my sandwich?
Yeah.
We called it
Messed
flop.
up. No, I don't mess with people's food.
Oh,
No.
dude.
Well, it was called
With
flop.
blood
where-
comes cleansing and
Stole the
impending
name of
doom
Blood
are
Comes
the
Beauty.
worst dudes to play that game.
I learned that game from Bradley Hathaway and
Yes!
Mexico.
Bradley
Yes!
Yes! The slam
Oh,
poet.
Bradley? Oh, amazing.
I learned that from those. They called it flop.
They called it flop? We called it the
Fwa-
sandwich punch
No,
game.
FWOP, flop.
That's better.
Yeah, you would basically
Flop.
ruin someone's night
Yeah.
by flop.
smashing their sandwich.
because you would smash it. You would go flop, and then it's over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you didn't cover it with a napkin or a French fry or something like that, right, dude, that was the worst game of all
funny.
time. You're touring with like $5 a day to eat, and like people smash your sandwich and it ends your
Dude,
life.
I was on tour when our dudes decided to go vegan for a freaking week, and I was like, "Not me," and they're like, "That's your choice." And I said, "No, it is my choice,
Bro,
Give me
I
my
remember
$5." I was thinking a McDouble. I was like,
Yeah.
"Give me my McDouble." They're over there, just like looking at me. I'm eating in front of them. I'm like, "Y'all like this?"
Beef, bitch.
Not
so
my
good.
choice. Your choice. Vegan and oh no, that's what it was when somebody jacked off or masturbated. Yeah,
What?
yeah. It was. We had this guy who was doing like this whole like I'm trying to go through.
We've
this.
gone like sideways
Oh, yeah,
on
no,
this.
it's crazy.
No, let's get into
it's,
it.
It's my boy Johnny Raines, man.
Johnny Raines.
He had an accountability partner, and he's
He
like,
slept at my apartment.
Wait,
Like
he had an
he had an
accountability.
accountability partner.
Really?
He's like, listen, man, I'm trying to get stop looking at porn. So if I jack off, I'm
Okay.
gonna call you and tell you. So he would call him on tour, and I was like, listen, dude. This doesn't affect us. Well, then Nick was like, you know what, Johnny? I'm going to join your fight because Nick is a solid dude. So Nick
He
is
is a
like, if you're
solid
going
dude.
through something, I'm going to go with you. So he decides to do it. Ryan Carter decides to do it. No! Mono decides to do it.
Going
And I
all the
said,
way through the
you know
scene.
what?
No!
Not me. I can't care less.
No.
I want my food.
Yeah.
I want it now. So I'm not going to fast. I'm not going to freaking not eat meat. Give me my $5. As a matter of fact, you give me your $5. You give me your $5. I'm going to Outback tonight.
That's it.
It was so funny. Tour stories are
Damn,
Oh,
dude.
they're the worst.
and
That
my
is the
tour wasn't
best.
even funded. It was like on
Dude,
break
so
from college.
I gotta ask, like you guys have toured.
Yeah,
I hate touring.
it's the worst.
It's the worst.
I think the
Did
new
you like
thing-
it?
To be all right.
Well,
If it wouldn't have been for touring, I wouldn't have seen half the United
okay,
States.
true that. And he toured in a different era than I toured. I toured in the hard part.
Right.
So
Yeah.
his stories. I waited too
There's
fucking.
no money.
No.
Well, like Drew was saying, so my first band, we actually played a back in the day they had these shows you would play, and they were for record companies.
Right.
You would go showcase. They would call them showcase shows.
Showcase shows.
Yeah, those
So
are-
we played in front of
big.
Epic Records and Sony Records at the what's the bar where the girls dance?
At the
Coyote Ugly in Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
0. And
With
I
an
love.
X.
Listen,
I love it.
and a chain.
Don't hate, man.
And a chain
They were good.
guitar
They
strap
were good.
on Ibanez's.
and
I'll never forget
I
it.
butterflied it, and my metal cable came flinging out, and I said "fuck" loud, very loud, at the talent show.
Talent
Nice.
show. That's it, dude. You did it. Oh, I love
And everyone goes, "I saw you say fuck."
said the fuck.
Tell me the story. Okay.
All right, sorry.
Keep going. Keep going. Tell me.
He talked me into it. We couldn't get our bass player to play because he was graduated, and then
Grown
Nathan
up.
Seaman, that's his real name.
Nathan, that's
Nathan
I know
Seaman.
Nathan.
He still comes to. I'll see him from time to time.
His
Yeah,
didn't
right.
he? His ex-wife is Rosa. Is that right?
Well, and him
Rosa
and Jenny, him and Jenny are dating now. They're engaged.
Jenny who?
Jenny,
I
Well-
mean, Nolte. No.
no, it was Derek May's girlfriend, baby's kids. Oh my God. I
Y'all
love
are talking Brian.
talking
stuff.
Brian, sorry,
I'm from
Brian.
North
Yeah.
Little Rock, homie. I don't know.
Jenny's one of my favorite people, dude. I'm sorry, Jenny. I'm spacing your last name. It doesn't matter.
Call in and tell us.
Yeah, Jenny, call us.
kidding.
But Drew convinces me, dude, you should play. Because his buddies, Rocco and them were playing.
Yes.
And he was like, yeah, you guys should play. So we can't, they wouldn't let us sing it. That's what it was. At the tryout, Sam tried out and they were like,
He was screaming.
exactly.
Yeah,
He was
that's why.
screaming. They said, we can't have screaming.
Better
Yeah.
yet, I'll tell you. Go ahead. I want to piggyback off your story. You tell your story.
And so we're like, should we even do this? Drew in the tryouts convinces us, yeah, dude, you guys should do it. Like, it'll still be cool. So we do the instrumental version. By the way, we're
Drew's
the only
instigator.
listen. By the way, we're the only act that did not get a mention in the school newspaper.
It's true. It's so true.
That's amazing.
And in the middle of the set, Graham Linder loaned me his Mesa Boogie distortion pedal,
Right.
to mimic
He had
the
a
dual
pedal.
rectifier
Yes.
because he was like, your amp head's bogus, dude.
Your
It was
amp sucks.
Graham was such a Nazi on
was
his equipment because his dad could afford it. We
yes,
couldn't afford
we could afford shit, but he loaned it to me, and I had a Marshall. It wasn't a JCM; it was the off-brand
The
JCM,
Zon State stuff. Yeah.
shit. Yeah,
The
hell
Fender
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, it's amazing.
and I had a PV 4x10.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
And it was like 5.5 feet tall, and I had those. Do you remember armadillo cables?
yes.
Yes, hell yeah.
Yes.
I had an armadillo.
Dude,
I had
tour
two.
specialty.
Dude, my brother bought them for me. I was super proud. I forgot to loop the cable through my
loop it.
guitar
Oh,
strap.
He
Straight
pulled
in.
it out.
I went straight in.
Oh no.
And I butterfly the guitar, which is where you spin it around your body.
Right.
And
Thanks,
as
Acid
it
Burn.
comes
Yeah.
back around,
Thanks,
as
ACB.
it comes back around, I catch it perfectly, but the cable goes clink whoa, across the stage.
I will never forget that moment because I was on the side of the stage going, "Oh shit, he did it!"
Dude, and while he's going, oh shit, I literally went, oh fuck, just out loud. I run across the stage, and in the moment, I put my foot way out. I cram the thing back in the fucking guitar,
Yeah.
and I click the distortion pedal right back into the clean part.
So
Dude.
good. That's
So
amazing.
we played after you guys.
Yes, you did.
And-
One arm scissor,
Yeah, we
Yep.
played One Arm Scissors by at the drive-in.
and they
Yep.
did fucking
So good.
awesome. And
So I knew they wouldn't allow screaming, but everybody kept asking. They're like, "Drew, are you gonna like play like some breakdown stuff at the end or anything? Are you gonna do anything like screaming?" I was like, "I'm playing bass, so I don't know." So we convinced this kid, this Korean kid, Philip Park. He's our
he stole
vocalist.
that Marshall amp, by the way.
What?
He
Philip
did.
did?
He did
Dude, I'm gonna whoop his ass
from Rockstock.
All right, I got you.
He did.
I'm gonna whoop his ass. He lives in New York.
Philip,
He's an
you're-
artist.
He lives in
You're
New
down,
York.
bro.
Yeah.
Philip Park, I'm coming for you.
There's
bro.
no way
down,
he
bro.
still even has it. He stole that amp after Rockstock one year. Yeah,
So
same year.
It's so funny because like you guys are telling these stories, but like I live them through my wife
Right,
because
right,
she
right,
went to school
right.
with y'all.
she was there. So we played this.
There's
we
no way
played
she
this
wasn't at
talent
this.
show.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
played One Arm Scissor, and at the very end, we all like had that look like that moment where I cussed on stage for Comey. We all look at each other and we're like, "Are we about to do this?"
Are we gonna do
And
this?
so we had
Is
this,
it
We had
real?
this breakdown written out. Rocco breaks. Well, actually,
in the middle of the
in
song.
the middle of the song,
the
Rocco
solo.
breaks a string in a solo,
Yes.
and Corey's Johnny on the fucking spot.
Listen, my guitar was in D
I'm
standard.
about to say it's
Right.
pretty low.
This song was in E standard. To those of you listening,
Listen to
that
you
means I was a
guys.
whole step down.
Right.
There's a
Get with
back
it.
room in Love Auditorium.
Which
R.I.P.
does not exist anymore.
Yeah, R.I.P.
I don't know what
It's
that
gone.
is.
It was our auditorium, dog. Chill.
Bryant?
Yes, that's
Sorry,
Rocco.
bro.
Where else would it be?
Sorry, bro.
We just got done. I'm backstage, and somebody goes, "Rocco broke a string." I was like, "I got this."
Rocco was playing that shit with his teeth.
Dude, I ran out. I have an Ibanez GIO S series, bro.
baby.
It's a 6-string.
It's so good.
Yeah. And it has a fucking stock Ibanez pick.
Yes!
2 single coils, bro, and a 5-way
bro.
switch. I go to the back. I slam my Korg tuner into the
No, this
Not
is
a
the most
pedal.
awesome,
Literally.
like Robert Rodriguez style breakdown right here.
Drew comes back to the back. He goes, dude. And I'm like, blam, blam, blam. I tune every string in one hit.
What?
I swear to God.
Did.
I swear to
It's so
God.
true. I'm on my bass. I'm like, I got a stupid Dan Electro bass.
Literally.
Oh,
I
get
have
out
a
of my life.
chain guitar strap. I throw it behind me and I go, go. And he's like, dude. And runs to the fucking stage and hands it to Rocco. And then Rocco proceeds to play the solo
Play it
with his teeth.
This is the best story I've ever heard.
Dude,
in
the
my life.
people were
It's
like,
amazing.
Even I looked out, teachers were like stand up like,
Yes. Yeah.
I was like, what's going on?
You want to hear a funny story about
This
this?
is all
like
true.
talking about Becoming Saints. Alan, our guitar player for Becoming Saints, is a teacher at Bryant.
He isn't. Well, now he is. Yeah.
now he is.
yeah.
Yeah.
But this is wild.
Well, so it's so funny. So
This was 20 years ago.
yeah,
you know,
almost.
we're
Yeah,
old,
20 years
bro.
ago.
transition to,
Yeah.
to school. Like now we're getting recognized where we go. It's so we play in this metal band, and Alan plays it. So I think some of the kids at his school, it was at J.A. Fair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jay
They
Fair.
were
Fair,
like,
yeah.
Mr. Robson, we heard you.
Mr. Robson, what's
We heard
this
your
going
music.
on?
What's this devil music like? Because Alan's like so chill. It's
He's
like,
so
what's up,
chill.
man?
Yeah,
He's
like,
one of
"Hey,
my
what's
favorite
up, bro?"
people.
Yeah, and dude, they found our music video on YouTube.
The one in the warehouse,
Built for War?
the building.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And dude, people were like,
Y'all crazy.
Y'all
Y'all
crazy.
kill people on the
So
weekends?
Alan would be walking. Yeah, Alan would be walking up and down. Like kids would be like, y'all kill people in that video. He's
Just
like,
a singer.
Y'all got guns and stuff.
I was like, it was only me whooping. Get my ass whooped. So
Yeah.
like, no, don't worry
I
about
was
it.
tied up, y'all.
That was like,
And
no
he's
one-
a
This video was so crazy.
Dude, he's a sweetheart of a man. But didn't y'all fuck up and do that in the summertime? In a
Oh,
building?
hell yeah,
God,
with no air
dude.
conditioning.
My wife. So it's so funny. I told my wife, I was like, hey. So funny story is, I have a bunch of cops that knew my life. Like
Right,
they would
right,
come
right.
to the village and watch
Yes.
me play. So my wife never knew that side of me. Like when I met her, we weren't playing music, and then we started getting back into it. And when Saints got back together, my wife shows up to a show, and one of my cop buddies walks up to her and is like, "Never seen this side of Drew, have you?" And she's like, "Oh my God, this is wild." Because man, I walk up into Vino's and everybody's dapping me
Right.
up, from the cooks to the freaking
Right.
crowd, and it's like, I mean, she's like, "Who are these people?"
Oh,
Because all she
what's
does-
going on?
Well, y'all did that hip hop fucking beach ball breakdown
Yeah.
bullshit too.
Oh, boy.
That shit was fun as fuck, yeah.
That's a joint. So I tell her, I'm walking out, and I was like, "Hey, we're filming a music video," and she was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, we're filming a music video. No big deal. It'll take me like a couple hours. I'll be home." She's like, "Okay, whatever." Well, half a day goes by,
Mm-hmm.
and my buddy Mike, who's a sniper on the SWAT team, plays the bad guy in that video. We
Good
come
job.
back-
Okay.
I should train with that guy, by the
Yeah,
way.
at jiu-jitsu. He's
yeah,
a killer.
Jiu-jitsu, yeah.
He's a scurry looking
Legit
man.
killer.
So I
Yeah.
met him on the range when I was going through rookie school, and I made fun of his protein shaker because I was asking him, I said, "Whose sippy cup is that?" And he goes, "It's mine, motherfucker." He looked at me and goes, "It's mine, motherfucker. You got a problem with it?" And he looked at me with this cold stare. I said, "Not at all. I thought it was somebody else's. Enjoy your drink out of that,
You
sir."
like breakdowns?
Yeah. So he asked me, he goes, "I heard you're in some metal band. What do you like, play like Nickelback or something?" I was
Oh
like,
my
Come
God.
on.
"Oh, asshole." I was like, "Let me talk to you." And I was like, "You know about this music?" And he's like, "Yep." And I was like, "You and I about to be best friends." And we actually became really good friends out of that. Go
Can
ahead.
I piggyback?
Yeah,
Do
go
you know
ahead.
how me and you became best friends?
Lay it
Do
on
you
me,
remember
bro.
the story?
Hear it. Tell me.
Okay, I don't remember who's playing. I think it was you guys. And Ashes
which
of
band?
Augustine.
Saints, Catharsis.
It would have been
Tomorrow's
Descended.
Rescue.
Well, listen.
Which band was I in?
No. It would have been Descended, right?
Oh, the
DFW,
Wolvesies.
the Wolves.
We knew
Party
each
band.
other. No, we knew each other. Okay,
Dude, I've known you for like 47
yeah,
years.
yeah, we knew each
That's
other,
bullshit.
but we weren't like buddies. And
We
then
didn't touch each other privates.
no.
No, okay.
We hadn't.
Everybody
We,
saw
had,
it at one of our shows.
we have not docked yet.
Shut up. That's another story, by the way.
yeah. So we're at the village, and I'm talking to. I swear to God, this is Jeremy McKell. I'm talking to Jeremy McKell. I'm talking to. It was either Brock or the other guy. There's a guy there that I can't remember. his
Workout
fucking
Brock?
name. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you come up, and we're talking about breakdowns,
Brock.
and we
course. Michael
invent.
Brock?
Yes,
we
Michael
get-
Brock.
Oh, one of my best,
I
my
love
hetero
Michael.
life mate,
Right,
man.
right.
That's my best fucking.
That
He's one of
dude's
my.
in such good shape. I hate him.
You know what sucks is, yeah, he is.
I hate him. He's so in such good shape.
He's fucking engaged now.
I know. I saw him.
Michael.
Insane.
It blows my mind.
Michael.
You come up, and me and you, this is when we became best friends. We mentioned shotgun breakdowns.
Yeah.
And literally, you were like, so are we best friends? Because I had my shirt. No, it was like this, right?
Yeah.
And you go, is that a Thursday tattoo? And I was like, it is a Thursday tattoo. He's like, you want to do shotgun breakdowns? I was like, I'll do shotgun breakdowns any day. I was like, you were like, we're best friends. I was like, okay, we're best friends.
I love it.
Yeah, dude.
We've known each other for like 20 years.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it was, I'll never forget it. It was in the people who know the village, there was like that funnel.
Right.
Yeah.
So you had the bar and that black wall.
Yep.
Right in between that on that staircase, dude, is when me and you became best friends.
Dude, that's crazy. That's so. I remember that. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
I love
that's
it.
So funny.
And then later, I think the Devil Wears Prada did the shotgun breakdown.
Yes.
Suckers.
The zombie
those
EP.
suckers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those dudes are like, some of those dudes are like cops now, I think.
I don't know.
Whoa, weird.
I think a few of those dudes became police officers in Nashville after that.
I know a
Think
lot of
so.
people hate that band, but the zombie EP is like the heaviest thing I've
Dude,
written.
those
Dude,
guys.
I used to shit on a lot of bands, and I go back and I'm like, man.
You still do, bro.
Well, you used to shit on my favorite band, Converge. How about that?
Well,
Hey,
you know.
Whose facts is
Hey, it's
is
not,
that?
That's not my opinion. That's my fact, bro.
This dude made fun of me for Converge was one of the most influential bands. When I first heard them, I was like, these dudes, I don't know what it is about them. It's a acquired taste, obviously, but they got me. And I remember because I look up to
I
Jeff when it comes to
hated
music.
Converge for a long time.
Because it was Jeff, Carl, and Michael Moore who were all like the big brothers of hardcore. You saw them in a mosh pit, you knew you were going to get taken care of.
Watch out, bro.
So this dude shitting on Converge, I was like, man, it kind of hurt a little bit. I was like, dude,
Yeah.
what?
Jane Doe is an amazing record, bro.
He's like, he looks at me, his exact words were, Converge, not only, Converge sucks. That's not my opinion. That's my fact. And
True
it was like,
story.
it was like my freaking heart got ripped. I was like,
Dude,
God dang it.
back
and
then
it
I
was
would
like,
have said
I think
the
was
same
it,
thing.
was it Descended from Wolves where we got back together as a band, and I don't know if it was Wolves.
Was your drummer Daniel?
Which one?
The redhead?
Dylan.
Dylan. Yeah.
I don't know if it was Wolves or if it was Saints when we got back the second time for Saints, where he was like, I like Converge now.
Dude,
Yeah, yeah.
Converge is so good.
I retract
They're
my
so
statement.
good. I retract it. They're so
Dang
good.
it.
Yeah.
Bruce used to give me shit for listening to Converge, and
I don't
one day
care.
he was like, their drummer Drew is amazing. I'm like,
Yeah.
their drummer does stuff that's
Dude,
I didn't think
Converge
Lance-
is
yeah.
the new Black Flag. I don't care what anybody says.
They're-
They're so good.
they're great.
They're this generation's Black Flag.
There's something about that band that like still this day I will listen to the songs, and it's Jane Doe and Concubine that always get me. But I will listen to those. I'm like, oh my God. And then I go further down and like songs like Deep Blue or Emerald Blue, I think it
Emerald
is.
Blue. Yeah, that
It's-
song's so
it's
good.
Like, wow, like you can get so melodic. with that
Aimless
shit.
Arrow.
Right.
Oh, they're so good.
Right.
And
So
speaking of
good.
bands that got back together that used to influence me, Hope's Fall.
Oh
Ooh,
my God.
That's a good one.
The
Yeah,
new record is
That
so
stuff,
good.
like, when I started listening to that, I started going down memory lane like hard.
There you go.
Dude, Hope's Fall's new
is what-
record is so good.
Hope's Fall's vocals. If there's any vocal style I'll try to mimic, it was Hope's Fall's vocals who got me. And we would listen to their melodic delay
Mhm.
pedals and stuff. I'm like, that's the perfect mix of hardcore and melodic music that I can
Dude,
get to. And
End
that's
of an
what we
era.
got-
My wife
Yes.
knows. I'm like, when I die, and we have our thing, play
Yeah.
End of an Era.
End of an Era, yeah.
That is like,
Can you
It's
can you
amazing.
imagine our funerals?
dude. I know, right?
Wow, dude.
I know, right?
I told the guys at the barber shop, they know this. I was like, when I die, I don't care how illegal it is. You guys put me on a fucking boat and you shoot
Yes,
an arrow out
arrows,
and catch it
flaming
on fire,
arrows. Yep.
And I want
Like
some freaking-
Guar.
I want some. I want a Viking.
There you go. I
The
do
dude from
too.
Guar did that.
Did he
bro.
really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
the
I
singer-
don't like
all
Guar. so I
all
don't
the
know.
metal bands were there, and they put him out on a
That's so sick.
on
dude.
a
So
like
illegal.
a little boat.
Oh, it's
and-
100% illegal.
Yeah.
Oh, dude!
Yeah.
And
In
they,
this-
they,
in this
they
country.
shot an arrow and set him on fire
That's
in a
badass.
lake. It was amazing.
God, I
badass.
want
It's
that.
so
dude.
amazing.
I'm
That's
just
what I
in it for
told him. I was
Vikings
like,
too.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
I was
can't,
like-
I don't have the beard, but you know,
I told the guys,
6'2" and
I was
You can
blonde
grow
hair.
it. You
Yeah.
can grow it.
You guys play metal, and I don't want anybody that I don't know not talking at my funeral. I was like, you can let anybody talk. Open mic.
Open
Say,
mic.
If you want to talk shit about
Drew
me,
sucked.
Drew
His
sucked.
bands
He told
were
me my music
terrible.
sucked in high school, but fuck it, I still like it.
See, same,
Yeah.
same.
Yeah.
And you guys, oh my God, man, this is so fucking. I'm just memory laning so hard right
Oh,
now.
Hardcore.
We all go back so far. Me and
Dude,
Drew
we-
go
It's-
back.
Everything's intertwined because we've, when I was in Saints, I came and did vocals with you at.
You did.
Was it Todd's house?
No, that was Brad's house.
Brad's-
R.I.P.
Brad.
Also.
Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
We did the.
We
vocals.
did vocals for Hands.
I did.
Yeah.
I think the.
It was called
might be a wrecking ball
subtraction.
kid. Yes.
Subtraction, construction, addition,
It
destruction.
was a crazy long title. I
Yep.
was like, they were like, we want you to scream these lyrics. And I remember at the time,
You might be a wrecking ball, kid,
Yeah.
but you're too damn small
yeah.
Nice.
So Todd would,
to break this building.
yes, Todd would do these laps around the house to keep his adrenaline pumping. And I was like, where
Yeah.
did you learn this from? He goes, August Burns Red does it.
Yeah, literally.
I was like, oh,
Nice.
okay, cool. So it must
Good old
work.
Jake.
Well, my fat ass didn't go run. I was like, I'm just going to try to scream this one. And I remember seeing like video of it and like screaming into this mic. And at the end of it, I remember hearing Corey like, yes, that's it. I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, cool. I guess I hit it right then.
Yeah.
I didn't know shit, dude.
Dude,
Well,
what's
because
so-
we were like a funky timing. We were
Right.
like into like
Dillinger-ish.
5/4, and we were
Yes.
very
Oh,
Dillinger-y, and we still are.
New England style metal is what I call
Right,
that.
like
Yeah.
Friday night, we had 40 people on stage moshing while our singer was crowd surfing on the
Amazing.
mosh
I
pit.
love it. I love
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Watching video from like, so my dumbass decides I left work at about 7 o'clock from the shop. I get home. I was like, okay, I'll get there. Doors open at 7, so that means we'll probably start about 8 o'clock. I've got plenty of time. I go home. I start a fire in the fire pit.
I saw
how it
your
starts.
stories. I was like, I guess I know
started
what Drew
drinking-
was
I started
doing.
drinking whiskey.
Yeah.
Because I told Dalton, I lent Terminal Nation a TV. I was like, hey, this is the TV that doesn't work anymore.
Man,
Write whatever you want
those
on it.
guys.
Smash it.
It worked,
Tearing it
and they
up.
kicked a hole through it.
Yeah, that's what I was
It
told.
was
It was going to get
fucking
destroyed. So I was
crazy.
like, do it justice because it failed me. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, I've got time. My second whiskey drink in, I'm like, man, I feel good.
Yeah.
Then I start looking at Instagram. I'm like, damn, the show's already started. Then I start seeing everybody's set. I'm like, I'm not going because I know
I
Brian.
told you, right?
Brian's
I ran
doing
into this dude.
Brian's doing a saturation right now where they're pulling everybody over, and I was like, I'm not about to get a DWE. I'm 34 years old
Yeah.
with a wife and a kid.
Yeah.
34. What
So
a
my
young
third
guy.
drink in, I'm like, everybody's like, where you at, bro? Because I was going to do Cop Drop with Terminal Nation.
Oh, so good.
It
And because I kept
was-
talking about it, I was like, I'm gonna do this with you guys.
Bro,
I'm gonna
they
be
had
there. I
two
failed them completely.
guillotines, two
Sorry,
TVs.
It
guys.
looked insane.
It was.
And you guys let everybody borrow your light set, right?
Yes, we did.
See, fucking
Yes.
props to those dudes because most people are like, nope, it's our light set.
Well,
Fuck
well,
off.
well, we have a real we have an actual LD.
Yeah.
We have a guy. He's
Right.
trained. He has certificate. Whatever you want to call
Whatever
it. We
you
have
wanna call
a
it,
lighting
yeah.
designer. And he was like, everybody wants to use it. I was like, yeah, just do something different. So the first band didn't want anything. I was like, okay, cool. Second band, we turn on the lights, and then towards the middle of their set, we do like some slight movement, some color. We add to it.
Right.
And then our set, clearly, like go full bore.
Dude, y'all do so good. Dude, my hands, I'm
like-
going to say this on the podcast. My hands is amazing. Those dudes tear it
Well,
up.
you guys bring it like
We're
to be
very
honest
the
with you,
You bring the
chariot.
party. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
so the bands that I grew up watching, Converge.
We embody that.
Every Time I
Yes.
Die. Every time I die, Dillinger Escape Plan. Watching you guys go nuts and still, because it's an energy thing for you.
It is
like,
an energy thing.
My problem has always been if the crowd's not into it, it's hard for me to get into it. You guys don't give a shit.
We're 1 plus
Yeah,
1,000.
You just freaking do
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And I'm like, I've always respected that about you guys because I watch y'all. I'm like, dude, it don't matter if there's 2 people here or there's freaking 2,000 people here.
Yeah, you get the same
guys
show.
Go, you
Yeah.
guys go nuts. And
Go
that's
hard.
always been something I've struggled with as a vocalist. I'm like, you can ask, Jeff's seen me. He's seen me at my best. He's seen me at my worst. There's days
I've
I'm
definitely
like,
seen you at your worst.
There's-
Turbo.
there's 5 people here. Like, what the hell you want me to do?
Yeah, right. The day we played with you guys, well, Todd, I have to give a shout out to Todd because he's not like every other vocalist, man.
Right.
And he just
Good old Todd.
Todd does.
like we watched him. It's rare when a band who's known for being insane stops to watch how insane someone is being.
Right.
And at the show, he climbs a ladder and crawls across
He's
the
so
beams.
good, man.
And like he crowd surfs and gets down in these people's face, and you're just like, is this real life?
Right.
Like
Who
this
did
guy is
this?
so
Right.
crazy. Like I love Todd, man. He's one of my
Oh,
favorite
dude,
people.
You
He's
guys
so
are awesome.
he's so genuine and so nice. And,
Todd's, he's legit. I remember seeing him all the time when I was a police officer. I'd see him all the time at Starbucks.
right. And he still works there. And I
Yeah.
remember when we played with you guys, like Jeff texted me, he goes, and we're mid set, and I remember being like just fucking wore out. And he was like, he texted me and I picked up my phone and he was like, "You guys are fucking killing it."
Dude,
killing it.
dude,
They
you
were.
guys destroyed us that
and
night.
that's the thing
It was
is, like,
so
I'm gonna
good.
give some shout out to like, so you guys, and this is just coming from a vocalist standpoint. You guys, Sean from Color Design.
Dude, Sean Hood's one of my
Sean's
favorites.
so good.
He was
Dude,
in
I love that
Annabelle.
kid.
Do you guys remember?
Yeah, I remember the Annabelle's.
He likes the
names.
Penguins
Yeah.
though, so I can't support him. But he's amazing.
No, he
I
does
love
love the
Sean.
Penguins, but I don't give a shit. Like that dude.
Sean's so good.
I only like the Penguins because my wife likes the Penguins
Oh,
because they're
Bruins.
penguins.
Yeah, whatever.
Yes, I know.
Sean's so good.
Sean's ability to get out and mingle with the crowd,
Yes.
regardless of size, is awesome. Those, that band right there is, I love it, and I really love Terminal Nations, man. Their sets very what do you want to say?
Violent?
Very crowd. It's very and very crowd involving.
Dude, fucking
everybody
Friday
had a choice
night.
on vocals on that, and
they-
watching those dudes.
They had two vocalists Friday night.
So Chase
Oh
Barber's
my
with me,
God.
and Chase broke his hand.
Really?
Yeah, and Chase like,
Is that why Dalton was playing
Yes,
bass?
that's why
Okay,
Dalton-
I was about to say.
I was
yeah.
like,
That's-
so Chase
yes.
like, I can't play bass. I was like, bullshit, man. Yes, you can. He's like, no, I really can't. I was like, okay. And I was like, don't worry about it. I'll play bass because Tommy can just strip on.
Yeah, dude,
rip
Tommy's
Dude.
amazing.
Dude,
Tommy's so
Tommy
good.
was on here. He came out, whatever. He came out and jammed with me.
Dude, he's
Tommy's
insane.
so good.
He's
so
insane.
I sold that dude
Terminal
my Charvel.
Nation
I
is
told him-
amazing.
They're-
band.
they're
Those
amazing.
guys are so
Yes.
good.
I sold Tommy my Charvel and said, hey man, just make it sound better than I ever could. And he sends me
No
a-
problem.
a video of him playing that Converge song on it. I was like, okay, it was worth the price.
Good,
Yeah.
worth it, worth it.
Enjoy
He's
the
so
rest
good.
of that thing because I could, whatever.
Well,
I can't
dude,
make
like
it.
coming from an old guy who's like in his 40s,
Right.
And like I'm about to push 40. Like it's so amazing to see you guys like My Hands to War and freaking Terminal Nation and these kids just ripping it up.
And repping Arkansas metal.
repping Arkansas,
Our music, whatever you wanna
absolutely.
call it. I don't give
It's
a
so
shit.
Dude,
awesome.
yeah. After okay, so we did that show for the stage and stuff, and we're gonna replace everything. The
Yeah.
speakers are getting completely reconed. The lights are getting replaced. There's gonna be actual lights again. Finally,
Yeah.
the stage is gonna be 100% solid as a fucking rock.
I got one ask. I got a question though.
Yeah, go for it.
So you do work with a guy named Brandon Ballou,
Yeah.
and me and him were talking while I was cutting his hair.
Yep.
The barbershop's full of secrets. Most of
Right.
I don't tell. Client
That's
barber
okay.
relationship.
Tell them right
I
here.
have
But
no
now
secrets.
Brandon did make one mention, and I strongly agree with him. Will there be a drum riser?
No.
Damn! Come on!
I've been asked 3
Why
times.
not?
I know. I've been asked 3 times
That's
about
a
the drum riser.
vocalist's love to be able to put that
Dude,
foot on
so
a
like I'm gonna be
riser.
honest, like he and I were talking yesterday.
Shit.
So I want to
The
help him
only
rebuild
way
the stage.
Listen,
I want to know what's under there. I want to know what's under
Do
the
you know how much
stage.
shit would be under there?
Oh,
yeah,
I
I've
can't wait.
seen. I've seen.
How?
What?
If you lift up that shitty fucking
Yes, that
hole,
carpet
right?
flap.
if you lift that up, you can. It's just 2x4s.
Oh,
If you stick your head down there and shine a light, bro, it is bullshit.
dude, I cannot
yes,
wait.
yes.
I cannot wait. Dude, you gotta call me when you're working.
here's
March
what
3rd. Hey,
I'm there.
everybody!
I'm there.
I know
March-
we're gonna do
That's
a
a Sunday, right?
yes.
That's when I
I'm
come back
there.
from the Squatch Hunt.
We're gonna be announcing it very soon. I'm gonna announce it here. March 3rd is the date.
I'm there.
What time?
Yes, 7 a.m.
Who cares?
Well, I'm
there.
coming back from Oklahoma that
Li-
day.
Here's the deal. It's an all-day event.
Okay.
It's gonna take all day.
Yeah, that's a big bill.
I'm going to talk. I'm going to meet with the people. Here's the deal, man.
You know, the owners of Vino's are still like a mystery to me. I have no clue who owns that.
We'll talk.
That's
later.
another day.
We'll talk
Well,
later.
I'm just
Another
saying,
day.
like to me, like Vino's has always been this faceless.
It's
like,
always
it's
been-
always the promoter that.
Listen,
I think
Stan
of in
said
my
it perfect. It's a venue for the people, by the people. If you
It
want something
absolutely
done,
is.
you do it yourself.
because it's Fletcher, it's Sam, it's Haley,
It's Haley.
and it's
Haley was there.
Brian.
Dude, that's amazing.
I went up to Haley after the show. I
Amazing.
said I didn't know anyone from the old school was going to be here. I honestly thought Fletcher might show up,
right.
but he did not.
Oh,
And I gave her a
Haley
big
and
old
Sam, dude.
I gave her a
Fletcher,
big ass
oh
hug.
my god.
I was like, I
Shout
love
out.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. She was
So
like,
amazing.
Hey, shouts out to Haley though. She kept the security off my back when I did go stage dive at the end of the show.
Hey!
and I never got a chance to really thank
Hey,
you. So if you're listening, thank you because I hear you on video at one point
Yes.
as I'm running. She's like,
They're
no,
cool.
they're cool. They're cool. Leave
They're
it alone.
cool.
I'm like, midair. I'm like,
Yes, yes.
She
Well,
freaking saved me.
You
dude.
are a freaking giant.
Yeah, but
She-
I mean, me
She
and my-
also saved Under Oath from being called out because they were like, "It's Chris's birthday." It wasn't Chris's birthday.
It's like nobody's birthday.
No, it's nobody's birthday. Yeah, they got free shots for nothing.
Hey, watch out.
Hey, man, you gotta work the
Chris,
system,
the,
man. They're definitely
that guy.
hey, he just got his own album, man.
He's good. I love that kid.
I've eaten
Dude,
lunch.
I have so much video of these bands before they
Right,
got big.
right.
I've got to share it with you.
I can't wait to come to your house, dude. Fuck.
Come over, bro. Dude,
And you
I
said
have a
Alan
whole
lives right next door?
What?
You said Alan lives right next door?
Dude, Alan lives across the street from me,
Oh
and
my
I have a
God.
whole separate house that I have with
We still can't.
full
We still
of
can't write a
stuff.
second album though.
What?
Still can't write a second album though.
We
I
can't.
was going to ask. I didn't know if there was anything off topic, but
There's nothing off topic.
can we get to that?
Most definitely.
Go ahead, lay it out, bro.
I want to know, man. Like, okay, so the show's over, and you guys might have played the show.
Oh
Yes.
God, the
That's the
worst
thing.
day of my life.
Yeah.
I would have loved to play
Yeah.
that.
I was
Dude,
really
color
excited.
design, Terminal Nation, My Hands to War.
Go for gold.
Dude, go for gold.
Go for gold.
That would have been.
fucking slay.
I heard they were so good.
Yeah.
It's dumb that it's only their second show.
Oh,
if you
dude,
watched it,
God,
you're
that
like,
band's so
every
good.
band that played that brought
Yeah.
their A game,
and
I
that's
say
what
this.
sucks is I would have.
I broke my fucking hand.
to play
Yeah.
that.
Everybody
I
keeps
would've
asking
loved
me,
it.
like, how the hell you know? I'm like, dude, just watching from the sheer amount of video that I saw from separate
It was so
social media
amazing.
platforms.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, everybody brought their A game, and I still like kind of kick myself in the ass for not going.
I got kids, bro.
That's
Listen,
well, here's the
couldn't
deal.
help
It's
it.
like Jeff when we got Saints back together, we had this understanding. Everybody in the band had kids except for our
Right,
drummer.
right.
All right. Well, I say that everybody had kids in the band. When we write the album, we lose Dylan. Dylan goes back to doing his own thing. We bring in Jake.
Right.
Jake's our single man of the band.
Right.
Yeah.
So we
He's
try to
handsome.
play shows, and we've talked about this earlier in the podcast when we were talking about Wake,
Right.
how you're bigger outside of your own state than you are in your own state.
Right.
Well, that's how it is for us. We'll play shows in Tulsa and bring 300-400
I was
people.
just fixing to bring up, you
Yeah.
guys played with
Yeah.
us in front of, I think it was 118 people.
That was
And
an amazing
that's a
show.
crowd.
That was a crowd.
That's a
That was
crowd at
amazing.
Vino's now.
And then the next night, y'all played Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Y'all actually invited us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were like, come on, let's do
But
tag
we were
teams.
like, oh, dude, we all have to, like, we
Yeah.
all had to work. And I was like, I would kill.
That would have been so good.
I would have fucking
Yeah.
killed to be like,
Well,
let's all
props to
travel.
Our homie Jamie in Tulsa that hooks us up.
Yeah.
But dude, like Tulsa is like our second home.
And the film and the videos from that show were
they go,
fucking
hey, they
legendary.
go all out on that show, and the show's for a great cause.
I feel like
anyway.
Tulsa's one of those places where, like,
It's
It's like a
Little Rock
Russellville.
used to- yeah,
Yes.
it's like a Russellville,
It's hidden
Little
gem.
Rock. Like
There you go.
It really
like
is.
nobody come like you don't realize it, but you go to Tulsa, you got a good turnout.
You do.
no matter what.
People, it's like there's nothing to do. There's
Right.
stuff to do, but at the same time, there's nothing for metal bands. So if you like metal music and you hear that's coming through, you're gonna go watch it.
right,
So
right.
we did that. We all understood that we're family. We got
Yes.
families. We've been friends for over 20 years now. Yeah. So that's the hardest part was, writing this music. It was amazing. Recording the album was amazing. Getting to play these songs for our friends and our family
Right.
was awesome. It's maintaining a steady
Yes.
schedule of playing shows.
So
was
hard.
The
hardest thing
status
ever.
quo.
yeah.
Because there'd
Yes.
be days where we have a group chat and he'd hit out like, okay, we got to offer this show this day.
Right.
Everybody's gonna look at their schedules. Well, I'm gonna be gone this week, or I've got this coming up. It's like, okay, cool. No, it wasn't hard for us. We didn't want to say yes and then 2 months before say no. So
Right.
we never set ourselves up for failure. But it started getting a little bit harder and harder. We played one show in December of 2017.
18.
Was it 2017?
2018.
17.
Our last
17.
show was 2018.
No, 2018 just passed.
You're lying. No,
No, well,
2017.
because you guys,
2017, yeah.
well,
Yeah,
because
you're
you guys said y'all would play our show, and I'm not, I
Yeah.
was not mad, but y'all canceled like the day before,
Oh, dude, it was so bad.
and I was like, oh,
Yeah, so
like
I hit
these
you,
guys,
I
these
hit
guys
you
are
up.
like,
So I hit up the group chat and I was like, listen,
Right.
we got, because Chase at our barbershop, Chase and Dalton,
yes,
we're both like, hey, of Terminal Nation, we're both sitting here. It's like, you guys should play the show with us. And I was like, okay, that'd be a great way to end.
could you imagine?
That'd be a great way to end on this note of, becoming Saints it's hard for us to keep this band together
Right,
just because of the fact that we all have family, all have jobs. I was like, okay, we don't get to play very often. Let's just end on a good note.
And you'll have great jobs.
We got some.
Do
fun-
we?
Well,
I'm unemployed, bro.
Yeah, talk to Jeff right now. I don't know right now.
I quit my job last Friday. I'm a
Yeah.
vagabond.
You did?
Yeah,
he's
I did.
bouncing around on a train.
I'm bouncing
It's
around.
crazy.
Okay, well, Drew
I work in a
has
barbershop.
an amazing
I
job.
love.
Well, Alan's
I
a
love it.
teacher.
Alan's a teacher.
Hey.
He still loves his job though.
Yeah,
Dude,
he
here's
does.
the deal. I'm
off on
jealous.
a
I'm
summer.
jealous of Drew's job.
Yeah, well,
It's a
who
fun
isn't?
job.
He makes a lot of money.
Bro, my wife is a
That much
hairstylist.
money.
She
Yeah,
is.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a hairstyle.
I paid a lot of money for her to go to hair school.
right?
And that's why I don't go to Drew, because you
No,
will
yeah.
cut my hair for free.
Switched
Right.
up, baby.
Listen, I follow all you guys on the social medias. I talk to
On
you
the
guys through
medias?
text, all that
Yeah.
bullshit. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. I think I would have fun at that. And then she's like, hey, cut my hair. And I'm like, oh, fuck, no.
Dude, it's
There's no
it's
way.
fun.
No way.
I heard you guys have Bradley, though, too.
well, we did have Bradley.
Okay.
Bradley was working at a Sherwood shop for a little while, and then Bradley decided, he was like, man, I'm driving all the way from Hot Springs.
Right.
This ain't working
It's like
out. I was
2
like, I get
hours.
it. It's a brand new shop. You're
Yeah.
not gonna have clientele. So he decided to go back down to Hot Springs until
Right.
he moves over to London. But getting back into that, Chase and Dalton were really advocating that Saints play because Stan's been on here before, and he from Terminal Nation has talked very highly about Saints.
Right.
And they said you guys
Shout
should-
out to Stan.
yeah, shout out to
That,
Stan.
Stan's
that
man.
guy.
You
Man.
guys should play the show. So I was like, well, shit, I'll reach out to Corey and I'll see what he says. And I was like, so I hit the guys up. Everybody responds. Jeff's like, hey, man, I can vouch for Corey. Corey's good to go. Corey lives on a freaking ranch somewhere.
Corey, our
Freaking-
guitar player.
Yeah,
Right.
our
Like
guitar
Corey,
player.
the drummer
Yes.
first.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so Corey, our guitar player.
Podcast boy.
You for so
There you
long.
go, dude.
It's
He
not
lives-
too long. You're gonna be our drummer.
Yeah.
Whatever.
He lives out in
No way,
Rosebud or
bro.
somewhere crazy.
Romance.
I honestly,
Romance.
Yeah.
I honestly would have.
Dude, our guitar player lives on like a legit farm.
A ranch.
Like,
yeah.
Does he
like
really?
a ranch. Like legit.
I love him
So
more
his
now
service is
than
shoddy.
ever.
So Jeff's like, I've reached out to him. He's good. Alan was good. Jeff was good. I was good. We couldn't get a hold of
Yeah.
Jake.
Jake.
So then I'm like, all right, I jumped the gun and I hit you up. I'm like, listen, we want to do this. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh my bet. You guys are gonna play last. This is how it's gonna go. And I'm like, well,
Last?
Yeah, dude.
No.
Oh,
no.
yeah. Hey,
Wait,
listen.
no way.
Yeah, I was all about it.
No way.
Hey,
That's what
listen,
everybody else
there
said,
was a
too.
group chat. We were talking about doing a pillow pit.
No.
You got- yeah.
There's no way
No.
we headline over Terminal Nation or My Hands to Work. There's
Listen,
no way.
That's what I said too. But then after they was like, no, we're all gonna do it. I'm like, okay, I'm not
No.
gonna fight this because
Everyone would have
Yeah.
left. Everyone would have left.
No, dude,
no
hey.
way.
Hey, this show was like 20 years ago show.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Bro,
The
No
Terminal
way.
Nation had as many people as fucking cover design. I want to give the people. Let me do this right now. The people that came to that show on Friday night,
Right.
it was like
Oh, it
looking
looks so
in-
magical.
dude. It was like looking into the past.
Oh, it's so amazing.
Not only did so people go smoke, they go get their food, blah blah
Right.
blah blah blah. But when every band played, that room was packed.
Oh, I love it.
It
love
was,
it. It was awesome.
brilliant. And I tell you what, I was up on stage while Terminal Nation was getting ready.
Mm.
They were having some they were running an A/B switch, and they were having some like technical difficulties. Fucking who runs an A/B switch anymore?
Right.
Like shout out to Tommy.
Right.
Don't do A/B
Tommy.
switches.
Good idea, bud.
Good guitar
Yeah.
player.
I don't even think it was his idea. But anyway, they were borrowing our cabinet and stuff, and I was up on stage trying to like do this raffle thing.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this is fucking insane. I'm looking across the
It
way.
looked old school, dude.
Dude,
It looked like the old days.
I was talking to someone after the
Oh.
show. I was like, you know what's really sad is 20 years ago, this was a Tuesday.
Yeah, right?
Right,
Yeah.
that's
This
it.
was a Thursday night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, it's crazy. But like I said,
Yeah. Oh, we have a piss break. If you go through
I'll
this
be in
door,
that cup. I don't care.
no, it's fine. If you go through this door, I tell people all the time, and you go to the end, you'll take a left. You'll see a door in front of you that's open, but just take a left, and you'll be to the.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
all right, buddy.
Y'all go on.
We have plenty to talk about.
Oh, yeah, we got tons. Easy.
So you and Saints, you guys are on this trajectory. You get signed to
Rottweiler Records.
Rottweiler,
Yes.
yes.
We get signed to Rottweiler. Basically, when we got back together and we decided just to write an album, And Jeff was a huge, champion of getting us signed. And I was like, if you think it works, like I just want to go with the band. I just want to make music with you guys because I like making music. Like,
Right.
with Jeff and Alan, it's fun, and even with Corey,
So much fun.
it is. So Jeff like shops us around, and Rottweiler's like, "Hey, we'll sign you," and then boom, it hits, and it's like, "Shit, dude, this just got real. Like we're about to have to do stuff,
Yep.
like keep up with it."
Yep.
So Jeff like writes this out. He's like, "No, listen, it's a one album deal. The option of a second if we want to." And then,
Really?
yeah,
Because most times his third is optional.
yeah. Well, this
Right.
one's a second is optional and no touring clause.
Whoa.
Because I said we couldn't tour. Like I work at a barbershop. I'm a self-employed person. I
Fair.
don't get vacation,
Fair.
paid vacation at least. So we do it, and we're like, all right, let's do this. So we end up we fund the whole recording process. We fund the music video, everything. So
Y'all did fund that.
yeah, there's
Okay.
nothing out of Rottweiler's pocket. They did do some like. I think they did like a lyric video for us, or paid for some some pretty cool graphic
Yeah.
video.
I
stuff
remember
for
the
us.
lyric video. Yes.
But shouts out really honestly to Jeff and Alan because they kind of spearheaded the whole deal, and I just kind of like, I piggybacked off some of that stuff. But when it came down to it, our last show that we played as a band was in December of 2017, and we've passed up several show opportunities. Just trying to get stuff. We were wanting to actually write. Like I was going to come play third guitar, so I go out and buy a guitar. I start practicing up, getting ready for riffing and all that good stuff, and it just kind of starts coming to a slow like,
right.
what are we doing? Like, where are our heads at? Alan's in the middle of transitioning to a job. Jeff was in the middle of transitioning to another job. Corey just had his second child. Jake, just our free spirit, the dude's single.
Right.
So he's just kind of like, whatever. And I'm like, where are we at? Where are we at in this whole deal? And, Alan was just kind of like, well, I think we should just go on a hiatus for a while and just kind of, see what happens.
Right.
And I'm like, no, man, like,
Yeah.
I want to get this thing either done
Right.
or I want it to go a little bit, like, I want one more record.
Right. I'm Drew Garrison.
Yeah, I'm Drew Garrison. Yo, band.
What's going on?
I'm going to write another one.
What's
So
going on?
I'm telling about how,
We're getting the story as to what's going on.
what's going on. So
With
basically,
Saints?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a short story.
Yeah. So, anyways, we kind of have these like group chats. Hey, are we still a band? I'd like check in or not. Are we still a band, guys? Oh yeah, we're
Right.
good. And then nothing for like a month.
A month. Right.
And then it's like, okay. So I finally was like, I just came out and I was like, hey, I would like to have a last show.
right.
I'd like to do it in Arkansas, and I want it to be, us with some fun bands that we know and have it done.
Friends.
And
best.
everybody
Yes.
was on board, and then boom, like we couldn't get a hold of Jake. So it's like, all right, what do we do from here? And so I even hit Jeff up privately, and I was like, listen, dude, like I want this to be a last show for us, and what a perfect opportunity to play a last show. I don't care if we get paid. I just want to end Saints on
Right.
on the right note with our
Right.
buddies. I said, we can just play this benefit show with these guys who want us to be there, and let's just do it right.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm 100% on board with you. We can't get a hold of the drummer. I was like, all right. So then I asked, I was like, well, what about our old drummer, Dylan?
Right.
So he's like, I'll get back with you. Week goes by, and he's like, hey, man, Dylan doesn't have drums.
There's
Right.
no way.
And I was like,
No
okay. So then I was like, now we're creeping down. I was like, I've got to give Corey an answer because they're holding off
Yeah.
on us.
Yeah.
And then finally he was like, to be honest with you, it's me, you, Alan, and Corey that want to do this.
Right.
We can't go any further without a drummer. I was like, all right, I get it. We'll just hold off on this one. So I hit you up. I was like, we can't do it. And then for the longest time, dude, Dalton and Chase were just like, that's the lamest excuse I've ever heard. You can hire a drummer. And I'm like, we even thought about hitting up Lance from
We did.
Sacrifice.
Lance said he'd do it.
He would
but
do
we
it.
couldn't
Yeah,
make it
there's
work.
no way that we could get every song that we wanted to play.
Dude,
Right.
Justin Cole could listen to it one time and play that whole bitch.
Well, I wish I'd known that like 2 weeks ago.
Like I said, dude, it hurt me having to because I told these guys, it's like, I don't want to waste Corey's time. I don't want to waste
Right.
anybody's time. We need to know ASAP. And I was like,
Right.
I need to know within like a couple days.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I don't want to be that band that leads people on, and then boom, we don't pull the trigger. So I hit him up, and we finally worked the details out, and we just kind of realized it's like this ain't happening.
Yeah.
And as much as I want it to happen, I'm not going to force a shitty show.
Right.
Especially, I'm not going to end on a shit note.
Dude, our last show was so bad.
And I
It was
respect that.
so bad.
And I respect that, dude. I get
Well, dude,
that.
the thing is like, dude, Drew's gonna go pee now, so I'm gonna talk bad about him. But like,
My door's only 5 feet tall. I don't know if he'll fit.
He's giant. Well, I mean, it's like
sorry for the vape sounds. I quit smoking 6 days ago, so
go ahead and light it up.
there's no nicotine in this.
Oh,
I'm trying.
oh. Well, let's
Thank you,
hit it.
world.
See
Thank you.
how it goes. Right? Oh, looks good.
Well,
Looks
I
great.
look like a fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, dude, that's the thing that sucks. Is we saw that show and we're like, dude, all our friends there, Color Design, Hands to War, Terminal Nation.
I swear to God,
Oh,
dude, if
it
you
was-
guys had been on that show, I think that room would have blown apart.
Dude, we can't compete with you guys. Not
You
anymore.
can. You
Not-
can.
Not anymore.
Well-
no, we're too old.
No. It's not.
Dude, there's no way. You guys bring
It's not-
way more people than we do.
It's
Terminal
not about
Nation is killing it.
Yeah. Oh,
Color
dude,
Design,
Terminal Nation is-
amazing.
Yes.
There's no way.
Go
There's
for
no way.
Gold. They're 2 shows in, and they're literally 2 for 2 sold out.
Oh, God. They're so good. That band is amazing.
It's dumb.
It's
and then,
dumb how good those guys are.
And then the band I'm playing in, I'm like, bro, you're my friends. Like, it's not
Right.
okay for some people. Yeah, okay. Oh my God, Becoming Saints.
What?
What?
Who
And I'm
even
like,
knows us anymore?
I'm like, yeah, I've known these guys for like 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
I've literally known Drew since fucking grade school. Like, it's not a big deal.
No big deal, bro.
No big deal. He was just gonna get up there and throw volleyballs and scream.
Right. Breakdowns
Right.
and hammer smiles. No big deal, bro.
And then you get up there and you're like, oh, yeah, we suck.
Oh, whatever, dude. Whatever.
It's
We're
like, dude,
terrible.
no,
We're
that's
so
not
terrible.
fucking true. Because you play
so
with us
terrible.
and you're texting me, you guys are killing it. And then I get up, and then you guys get up, fucking. I'm like, what do you mean we're killing it? You
whatever,
fucking
dude.
destroying us.
We're so bad.
I still have the
bad.
text combo, bro.
Whatever. We're so bad.
Like,
Dude,
oh,
No, listen.
my hands is killing it. Oh, you mean you're fucking ridiculous?
Whatever, dude. My hands, Terminal Nation. Dude, go for the gold. What's that? Slick Crip or whatever.
Slick grip, dude.
Slick grip.
They kill it.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're great, dude.
Hey, you know what? I do want to give a shout out real quick. DKC.
oh, dude, those guys.
They just
Listen.
show up in force.
They show up
Dude.
in force.
Not only did they show up in force, they showed up with, I think it was 50. I'm sorry if I'm
It's
getting
amazing.
wrong. Jordan. Ugh, had a little
Jordan
bit
DKC.
Jordan came from Oklahoma.
of- yeah,
From Tulsa?
I've
Yeah.
had a little bit of whiskey. Jordan Furch.
Hate that guy.
Yeah,
Hate
fuck
that
him,
guy.
bro. He
Saw Slayer
not
with that
only
dude.
did
It
he
was awesome.
Whatever, bro.
I saw Slayer
listen.
with that guy. It was awesome.
not
Hate
only
that
did- not only did his friend and him give Lame Johnny super props when we were coming up,
Right.
but he was at the show and him and Brandon Briggles
Yeah.
Briggles!
Yeah, Briggles.
Briggles, they're like, hey, we actually ended up buying double of the shirts we wanted to.
Whoa.
Listen, they sold them all.
Yeah.
They sold every shirt. They spent 2 months of their dues. I want to shout it out. They spent 2 months on their dues on those shirts. They sold every one of them, and at the end of the night, they're oh man, I'm spacing the name. I'm sorry. I'm a little intoxicated.
Well, we've been Bullet and
He
Proper
comes up.
and
He comes up to me with an envelope. I've still got it in my pocket. He goes, "Here's $541."
What?
Yeah.
We sold every shirt except this one. I'm about to go upstage and throw it out into the crowd. I was like,
DKC did that?
"Yes, they did."
Oh, it's amazing. Oh, it's so awesome.
They sold every fucking shirt, dude.
Love those kids.
Listen,
Whatever,
and-
dude.
And I'm gonna say this too: those dudes are solid dudes. They helped us build our Sherwood shop. Those DKC.
DKC?
They did.
Yeah,
they
it's
showed
awesome.
up. They without
Talking about Noodle?
asking for a dime.
Noodle's been working there forever.
Jordan, yeah, Jordan, Noodle, all those guys, like all of them showed up. Lump came out.
Hey, can I
Tyler
ask?
Redmond, all those dudes showed up, helped us out.
Okay,
man.
so this podcast has been like, we're all older.
Yeah.
I'm 35 in like 3 months.
I'm
You're
38.
almost 40.
Yeah, almost
I'll be
40.
35 in August.
You'll be 35 in
Yeah.
August.
What is it?
Does cutting hair, this podcast to me is like, oh, guys, this is the same feeling I get from like all this stuff. Like this is what I get. Like this is giving me that same like, oh man, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Is that hair cutting for you?
For me, I've wanted to cut hair since high school.
See,
Like,
that
18
blows my-
Vision
that
style.
blows
No,
my
seriously,
mind,
like
dude.
that was like
blows my mind.
it's so funny because I remember telling my dad in high school when I was going to graduate, he's like, "All right, son, you either get a job or go to college."
Right.
And I was always told throughout high school, I was like, "Hey, you got to go to college."
Drew's dad was a hard ass.
Yeah. he was.
my old man, dude. He's,
I knew him.
yeah.
He's a tough guy.
So I was like,
tough guy.
I didn't know I had a choice. And he was like, "Well, you do now." And I was like, "Okay." And I said, "How about I'd like to go do hair?" And he's like, "Nope." And I was like, "Okay." Then he says, I said, "Well, I guess I'll just go to college." So I went to college, did all that. But dude, the minute I took that leap from being a cop to being a barber, best day of my life. I love it.
I respect it so
Yeah,
much, dude. I have to admit,
Yeah.
my wife literally goes, "Oh, you mean hot cop?"
Oh God.
Hot cop.
I swear to God,
That's
He's so
funny.
she
handsome.
calls Drew hot cop,
so
and I'm
funny.
like,
so handsome.
"Yeah, it's true."
Dude, I'm thankful. Like, I really am thankful for my time as being a police officer. It was awesome. It taught me a lot, especially about who I am and what I can do. But
Can I ask you an
yeah.
honest question?
Yeah, ask me.
Did it jade you a little bit?
Big time.
Because I worked at the village. You were working across the way.
Yeah.
You came over. There was a shootout. It was a parking lot shootout.
Yeah.
And you seemed like not.
Just everyday thing. Bro.
Yeah, man. You were
everyday
just
thing.
fucking like.
I remember rolling up. I'll tell you this. I remember rolling up by the village. It was right there where Mike's place is. On
That's
Fair
it.
Park. Yeah.
Yep.
Roll up, and I'm sitting here. We just got shots fired calls, and it's notorious on Friday and Saturday nights for being a crazy freaking.
That's
Yeah.
exactly it.
I remember rolling up,
Wu-Tang Clan.
and on the microphone nonchalantly said, "You guys don't get off the parking lot, I'm going to arrest every single one of you."
I remember watching you do
And
it.
pull up, and there's a dude laying there dead, and I'm
What?
like, "Oh shit!"
No, seriously.
No,
yeah.
he got shot.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Damn." So I go up, and I'm the first one on scene. So immediately I'm panicking, like,
First
I've
responder.
got a dead
Yeah.
body, and I've got 200 people around me that aren't telling me anything, because if you snitch to the cops,
Right.
you're a snitch.
Yep.
So nobody's telling me a word. I've got this dude laying here bleeding out, and I'm like, holy shit,
Yeah.
what do I do? Because I just told all these dudes I'm going to arrest them, and like, I was kind of just half-ass joking just to get them off the parking lot, and this opens up to this.
Right.
So after seeing all that and being into that, it calluses you. So you're
Right.
like, whatever. That's another day in the job for me.
Right.
And I work at the barber shop, and a lot of those guys are like, they've never seen a dead body. They've never rolled up on a domestic disturbance. They haven't pulled somebody over who's drunk and just killed somebody. Like, it's crazy. And I have.
Knowing you for like 10 years and then like seeing that,
Yeah.
because I literally remember that moment. You come over and I was just like, that's not true.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's
Right.
dude, so they tell you that in the academy too. You're going to like lose a lot of friends.
Yeah.
So, because you're going to change. And I went through a hard transition period. I'll say probably my first 4 or 5 years, I was not who I was.
Right.
And then I started kind of like, I stepped back and realized, I was like, man, well, I had a friend of mine, Randy, step down, and she's like, listen, you're not the same person.
Yeah.
You're mean to everybody. You're always cynical. You need to step back and realize who the hell you are and where you came from. And I was
From
like,
Metcalf?
Right.
yeah,
I didn't think
Yeah.
I didn't think you were
She's a
mean,
sweetheart.
bro. I just thought you just weren't
well,
who I
dude,
knew.
I was like, there was no joy in being
Right.
in Little Rock and trying to like, I would go
That's
to
a
Little
hard
Rock and
beat,
all
dude.
you see
That's
is
a hard beat.
because I didn't work the bullshit. worked
I remember
Southwest and
seeing like
downtown.
your like Instagram post, and I was like, man, that's not the guy I
Yeah.
grew up with, man.
No, it's not. I mean, that's the thing is you start seeing like the real side of life. And my dad did not want me being a cop.
Right.
He was like, I don't want you to see the shit that I see.
Right.
And I was like, well, I'll just go become a federal agent after this and do that. And it didn't work
Right.
out. They had federal hiring fees about 2 years into my employment.
Yeah.
So I just stuck it out with Little Rock. And finally, I met my wife, and we were sitting on the back porch, and she was like, one day, and she was like, "Hey, is this something that you've always wanted to do?" And I was like, "To be honest with you, I'm going to be completely honest. I've thought about becoming I wanted to be a barber out of high school." And she was like, "Why the hell are you not doing it right now?" And I was like, "Because I don't want to go back to school." And she's like, "Bullshit, go to school."
And
that's
to
when I
be
went to school.
and to be honest with somebody who's worked with Drew's wife hand in hand, she's fucking awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
She's all right.
Yeah, she's okay.
She's amazing.
No,
I love Victoria.
She picked out like all the floors for his house.
Oh,
yeah.
when we flooded our house the second time.
Right. The fucking
I felt
video,
Victoria's
dude.
I'm
amazing.
like, "Hey, Corey, Brandon, y'all want to
Yeah.
help out here, buds?"
Yeah, actually, you know what? Not only will we help out, but we'll do insane shit. Like we
Right.
did hardwood tile on.
They did hardwood tile and a herringbone
In a herringbone pattern.
And knocked it out in a day and a half.
Yeah,
I'm getting moist.
that was Omar. I want to give a shout out to Omar.
Hey, he did it, man.
Dude.
I didn't get much to talk to him, just a few times, but he did a great job.
He's a
But-
great dude. He was at the show. He was there
See?
Friday.
But yeah, so she encouraged me to do hair, and I hooked up with the dudes at Artemis Cuts with Will,
Yep.
and it just skyrocketed from there, and I never looked back.
Dude, I fucking love what you guys, if we can transition to that. So
Yeah.
like we have like Encomium, Descended from Wolves, Becoming Saints,
Yeah.
to like I don't know what to call it, like your adult career, which I actually envy. Dude,
Yeah.
I would kill to be a hairstylist. Ain't
Dude.
no fucking way I'm gonna be cutting people's hair.
Yeah, and no, it's weird because like there's
I
days where I
love-
have to like sit there and
I
be like,
love that you are
"This is my
like,
job."
fuck yeah.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's like you sit there with these guys, and I'm like, that was a hard transition for me, is going from such a structured paramilitary organization
Right.
of having a face shave, fresh shine boots, and keeping fit and looking good in a uniform
Right.
to dudes that like don't give a shit.
Put a
hang
fucking
out,
Z in my
putting
hair.
some freaking stuff in
Yeah.
their eyebrows
lightning
all the way.
bolts.
Yeah, growing a mullet,
Dude,
like,
Matt Chrisman.
yes,
Yeah.
Dude, me and Drew went to school with Matt Chrisman. He was the skinny Asian dude.
Matt recognized. That's how Matt recognized me in the shop. He goes, "I know who you are." I was like, "Yeah, who am I?" And he goes, "You're Drew from Becoming Saints." I still fucking play y'all's records. I'm like,
Wow.
"Oh shit!"
Dude,
Somebody still listens to
I
us?
deflated.
Yeah.
I was like,
he now
"Holy
works
shit."
with like some of the
Encomium.
biggest wrestlers
He
in the
works
world.
with Sheamus.
Yes.
All those
What?
guys.
Yeah,
Yes.
literally.
What?
He's his
Hey,
massage therapist.
He has got dudes from the WWE listening to Becoming Saints.
Swear to
Where's
God.
our checks at, son?
Skip that, man. Shouts out to Matt, dude. For real.
Dude,
That dude is solid. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a
He
fuck.
is awesome, and he plays our music, and he does not give.
He's been one of my
shits.
favorite people literally since high school.
It's amazing.
Not only has he always been nice, my two fingers in the cast, my homemade cast.
Killing
is
it,
fucking
killing
doctor.
it.
Looks
I
like
love
some
it.
homemade shit.
Killing
I like
it.
Not only has he been one of the nicest people of all fucking time, but the second he makes it, he's just like, oh, I'm gonna pass this down for sure.
I love it.
Dude, I love that guy.
That's the way
No,
it
he
should
does,
be.
and also shouts out to him for fearlessly running with me and stage diving at Under Oath for sure.
100% true.
was
And
my
he got
homie,
the
yeah.
the lightning bolts cut
He
in
got
his
the-
hair.
yeah,
Yes.
he always comes through, and he actually got our barbershop's name tattooed on him.
Yes, he did.
Showed up to the shop, and was like, "I've got Artemis Scott." I'm like, "Holy shit!"
Didn't you kiss Spencer when you from under
Yes,
Oath?
he did.
When
He
you,
did.
when you
I sent you the footage.
You did. I
Yes.
had to ask Corey for the footage because I did something dumb. I just said, "Screw it. This guy needs to remember Little Rock for something other
You
than
kissed him.
I went up to him, grabbed him, and kissed him right on his freaking
right on his
cheek,
fucking
and
cheek.
jumped right out there. And that's the
That's
first time
amazing.
the whole show I think he smiled.
Dude,
Oh,
Like,
literally.
I think he lost composure. Like he did not know what to freaking do.
Okay, so yes, he did not know what to do,
Yeah.
and I know the behind the behind the scenes story on that show.
Tell us. Ian.
So that show did not do what it was supposed to do.
we can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were very worried as being a bigger band.
Under
They're
Oath?
fucking selling arenas now.
Yeah.
Those guys are crazy.
Okay.
It's so weird.
You know
playing with
what?
Breaking
Hey,
Benjamin
so
now,
weird.
Hey, listen, you know what? Congratulations.
Dude, go
You
get
spent
it.
20 fucking years chasing.
Go get it.
Thank
Playing
you.
small
Go
shows
get
at
it.
TNT
Go
and
get it.
Yes.
Playing
S-
shows.
Dude.
Playing at fucking Vino's and Juanita's and Juanita's again. And then the
Right.
Village. Shout out. I
Seeds?
got to play with them. There's the posters over there
I
somewhere.
hate you. Whatever. Way to go, bro.
But They did the damn thing. You know what? You asked me to sell out right now, bitch. I'm gonna sell 2,000 records.
I would.
Oh yeah, hands down. So what is that?
Seeds,
Sunflower
bro.
seeds?
Sunflower seeds.
We're grown-ups.
We're breaking the podcast.
Yeah, I didn't chew gum. They didn't say no seeds on the etiquette for a podcast.
Bro.
Phones off.
So, Drew, I have to give you props.
Seeds.
You did a podcast with your buddies. Who was that? They were cop buddies?
Yeah, Two Fellas podcast.
Two
Cody-
fellas.
Yeah, Cody
I
was-
subscribed. I
Yes.
listened.
Yeah, good.
Better than I did.
Hey, listen, they had a power outage.
We did. Oh, it was. We talked about that today, actually.
Okay.
Two Fellas. Shouts out to Cody. He was a recruit mate of mine. We're still great friends. And Steve Ashley, also that one, who's not a cop.
That's it.
But he is a. He works for, I think, Georgia Pacific and travels all over. He's from Oregon, and we talk about Bigfoot a lot together. So Cody thinks I'm crazy. Steve does not. It's awesome.
Boggy Creek, Mo.
I think you're crazy, but I know you forever.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Two Fellas podcast. Good
I'm going
dudes.
for I still think it's crazy.
I think that's fucking awesome. I think podcast is changing the way people communicate.
They are. It's
awesome.
For sure.
I love this.
Yeah.
This is like, oh, sorry guys, we're
We're chewing seeds,
I'll say
whatever.
This is a hard part. Here's the hard part about podcasts for me. I've done this with Adam's podcast on Hog Trough.
Mm-hmm.
I even did this with
Peterson.
Yeah, Adam Peterson. I even did this with your podcast.
Yes.
I texted him while I was listening to him talking to Sean Hood, and Sean was like, "Yeah, we played at the Rev Room," and I'm like, "I must tell Corey now that the Rev Room show was fucking awesome."
It was amazing.
I texted him. I'm like, "The Rev Room show was amazing," and he was like, "Question mark? Question mark?" I was like, "Shit,
Yeah.
I'll probably record this a couple days ago." Hey, Sean's show at the Rev Room was life changing and it was awesome. And he's like, "Oh, you must be listening to the podcast." I'm like, yeah. I'm 40
Funny
minutes
story
into
about Hood. Lance Garvin, taking it back,
Okay.
was on tour with Throwdown.
Yes.
He played drums for Throwdown for a while. And me and Sean Hood were like hardcore dancing to Bury Your Dead. Because Throwdown and Bury Your Dead were on tour together.
synchronized moves. Bury
It
Your
was
Dad.
only me and him.
Hell
We were the
yeah.
only guys dancing to Bury Your
Dude,
Dead.
Sean Hood, he not only was he in a band of mine, but that guy literally just, I fucking love him
I
so
love that
much.
dude.
I love him so much.
I hate that he loves the Penguins, but I love him so much.
I
hate,
just like that he loves fucking hockey. I don't
Yeah,
care. Like,
the
I
same.
used to give him shit for the Penguins, but now he's just like, "Bro, leave me alone. I like everybody." I'm like, "All right, cool."
yeah, at
into
the
it.
show, I was giving him shit. I was like, yo. He was like, what? Because, you know,
you know how
me and
it
him were in a
is.
band together, and he was like, I was like, yo, I noticed your band didn't promote the show.
Oh!
Damn.
Yo, he goes, yo. Seriously, shut up. I was like, and I was like,
Sounds just like him.
dude,
too,
I swear to God, I was just fucking with him the whole time. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
And he's like, seriously, shut up. And I was like,
That is so funny.
That's-
and I was like, yo, fuck you, bro. He was like, yo, don't start no shit. And I was like, I'm gonna start all this shit. And he was like, yo, please.
I love that guy.
Like, dude, I fucking love.
I ran into that guy. We were leaving Boston, flew into Dallas, and ran into him and Josh Richards.
Really?
I believe it,
From
dude.
Mexico?
Uh-huh. Ran
What's
into
his
him.
new
and
band?
I was
What's
like,
his new band?
he's in Josh's band.
Mm-hmm. He plays bass.
He does. It's something. What the fuck is it
What's
called?
Josh Richards' new band?
Josh-
Oh my God.
Sorry, I was vaping, y'all. Hey, I quit smoking 6 days ago.
Smoking what?
Cigarettes,
Okay.
cigarettes. No, I ain't gonna stop smoking
Dude.
weed, bro.
I'm gonna text Richards. Like, what's your new band? I can't remember. Play the bass. Atta Girl?
Shit.
Atta girl.
Atta Girl. That's it. Atta
Hey,
Girl.
you know what? I played with that girl a year ago.
Bring back the fragging monarchists, damn
Right,
it.
right.
Hey,
Shit.
they did really good,
They
man.
were so good.
Who?
At a girl.
Monarchist.
Adam. Yeah. I hear a lot of everything. Most everything that Josh has touched.
Have you guys played the buffet? You
What's
haven't,
a
have you?
buffet?
Yeah, dude. Oh,
Is it a strip club?
98.
no.
Breakfast
no.
style?
No. Bobby Lee
Yeah.
from. Oh shit! I'm gonna be in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Ghost Bones. Bobby Lee from Ghost Bones. At the venue in Hot Springs. Oh, shit.
Arts place, right?
Low Key Arts.
That's it.
Thank you.
Low-key.
Shout out to
Thank
Foul
you.
Play
Hot
Cabaret.
Springs.
That's where they perform.
Yeah, Foul
at,
Play
too.
Cabaret, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, he does
Divine.
he does the fucking Battle of the Bands, but it's a horseshoe. Every band sets up, and as soon as you're done, the next band starts.
Holy shit. That's
Yes.
awesome.
It's at the Low Key Arts Center, and he fucking sets up an amazing show. I love it. I've played it twice now. He actually offered it to us this year, but we're busy. We're playing Maxine's on the 9th.
Maxine's is awesome.
Dude,
Wow.
I love Maxine's. The fact that they have a green room, literally in this day and age,
Who does that anymore?
ridiculous. Yeah.
The dudes in Tulsa do. We get Monster Energy drink and all kinds of good
true.
stuff.
We get awesome, dude. Shout out to Tulsa. They hooked Becoming Saints up. Those
Literally,
places are awesome.
I've never been more jealous than playing with you guys and then watching the fucking Tulsa show.
Oh my god, they're so good.
We get treated pretty good. There's only been
No,
Yeah.
it's good that I'm treating these seeds right now.
we haven't been treated any better than Tulsa.
Jamie, shout out to Jamie from 13 Minutes. Dude, hooks us up. Amazing.
Here's the deal. So earlier in the podcast, you talked about, and this has been hanging with me since we've been talking, and we've been talking for a while.
Yes.
But you said that your band gets compared to. You were talking about your band gets compared to another band, and you're like, I don't see the. dude from
It
Metal
was like
Blade told you that.
Converge. He told us like
Yeah.
Converge and like
So our biggest.
every time I died told us they were. I'm not being whatever.
Right.
We played Keith Buckley and
Jordan.
no,
Andy?
not Jordan.
Andy?
Jordan was inside. Andy actually forgave me for spitting liquid all over his amp. Their
Andy's
drummer at the
huge
time was the Canadian. Fuck.
Well, dude from Norma Jean played drums. Daniel
Davidson
played drums
played
for a while.
Not Daniel. Legslegger.
Ah,
Okay.
gotcha.
Yeah.
We're outside. We're talking to Keith Buckley and Legslegger. And here they go. You're the best band we've ever played with
What?
locally. And they
Amazing.
used the quotations. I'm using quotations. And I
You
was
gotta
like,
understand they probably see some
and then
shit.
Keith Buckley goes, you guys need to get the fuck out of this state.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh.
They
And we
know.
broke up a month later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I go from time to time. I like to go on our
Those guys
YouTube
from
channel.
Buffalo, they know.
Yeah.
They know. Buffalo's a small state. Our small area.
Small city.
I got seeds in my mouth, boy.
I got you,
Anything
boy.
Keith Buckley says is fucking written in stone to me.
Gold, right?
It's Moses for me,
Right,
bro.
it's gold.
So we get compared to, and it's not a bad thing, but I don't see it. But if you go on our YouTube and look at the comments, 90% of them say we sound like
Demon
Hunter.
Hunter.
And I'm like, where the
Where?
fuck
Where
does
is
this come
that?
from? Because like, I'm mad respect to Demon Hunter. Ryan's got some deep vocals.
Ryan's amazing.
And some amazing, like his vocal attributes are insane. Like dude can write.
Jeremiah.
Yeah, all those dudes, Jeremiah, Patrick, all those dudes. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, dude, I'm just a guy, a dumb cop that turned into a barber that writes music, and I scream. And then Corey sings some pretty parts, but that's about it. At what point do we become Demon Hunter-esque? And it just kind of, I don't know.
I
It
like
just
to
kinda
sell
gets me a
those
little bit.
Demon Hunter records. Just saying.
Yeah, if we could sell if we could sell records like Demon Hunter, I'd be totally about it. I'd probably quit my day job.
But he's done, right? He's
Who?
no longer with the A&R of Solid State.
Who?
Demon
Ryan?
Hunter.
no, he
Right?
sells stuff for like Target. He does all the graphic design for Target and Old Navy.
Invisible Creature.
Making
That's what he
money. Yeah, he makes some money.
God, these ranch fucking...
They're so good.
I've got Taco Supreme and I've got Old Bay seasoning if anybody wants it.
I'm getting tacos when I get home. Just
Okay,
saying.
cool.
I straight up had Taco Bueno before we
That's
I
started.
hate your.
I haven't had
Dude,
anything.
I actually texted Drew. It's like, dude, you get any food? He was like, no. I was like, I'm starving.
I wanted to buzz quicker, so I didn't eat. I was like, no, full stomach. I got to drink this proper 12 and let it hit me properly.
So you guys are going, and we went through encomium and catharsis, and
Oh, God,
you
catharsis.
were in y'all are playing soon.
Soul Embrace.
Soul Embraced.
Solid State Records.
Thank you. You guys are playing. We went through Descended from Wolves and Becoming Saints and like all this. Dude, anybody listening right now is just having a fun fucking time.
Oh, dude, we've been in everything.
Can we get to what is right now? Can we get to that?
I don't know. It's a
Talking
hard
about Saints?
question, Corey. It's a hard
You
question.
talking about Saints?
Yeah.
What are we? We're a
Yeah.
band that I hadn't played in a year.
That's for sure.
I think.
So, like, we played
Go for it.
in the early December of last year,
Yes.
2018. We got the highest payout we've ever gotten.
In Tulsa.
$1,000. No, it was in Little Rock. We got paid $1,000, and it was the worst show we've ever played. Ever. We were horrible.
Was that the show with us?
I'm not proud of it.
I'm not proud of that show.
Was that the show with us?
No.
No.
I
No,
wish.
no,
Y'all would have got paid more.
Hey, that show was fun as fuck.
no.
was fun, but
we
y'all
played
got
with y'all.
paid.
That was a great show.
Yeah.
But yeah, we paid $1,000, and we had to restart like 2 or 3 songs.
3 times.
2 or 3 songs. We were that bad.
It was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing.
Hmm.
And that's why I told the guys, I was like, I'm not going to end this. Like, I refuse.
To have that as the last show.
Yeah,
Mhm.
fuck yeah, I
Right.
do. Because I'm proud of what Becoming Saints, like, listen, like you said, we went through a lot of growing stages in our lives. I
Right.
mean, there was a point where I feel responsible for ending the band in the early stages because I was like, I've got to be more mature about my career decisions. I've got to quit playing music and start focusing on my career,
Right.
and left the band. And then Jeff goes on to start playing with freaking Soul Embrace,
Right.
and they go actually like do shit.
Yeah.
So he was gone. So that's when we got Colt Yerby.
Colt, yeah.
And then we actually even had
Amazing kid.
Yeah,
Colt's
Yerby.
amazing.
Then we had
Incredible.
Seth Ashley for a while.
Seth,
too.
yeah. Seth.
You know Seth.
That's
Great
right.
guitar
Oh,
player.
he's one of my favorite people on the whole
guitar
planet,
player.
dude.
And you'll see videos. There's actually videos of us playing at Village with Colt and Seth playing with us. Awesome musicians, awesome guys, helped us out in the clutch. But I refuse, like I said, I refuse to let this band end.
Right.
And I still refuse to. Like, we didn't get to play this show
Right.
at Vino's, but I'm still holding on to, like, we're going to have a last show. I just don't know when it's going to be.
I wish I want to show you guys a text like, oh no.
Well, show it to us. What's up?
Bro, like the heartbrokenness of like, no, they can't do it.
I was
Like,
told, and like Chase and Dalton don't really like bullshit me like too much when it comes to like serious stuff.
From
And they were-
Terminal?
yeah, they were both like kind of bummed that we didn't play,
oh,
and they kept saying, "Well, can you not just hire somebody?" And I'm like, man,
dude.
I don't know who to like reach out.
Who do we hire?
Who do we hire?
Literally,
Corey, next time.
No, swear.
We're
I
hiring Corey.
swear to God, it was like, I'm an okay drummer. I'm
Shut
okay.
up,
Well,
dude.
listen,
Shut up.
the-
Get out of my face with that.
I'm telling you what came to me. It was okay. So like we have like the list, right? The group chat, and it was like, what about Justin? And I was like, yeah, Justin could do it. When do y'all have free? He was like, one practice, and Justin was like, I can't do it. And I was like, it's not gonna
can't
work,
do
bro.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And I
dude,
was
the
like,
fu- the
fuck.
The funny thing is about that show is we had like Jake, obviously.
Right.
Like Jake's our drummer. And then we were like, well, let's reach out to Dylan, who's our original drummer. And Dylan was like, can't do that. We actually reached out to Lance from Living Sacrifice. And he was
Here's how
like,
desperate I was. I'll put it this way.
I swear to God.
I
dude,
hit
y'all
up our group chat. I said, Jake, you in? No answer.
silent.
Silent. So I said, fine. I said, all right, guys, since Jake's not answering, how about we go to Dylan, our original drummer, and see what he says? Jeff immediately hits me up on a private chat. Was like, bro, I wouldn't be doing that shit. I said, no. I'm trying to ruffle some feathers to get
Right.
some response. I don't care if it pisses him off, but if that gets him to respond and gets him to play, I'm into it. Well, then just like, okay, whatever. So I was like, I might be crazy, but that's how desperate I was to play a last
we
show.
wanted to play it so
I was
bad,
risking to cut
dude.
like
I
all
wanted to play it
ties. I was
so
like, all right,
bad.
you know what, Jake, since you don't want to fucking talk to us, see ya,
Hey,
and get Dylan in.
there's not a lot of people that know this, but there's a private chat between me and the people that had this conversation, and they were all fucking, Are you kidding me? Like, dude, we were all stoked as fuck.
That's so crazy because, like,
Dude, Stan
like,
was like, so clearly they're headlining. And I was like, well,
why would we
That's what I said.
headline?
I was like, let's
Why
open the
would we
show.
headline?
It was past our bedtime.
Like, dude, Terminal Nation is like killing it.
The biggest
They
band
dropped
so
them.
good.
They're-
Yeah.
they're
Why
killing
would we headline over those guys? Or even you guys?
Because,
Last time we played with y'all blew us off the stage.
Yep.
Dude, it was dumb.
dude, literally, I would, oh my God.
But
I
like we're like old school, but dude, you guys are way better than us.
I think it's a
Seeds.
respect
Give 'em to me.
thing, bro.
Who cares? Respect nothing. Dude,
I think-
you know what I respect?
I was all
Bands
about
that are
opening.
good. That's
Yeah.
what I
I
respect.
think when Drew Garrison and fucking Jeff Bowie gets on fucking stage and they're the guys that fucking literally shaped your fucking career,
whatever.
it's like, you do what you want, bro.
No way.
And what we want is to watch volleyballs.
And boom.
We want
Those was those days with the inflatable guitars and the volleyballs and the stage and the crowd were some of my favorite.
yeah,
Like,
they
I think-
were,
I
but
think
that
the
was
best
like
show-
20 years ago.
Honestly, the best show that I can remember playing, and it's so funny to look back at it now because I was wearing a backwards New York cap and a Affliction t-shirt.
I still do that.
Was the Matt Evans? Was it the Matt Evans project we did?
Yeah, dude.
That show was sold out. Mel,
We had Mary Bells.
yeah, Mary
Ash-
Bell's
Mary Bell's Day of Doom.
Yeah, so good. Those guys were good. And who else?
Who wasn't there?
We sold Vino's out.
no.
Vino's was completely sold out.
Oh fuck! It was Maribel Days of Doom. You guys,
Ashes.
Now, who's the dude, that panda guy that has the crazy hair? He's in a punk band.
damn it!
I'm gonna see if I can pull that up. Real fast.
Yo, people are screaming right now.
Right,
It
they're
was
mad at
this
us.
band. You don't know.
Because, dude, even Under Oath donated. Under Oath,
Yes,
Throw
they did.
Down, It Dies
Throw Down,
Today,
yeah.
all donated songs to that project.
Chris, what was his name?
Chris from Guitar Center.
No. Oh my God! Longest pause ever, bro. He was dying from cancer.
Yeah, the guy from Matt Evans.
Yes, Matt Evans Project.
Yeah.
It was you guys under oath. Oh my God!
Ashes.
Ashes
Ashes was
Augustine.
involved. Mary Bells.
Here it is, the Matt Evans Project, 1,000 Episodes Forever.
Eric Lunsford, by the way, put that on.
Boom.
Eric Lunsford.
Sam.
PM Today.
Sam.
PM
today.
today. Thank you
That's it.
so
That's
much.
another amazing band from Little Rock
Yeah.
that it got no play.
So
PM
we had
Today.
We had Esteos. We had Johnny Depp
Esteos.
Experience.
Thank
Under the
you.
Red.
Johnny Depp.
Ash of Augustine.
Yep.
After the Tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Jay Lynn. Then the big bands were Hoods, If Hope Dies, Clinch Fist, Throw
Yep.
Down, Under Oath.
Oh my God.
And then
Amazing.
Devin Castle donated all this like studio time for that
Right.
one. So he
hooked us
hard.
up. Yeah.
He hooked that shit up hard.
Yo, straight up the hood, straight up held a guy at fucking ransom at
They
gunpoint.
did. Hey,
Yes, they did. A
Those dudes,
promoter.
that was in the time of being in a band where if a manager didn't pay you or the show promoter didn't pay you, you put them at gunpoint, took them to ATMs, like pay us their fucking money.
That's fucking it.
We got
was
ripped
funny.
off. I'm gonna tell you, Encomium. I'm not even gonna fucking front on this one. Encomium got ripped off fucking hardcore in Memphis at the Kai, and the guy refused to pay us after promising us like $200. And we were like, it was on a Wednesday night. We played with
$200
Embodiment.
in the day was a jam.
Yeah, we played with Embodiment, and the dude comes up to us and says, "Oh man, hard times, bro. Can't pay you guys," and then ends up paying like Embodiment like $600-700. I told Bruce about it, and he was like, "Next time that happens,
Take their sound equipment.
take their sound equipment."
Yep.
And so I proposed that to the guys, and they were
Yep.
like, "We can't do that." And I was like, "I'll do it. Like, I'll be the bad guy. I don't care because I'm not taking time and wasting money because we were playing. We lived in Arkadelphia at the time, so it was a drive back for us. But Bruce was like, "Take their equipment. If they don't pay you, take some monitors, take some mics." I was like,
Yep.
"Damn!" And then we start hearing stories, the Hoods putting people at gunpoint, Terror beating the shit out of people.
Yep.
Oh my
All those
God.
dudes from
Bury
Boston,
Your Dead.
Blacklisted, all
Bury
those
Your
guys,
Dead.
yeah.
Those dudes do
Whooped
that.
the shit out of folks.
Funny story. POD. Crazy Christian band. Crazy Christian band.
I like it.
Love Sonny. Love those guys.
Woof.
Woof. Dude, those dudes, they were notorious. Like promoters would be like,
Dude.
"No, sorry, bro, can't pay you." Dude, those dudes are from like legit Southtown. Those dudes are more gangster than anybody else in the hardcore scene. And they're like, "Oh, for real? Well, we're gonna take you to the account and see what you got."
I swear to God, dude.
Pull that ATM up, dude.
Yeah, dude. You take some dudes from freaking San Diego, Christian or not, those dudes are getting your money. You're getting their money.
It's so funny hearing those stories. I'm like, damn, dude. Like, I never imagined that.
And now you ask for $100 and it's
Yeah.
like, no.
You ask for $150, like, no way, bro.
And that's the
Your
sad
Instagram
thing.
follows are
that's one
terrible.
thing I'm going to address real quick, and I've said this in the barbershop. When we first started out with Saints Again, people were offering us shows.
Right.
And they were like, we want you guys to play. I'm like, all right, cool. We are mature enough now. We've paid our dues. I've been playing music since
We played
1998.
a lot of shows.
Thank you.
So the guys will be like, all right, how's free pizza and like, no,
Beer.
we're not paying it. I'm like, how about fuck no?
Yeah.
And the sad thing is that's fine.
Yeah.
Because then they're going to find the guys that'll do it.
Right.
And it's always that younger band that wants that attention that's going to do it. And it's hard to reach out to those young guys about, listen, man, you're worth more than that.
You're worth
Yeah.
more
And that's
than
one
that.
thing I like to like. If this hits any kid or anybody that's doing a metal band,
Yes.
don't ever sell yourself short.
Right.
Because we're in a time now where people are going to pay for entertainment.
Right.
Get something. Don't do it for pizza and beer. Do it for some money because your time is valuable. And that's one thing. Like, we all earned our stripes playing the Fresh Blood Nights, not getting paid money, and showing up. And we don't want that to be in vain.
Playing those like opening shows for, like, at all costs.
That's
And
the-
every time I
yeah,
go,
literally,
that's
that's what-
And getting nothing. Like,
Getting
you
nothing.
deserve something. And if they try to take in that, another thing that really frustrates me is when they try to take your merch money. You print those T-shirts, you print those CDs, you print those stickers, and then they want your money. And I'm like, listen, man, I get it, but we're bringing revenue to your spot too, even if we're not the headliners.
That's
It's
the
like,
worst thing I
If
ever
we
did on tour.
agreed to nothing and you're paying to play,
Right. Dude,
Get
I'll
the
be honest
fuck
with you.
outta
Like,
here,
you know,
bro.
Drew brought it up earlier, but
Yeah.
I actually signed with like a legit Solid State.
Yes, you did.
You know, signed with a legit
Yes.
band, did big tours.
dude, yeah, like I don't think people
I mean,
realize like we're
huge
talking
tour.
to an actual signed musician.
Whatever.
Well, hey,
Humble brag.
but you-
Whatever.
But Don, you did it though. Like,
Yeah,
you
but
went-
like I did those huge tours, and it was like
Yes.
you pull up in like Bakersfield, California, and it'd be like, "Oh, dude, well, we need to count in your merch," and I was
Right.
like, "Really, dude?
you can suck it.
You need
Yeah.
to count my T-shirts in?"
That's how I
And
feel
then
about
we,
it, man.
you know, they would take 10%. Like that's the thing that sucks is like you go on tour, you're losing 10%
right
to a manager, you're losing 10%
to
to a booking
fucking
agent,
booking agent.
you're losing 10% to the venue,
Yeah.
so you're losing 30% off the top.
off the top.
Off the top.
Thank
And you're supposed
you.
to pay for gas.
right.
Yeah,
When I
and
was
they don't want to pay you anything.
yeah,
No.
as a younger musician, I always in my mind would dream up the perfect venue.
Right.
And the perfect venue involved bunks for the bands, showers,
Food,
food, but a
I
clean.
want food.
Fucking
Here's the other thing:
pizza,
a
bro.
covered load-in area.
Yeah,
When it rains or snows,
yeah. Your
you
equipment's
got
getting
to
rained on,
freaking load in, like
dude.
I never tell you how many times I took my jacket off, put it over my tube amp, and ran inside.
Oh,
to
Right.
fucking
God.
fry.
Oh my
So,
god,
like,
Dude,
stuff like that.
Drew
Before
Garrison.
you can afford freaking like road cases
I
and
swear to
stuff
God.
like that.
I swear to God. Here's me 2 years into playing Drew Garrison. You got a crate? Bro, that ain't fucking nothing. That thing's gonna be dead. That thing's gonna be dead before my mace is dead, bro.
Mesa
Yeah, like I swear to God, you're an idiot.
Dude, and that's a funny thing.
My
Is, like,
height-
I've toured on crates.
Yeah.
And like freaking not Sun, but dude, I've toured on some junk
Junk.
gear.
Fucking
Junk
straight
gear.
junk, bro.
And dude, like
I
that's
was so proud of that damn Mesa.
yes, you were.
dude.
That was right
when you could
eBay-
afford Mesa.
That was right when eBay started.
Literally. I
was-
swear to God, I remember looking you at the odds and go, it's okay. And you go, in 10 years, it ain't gonna fucking matter where it's okay, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
I was
that
a
shit's gonna be
douche.
dead. And I was like, dude, in 10 years, I was like, yeah, well, you sold that shit to ACB, bro.
I bought that.
It's so funny because, dude, like
so true,
like
like,
everybody's like
musicians-
becoming saints. Who are those guys?
Yeah, I swear
And
to
it's
God,
like,
dude.
dude, We have like ACB,
Yes.
A Plea for Purging, Soul Embraced.
You want to know who Becoming Saints is? Every band in between every band you've ever loved.
Right. We were on those guys. We toured with them at some point.
Toured with them, played shows with them.
Played shows with them, and it's
God.
and dude, that's not like to like promote our dongers and say how big we are, but like, dude, it's like, you know, Becoming Saints, you guys suck. And it's like, dude, go back to 2000, like what, 2005
At least, yeah.
And dude, go check out who we played with and toured with. And like
36
dude,
Crazy Fists.
Yeah, 36 Crazy Fists.
I remember sitting in Vino's, like waiting for you guys to play.
Oh, that's so amazing, though, dude. That's so
amazing. And there's
amazing.
like this hip hop sample. You guys are throwing fucking beach balls, and it's like, let's kill everything.
Turn this concrete into gravel.
I never forget the time that
Thank you.
the unedited version of Killer Mike came on, or not Killer Mike, but it was the I'm outside of the club. And then Joe was playing the unedited version. Right. He was like dropping the N-word.
Joe Monero?
Yeah. Dropping the N-word, calling people bitches and hoes. And I'm like,
oh, what's happening right now?
Stop it. But like, that's how we would start the shows. Like a hip hop sample come out.
Yes.
We start throwing stuff out in the crowd. Inflatable guitars. We were wearing
just
fake,
blow it up.
I love
it,
wearing
dude.
fake beards because we couldn't grow any.
We were so young.
I think we had to call 911 at one point because freaking Alan inhaled half his. He was over there. I was like, why is it? I need more stage right guitar. And I look over, he's hyperventilating. He's like, I can't breathe. I pull it out of his mouth, getting the Highlight remover, and it's crazy. Jeff does like a high kick one time, busts the front of his pants open, his dong flops out.
Dude, oh my God. So we got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Wait, I think I remember this.
Dude, we played an entire show and my dong is hanging out of my pants. Had no idea. Dude, this is you, bro.
That's all you.
It's you, bro.
Nah.
But dude, so this is like an untold story in Becoming Saints history. Was it like a short tour? I don't know what we were doing.
We did a little musical run.
Yeah, a little musical
like
run.
3 days.
3 or 4 days. And like, I'm playing this one show and I'm like, yeah, this rules. And I'm like, man, it's breezy in here.
Camo shorts.
Camo
and
shorts.
ASIC Tigers.
Yeah, ASIC Tigers.
Standard
and I was like,
hardcore
dude,
material.
it's so breezy in here. And I'm playing it. I'm like, I have my foot up on the drum riser. And I'm looking at Dylan, our original drummer. And I'm playing like these riffs. And I was like, dude. And Dylan looks at me and points with his drumstick. And my tiny donger is hanging out of my shorts. I'd been playing like half the set with my dong out.
Yeah.
We were on tour with freaking Handshake Murderers and a couple other people. And I was like, oh my God, my tiny donger is hanging out. There's gotta be pictures
dude,
somewhere.
I have a fucking story about the fucking Handshake Murders.
Oh, they're so
played
good.
in Knoxville, Arkansas. Do you know where you even know where
I didn't know
that's
where
at?
that is.
We played in front of no one.
Is it
And
not
there-
east?
Huh?
Is it east?
Yes.
East. Okay.
Bro, the fucking promoter leaves.
What?
And the singer.
Did he pay you?
Oh, no.
Oh no.
The singer's that
no.
big giant cat. Smokes
Yes.
cigarettes
Yes.
every 5 seconds.
Bro.
He's playing Esocaris. What's his name?
Yes.
I don't know his name.
Jeremiah Chandler signed those
What's
guys.
his fucking
I'm
name?
looking it up right now.
Oh, they were
Dude is a
so
beast.
good.
Bro, he used to hang drywall.
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
Like those guys.
He threatened to beat our old drummer Joe.
Yes!
Threatened to kill
Yes!
him.
Really?
He
Did? Yes!
like, trying to make his
Yes!
girlfriend.
Oh my God.
Dude, the promoter leaves. He was like, fuck that motherfucker.
What?
And the bear, oh shit. What was their name? Bear. Oh no. They had a girl vocalist. Front lady.
Talking about I Wrestled a Bear one?
I wrestled a bear once.
Yes.
I wrestled a bear once, starts to play, they quit, they go back to the back room, Haley Shelton, and the promoter is gone. Right? Okay, I'm sorry for anyone listening, but
Jason. That was the singer.
That's his name, Jason!
Yeah,
Jason Holmes.
Yeah, Jason
Dude,
Holmes.
With a Y.
Yeah.
Dude.
Really fucking
Man,
name.
that dude was hardcore.
dude, he straight up, he leaves the fucking show. He finds this motherfucker. He slashes all of his tires.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
No.
Yeah, he slashes all of his tires. Says, if you don't give me money, I'll fucking kill you.
That sounds like Jason.
That's him.
That sounds like him.
Fucking him.
Dude,
Roman
he comes.
Reigns did a split set with him in Cornerstone.
Yes!
They let him play at fucking Cornerstone.
Dude, he comes back to the show and goes, if we don't get paid, we ain't playing.
Yes.
Oh,
Bro.
dude. That's amazing.
No one else played.
Dude.
My Hands to War was the last show of
Shut
the
it.
yes,
That's
of
amazing.
the Knoxville benefit show of the night.
We played with them at the Village, and I'm in the back getting ready, loading like
Yes.
Is
psyching
that when he
myself
pulled his
up.
dong out and peed in front of you?
He pissed while he smoked
In the
a
back.
cigarette in the back.
Yes,
He
I
smoked a
had to
cigarette,
squeegee
and
his
yes.
piss into the fucking vent.
He looks at me and he goes, "You smoke?" And I was like, "No, man, that's just bad for you." He goes, "I could fucking eat these things." As he sucks it down, he lights another one while he's sucking the other one down and keeps smoking. He goes, "If I could smoke while I was playing, I'd do it every fucking second." And I'm like, this dude right here is a fucking man. Like, that's the dude.
Jason
And then I
was
found
awesome.
out later on from Joe, who used to be our second drummer. Joe was trying to date his girlfriend one time.
Oh, that's a bad
And
move.
Jason like choked him up a little bit, and he was like, "Yeah, dude's hardcore." I was like, "Yeah, don't mess with those guys." That lyric though, in that song during the breakdown, "I'll rip your throat out," is one of the hardest
Handshake.
fucking lyrics
Yeah.
I've ever heard in my life. And I, in my weird skewed view of being a vocalist, was like, I wish I could have wrote something that bad. Because the way he screams it, and then little Brian, is it Brian? Right? That their guitar player, the Asian guy.
Little dude?
The little, yes, what was his name?
I can't remember.
Yeah, it was Brian. He used to scream it in a throatier tone. So dude screaming it low, Brian's coming in, it's like, "I'll rap ya the road, ah, da, da." Oh my god, it hit so hard. I still get goosebumps listening to it. Makes me
That's
just
so
wanna-
funny.
It's amazing.
Because, dude, like, you look at Arkansas and you have, like, bands like Handshake Murderers, S.O. Karas, Norma Jean, Living Sacrifice. You know,
Spoken. People don't think about Spoken.
Spoken.
was
Nobody
from there.
talks about Spoken.
Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash.
Cash, there you go.
We're talking about the metal scene, Corey. Come on, bro.
Hey, listen. That man
Seeds.
invented metal scene.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, yeah. I we can sit here and talk all day, but bands like that, those dudes came through,
Yes, I did.
did it, playing shows like that, those primal hardcore shows in weird towns. Remember the Last Farewell from
Oh,
Pocahontas?
dude, from Memphis. Yeah.
Pocahontas, Arkansas.
Dude, the last farewell.
Dude,
yes.
It's hilarious. I was
People forget
talking
about those dudes.
I was
all the
talking
time.
to
Those dudes are
Daryl, the
badass.
singer, the
Yes.
other day.
That was
I
like
was-
Hope's Fall.
Dude, I was digging through an old toolbox and I found a Last Farewell button.
Fuck.
And I texted Daryl and was like, dude, check this out. And he was like, yeah, well,
Dude still got the same number.
still got the same number. And he was like, dude, too bad we weren't that good. I was like, shut
Y'all
up.
were awesome,
You guys
dude.
were so good.
We played with them. That's when the night that Jay Newman almost killed the whole band in Encomium by swerving into the oncoming traffic while Chris Harrell was spraying people with
Chris
cologne.
Harrell?
Chris Harrell was playing guitar for us at the time. That's when I went to straight vocals and no guitar and sprayed cologne on everybody from a gas station. Everybody fucking died. We didn't die though.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Last Farewell.
I remember that.
Yep.
That band was
Last
so good.
Farewell,
dude.
I
That was
mean,
in
they were
Pocahontas.
from what?
Pocahontas.
No one Pocahontas. It was like Paragould, Jonesboro.
Paragould.
They were from Jonesboro.
No, Paragould.
Jonesboro,
That's what it was, not Pocahontas.
Yep.
Paragould.
Because they played Memphis all the time.
all the time.
Yep.
I remember when, dude, you had that somewhat beef between the Little Rock scene and the Memphis scene for
Oh,
a while.
yeah.
When the Memphis crew would come down trying to fight everybody from Little Rock, and there was like an
I like how you say for a little while. It was
For a
like
little
3
while.
fucking years.
was like-
It
Yeah.
was. There was like a little brief moment where like the Memphis scene was like, "You didn't go to a show in Memphis.
Fuck
because
you,
everybody wanna
bitch."
Fight you."
Right.
Yeah.
And we would go to shows and be like, no way, bro.
But here's the deal: we wouldn't go to Memphis shows. No, we would go to Nashville shows.
Dude, I went to Memphis.
I went to
hey,
Nashville. I
was
saw
it?
Under Oath. I saw As Cities Burn. I saw
Few
Encomium.
left standing from Memphis.
Bro,
Dude, so good.
Thank
That's a
you.
good band. Their second
Dude,
album was
Few Less
terrible.
Standing was so good. Their second album wasn't terrible.
It wasn't terrible, but dude, that first album, so
well,
good.
it's funny because I was talking about Jeremiah Chandler, the dude that like hooked up Handshake. He actually sings.
Dude,
and the funny thing is dude, he has done some good bands in here.
Yeah.
What was his like Snake Driver?
That's
Snake
it.
Driver.
Yes.
Yeah, Jeremiah and who else did he sing for?
We played-
Until the End. He sang for no, it wasn't Until the End. Who
We
was
played that Snake Driver CD release show.
it? Yes, we
And
did.
there was like nobody
Yes.
fucking there.
But it was a great show.
It was an awesome show with those dudes, but like I've said, like
And
metal
Dustin
shows,
from
like-
Conway. Dustin jumped in there.
Dustin.
Yeah, he's been. He was in. Who was that band with Cole? Cole used to sing in.
Cut the Pigeon.
Cut the
Yes,
Chicken.
Yes,
Oh,
dude. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
I'm telling
god.
you, man, we can bring this shit full circle.
My
man.
brain
Like,
is
dude,
fucking
we go hard
exploding
for
right
it.
now,
So
dude.
Cole
Cole
rock
lives in
stuff.
like Florida now.
Yeah, he does.
And like I see his posts all the time on like the old bands. And like, yeah, like I said, Jeremiah.
Yep.
Seeing the bands he was in, Dustin was in those bands. Like they kind of bridged the gap though. Those are the ones that bridged the gap between Memphis and Little Rock for a
Yep.
while because they started
Yep.
getting those dudes in
Like
with them.
Reservoir Dog. Not Reservoir Dog. Reserving Dirt Naps.
Yeah,
That's
Reserving
your,
Dirt.
Yeah,
there
those
you go.
guys.
Yep.
And what was that kid's name? Play
Talking
guitar.
about a hardcore fucking band, Reserving Dirt Naps, dude.
Dude.
That opening song.
Hey,
Reserving Dirt Naps. Bands that shout their own selves
will-
out doing
yes.
a breakdown are amazing. Bury Your Dead did the same thing for
like
a breakdown song.
2005, 2006.
Yep.
Dude, I remember that band. Oh my god.
It was amazing.
We played with. Did we play with Reserving Dirt Nats in Conway?
Mm-mm.
Okay, we
No,
played with
Little
that
Rock, right?
No, it was at MF Metal.
in Bryant.
Because we
NF
played with
Metal.
them and who's that band that's huge right now? Knocked Loose. Knocked Loose, Terminal Nation.
I love Knock Loose,
Dude.
Fucking great.
Bro, Knock Loose is
huge.
fucking insane.
People want to make fun of them because of that dog barking shit, but I love
No.
that
Dude,
stuff,
that band was awesome.
Yep.
Dude, Knock Loose is on fucking fire
Those
right
dudes
now.
bring the heat right
Yep,
now.
they do.
It's crazy because those dudes are huge.
Bro, they did a tour with Every Time I Die.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, who's Knock Loose? And then by the time it was over, it was like, oh, fuck.
Dude,
When
we
I was
played
in-
with those guys and there was like 85 people there.
Yeah,
And now they're
swear.
huge.
Yeah. When I was in Encomium, there was these two girls from Chicago.
Tell me about 'em.
Lauren and Sarah, and they were best friends with Jordan and Keith Buckley and
Mhm.
Andy from Every Time I Die. We call them E-Tid because that's just how. And they would tell us all these tour stories. And I remember as a young musician going, man, I would love to go on tour with Every Time I Die. And every now and then I get a little jealous when Bruce makes a post on Instagram and Andy or one of the guys from Every Time I Die makes a comment. I'm like,
Bro.
I wish I could get the same recognition.
Drew is speaking
like,
my
you guys are
soul right
so,
now,
like,
bro.
For me, they're very influential, and I try not to be a little fangirl over them, but
E-Tid?
I love E-Tid.
Oh, so
yeah,
good.
One of my favorite
They're
bands.
so good.
Listen, I played with E-Tid at a place
Get out of
called
my
the
house.
Stone
Get out
Pony,
of your house.
Where's the Stone Pony at?
Fayetteville.
Yeah,
Fort Smith. Sorry.
Okay,
Fort Smith.
Fort Smith
Dude.
just has some good shows.
dude.
Listen,
What was it,
listen,
The
listen.
Vault? Is that what it was called?
I'm talking to Legs Legger. Okay? It's normal.
No big
Not a big deal. Humble
No
brag.
big. Yeah. Humble brag. Me and my all-time favorite friend, Justin Cole. Okay. Let's set this shit aside. We're sitting outside. It's 30 degrees. Okay, we're talking to Legs. He's from Canada. We're like,
Whoa. That's like summertime.
Hey,
Bro.
bud. Canada,
Hey, bud. Hey.
Hey, bud.
We're like, bro.
What's that drink there, bud?
I swear to God, we're like, dude, I apologize. I'm like, dude, I spit on Andy's amp. I'm so sorry. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
Did you say feck?
Literally.
Fuck that, bud. It's the proper way
We're
to do
sitting
it.
there, and Keith Buckley walks up and he goes, yeah, you guys are the best local band we've ever played with. And I was like, you used your hands.
Yeah.
And I was like, are you serious? He was like, you guys need to get the fuck out of the state. 2 months later, we
They
broke
hate
up.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
They hate Arkansas.
Yeah.
Arkansas has always been good to them, but I get it. They hate Arkansas.
Bro,
I don't
they
blame
hate
them.
it. They hate
A band
it.
that if I could get a chance to play with a band right now, Poison the Well. Still to this day,
Oh my god.
He's still my heart.
They're
the way
so
he
good.
plays, the
They're
way
so
they
good.
scream, the way everything they do. To me,
Jeffrey, their singer. Oh my god.
I know you
Drew,
were there.
step your game up, bro.
I'll,
Wait,
let me
wait.
tell you,
Good.
I'll never,
Wait, wait.
I'll never tell you.
I know you were there because I was there with John Love, you,
Mhm.
Michael Brock, Maitland and Sons Disaster, Under Oath, Acid Is Burn, and come on, Norma Jean.
Okay.
That's it. Dude, we were in the back. John Love's upstairs. For those of you who don't know, John Love used to book all the big shows.
Right.
Everybody, you know,
No big
we
deal.
know John Love.
No big deal.
Right. Yo, you used to book all the big shows.
No big deal.
He's upstairs. Me, Michael, Drew, we're all downstairs, bro. Oh my God. Okay, when Norma Jean plays Memphis Will Be Laid to Waste in Memphis, Tennessee,
Yeah.
you're gonna die.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
Dude.
And you know what's funny is like Norma Jean's like a Georgia-based band,
Mm-hmm.
but dude, they're based out of Fort Smith now.
But
another
Corey,
Arkansas
the
band.
whole thing. Yeah.
Listen, they have the Unworked Studio. Secretly, I'm trying to get Corey on this podcast.
Well, Corey's from Fort Smith.
I know.
He's a road dog.
Esocaris, come on, Corey.
Shouts out Esocaris.
And my buddy Kurt Lunsford, he was like, yo, you should do Crash Cast. And he was like, let's go. And I was like,
Dude, he'll do it.
I
they'll
love
do it.
you.
You talking about
I know.
Lunsford?
Yes.
Why isn't Lunsford here?
He just got done with a show and
Lunsford,
he's
you're a jerk.
busy. You
Alright,
know.
Bert, busy doing
I
what?
guarantee you could get those guys from Norma Jean here.
Oh yeah, he totally.
I want Grayson and I want Corey.
Yeah.
I secretly I bought a 100 Sons. Okay, so they did a special thing, and I was
Right.
like, I love 100 Sons, please.
It's a
And
good
he
record.
was like, okay. And I was like, can I get blueprints for future homes? Blueprints for future homes. And he was like, sure. And he sent it to me. He was like, Corey, the best name. And I was like,
Shut up.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
And I was like,
That's
bro,
awesome.
we're the same person.
Let's be friends.
Norma Jean is all pretty much Arkansas guys now.
That's
Yeah.
it.
And
Grace.
I think Scotty started a thing called Holy Gold.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
Scotty and
So his band-
who's the other guitar player?
Guy from Zale.
Chris Durr.
Chris. Yeah,
Yeah.
Chris.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
He
he
I
was
try to keep up with all those like old
Yeah,
those
dude.
old
Yes.
school
Totally.
dudes because that's
dude, have you heard him?
Holy Gold's good.
Holy Gold's
Gold's
great.
really
Yeah,
They're
really
good. They're good. It's funny because, like, dude, like I said earlier, is like I booked those guys their
I
first
know.
show in
I
Arkansas,
know.
and it's like Durr, like Chris. Everybody called him Durr back then, but Chris weighed like 85 pounds,
Dude, do you remember?
and they had a DJ.
Ah,
They had a DJ back in the
I
day.
remember, dude.
Oh, it was so
Do
good.
you remember Zayo coming through? It was on what was that last album? Shit.
Tell me about it.
They come through and they're playing Burn Down and Walk Away.
Mmm,
Russ
self-titled.
was with them, yes.
Yeah.
Russ Cogbills.
Yeah,
just goes
Ru-
on.
And
Russ
you-
is my boy,
That
by
Yes,
the way.
okay.
Legit.
Russ is my homie. Love you, Russ.
And you're watching and you're like, bum bum, bum bum, and you're like, I'm gonna kill everyone. in this room.
about to die.
die.
Dude, and what's funny is like, dude, I'm okay. So Corey knows this.
First Zero record ever is called "Burn It Down and Walk Away."
Well,
I
dude-
just want to throw that out
well,
there.
so like Zayo, Sacrifice, Soul Embrace,
Dude.
We're trying to get those guys here.
Oh my
and-
God! Wait, which one?
Which one? What?
All of them
Are you
together at the
serious?
same time.
Same time. Zayo, Sacrifice, Soul Embrace.
They played it. So Zayo and Sacrifice played at Dirty 30 in Dallas last year.
Yes.
I was the
You were
road
there.
manager for
Yes.
that. I was road managing for
insanely-
that.
It was packed.
It was so packed.
Of course it was.
The same thing can happen at Little Rock. We should get everybody there. And Jeff's trying to get that going.
Jeff is on that. I was a FYI, bro.
Humble- here
No
goes.
big
Hey,
deal.
listen,
Humble brag.
Jeff.
No big deal.
Jeff Bowie.
Jeff
You better-
Bowie
you
was the
better
road
fucking-
manager for those
You better
shows.
fucking talk to me, bro.
It's gonna happen.
Oh,
It's gonna happen.
my God.
Zayo, Sacrifice, and of course I play in Soul Embrace, so I'm gonna throw that out there. And Saints and My Hands, whoever. We're gonna put this show together. It's coming. It's coming. I gotta talk to Marty. and
I
Chris.
just my heart
Might be an
beat.
awesome last show over the Saints, but
yeah.
either way, it's going to happen.
No big deal, bro.
No big deal, bro.
No big
Like we
deal.
just know people.
I just know people. No big deal. Solid State Records. No big deal.
I literally just peed a little.
Well, I actually need to pee again. It's these
You know who's
Big
who's
Shirley's.
making me kind of pee a little bit. So, shouts out to Tommy Baker,
yeah,
Joe Hurd,
Joe Hurd.
Tyler Redmond.
Who?
Tyler. He is,
Tyler Redmond.
So Trug
Yes.
DKC on Instagram.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Tyler.
They are starting to jam together.
Is that the guy I almost tried to fight in Vino's at one time?
I think so.
Yeah, like
He's
so,
my buddy. He always hooks me up with whiskey shots at the Vino
Yeah.
show.
Okay. So Trug, like, I was trying to back out of somewhere, and Trug like threw something at my car, and I jumped out and was like, "What the fuck, bro?"
Yeah.
And then I realized who it was. I was like, "Wait, I know you." And then Drew was like, "Do I need to? What's going on?"
We're
I was
good
like,
here, bud. We're good.
"We're good." It was me and Dalton.
Yeah,
Dalton was there. Yeah,
I was not there.
Yeah, Trug's a big ass dude.
Yes.
But like, no
deadlifted
offense.
the fucking school bus. I mean,
Yeah.
he
Yes.
was freaking killing it.
I jumped out and was like, "Dude, I'm gonna choke you the fuck out." And
I
I was like,
remember-
"Wait, I know you."
And he was probably like, "Sorry, man. I was just
Yeah.
No, he was
sorry."
like, "No big deal, bro." And I was like, "All right, cool. Sorry,
Yeah.
I almost backed over you guys. No
Those
big
dudes,
deal."
so those dudes are starting to jam right now. So that's
yeah.
a new band in the process. They're actually looking for a bass player,
Yes.
and
Are they now?
they are.
Are they now?
I remember all of this.
yeah,
So I'm sitting here. I'm like, those dudes are playing some music that like
it's pretty good.
it's gonna be pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm looking to start like, listen, I want some dirty
It's
dirty
pretty good.
blues. I want some
Heard
dirty
it.
blues guys.
Yes.
I want some guys that like to play Black Snake Moans type blues. That's what I'd like to do from here on out. If Saints can't,
Are
know,
you
if
are you
Saints
talking about like Christina Ricci, Black State?
That's
Black
right.
Snake
That's
Moan?
what I'm talking
I'm
about.
meeting her in March.
What?
What?
I swear
I
to God.
hang out?
How?
Yeah, her and Christopher Lloyd.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, I swear to God.
If you need somebody to like carry
Talking
your
about
wallet
Doc,
or
right?
whatever,
Yeah.
How you meeting him? Is it Comic Con shit?
You guys remember Jimmy LeCompte, right?
yeah, of course, Swimmy, Swimmy. I
It's
love
all
that dude.
him, bro.
Damn.
All I'm gonna say
I'm
is
so
if,
happy right now.
if Christina Ricci shows up somewhere,
No, she's there. Like, I've already.
She's there, bud.
dude, like I'm gonna have to do some push-ups because
Bro, I'm just trying to play
amazing.
dirty blues.
She's so pretty.
I love, she's so beautiful.
You know what? Honestly, I'm just
Wednesday
like,
Adams all day long.
yeah, yes.
All I'm saying.
So, back
Am
to
I a
the,
pig by saying that?
Yeah,
no, am I a
weirdo.
pig?
Hey,
back to the lecture at hand
Thank
here.
you.
I'm just trying to say, hey, if Saints don't work out, I'm trying to play dirty, buddy guy, sweet teas type blues.
This dude's
Bro.
trying to hang out with people.
Bro.
I just want to sit. I just want to sit in a bar.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Saints already hasn't worked out, bro.
Saints is getting one. Hey, if I have anything to do with it, I'll at least vocalize one
I
last
gotta pee
Saints show,
again.
right.
and then off to the blues bars we go. We got the front porch.
Well, and can I say, like, yeah, okay, Saints did a lot. Yeah. Shut up, Jeff.
Go pee.
Go
Saints
pee.
didn't do anything.
Hey, listen.
Anyways,
So, My Hands to War, we're a very impressionable band.
Yeah.
We love playing with other people. We're just like on top.
dude, you're a social band.
Yes,
There you
we're a very social
Oh,
band.
yeah.
So, I bring up, we have like an app, and we're like, hey, I'm like, hey guys, Becoming Saints wants to play, and they're just like, oh my God, are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things where it's not real to those guys, but I'm like, oh yeah, man, like, Becoming Saints is gonna play. We're gonna get Termination. They're gonna, they're gonna be second to last, and in Becoming Saints, they're gonna be last. And they're like, oh, dude, it's like totally. Like they don't even give a fuck.
Yeah.
We're not a band. We're not like MHTW. MHTW is not a band that thinks of ourselves as like a headlining band.
Right.
We're like, dude, oh my God.
I would.
Becoming Saints. Oh
Well,
my God.
The way I view it is, we're a band like I said, we've been around the block a lot, and I know a lot of people say that, like they'll throw that term loosely.
So
Oh, we've been around forever,
yeah.
dude. Each one of us in the band have been playing music since '98,
Right.
if not before then. I know mine started in '98. Man, I don't consider Becoming Saints influential. I don't consider Becoming Saints a revolutionary type band. I view Becoming Saints as a metalcore band from Little Rock, Arkansas,
Right.
that enjoyed playing music, like you said, with other people. Our
Right.
favorite thing to do is it gives us an excuse on Friday or Saturday nights to come hang out with our friends,
Right.
scream our lungs out, play metal music, and have a good time. And that's what I get. You can't help but get nostalgic
Right.
when you think of your band, and you immediately start flashback into all the good times that you had.
Right. With
And you're like,
other bands.
Yeah, with other bands and your
Yes.
friends. Like a lot of my friend base is
Right.
from playing from Encomium, from Descended from Wolves, from Becoming Saints. A lot of my friend base is basically
Right.
I traveled around the States and met awesome people, except for Jeff Bowie. He's crazy.
Cause that guy's a
But
fucking
yeah, that's
dick.
what that's what it started like, and that's how I wanted it to end. Is like, hey, we're gonna end this band.
You know-
I want it to be with our friends.
So
We don't
like,
end the band. I still want it to be with our friends.
Right.
You know, like we have fun playing music with each other.
Did
That's what I
we?
told him. Like
So,
we
like-
said it. We said it from the beginning.
I missed. I was peeing. What's going
We're
on?
just talking about how fun. Like,
well, like, okay, so like, I'm coming from a biased point of view, where you know, Drew literally is the reason I play music, literally. Like, there's no, oh shit,
Watch out, bro.
there's no doubting. Oh, well, where did you get your start? It's like, oh, this guy fucking told me to go to this show, and then like, I went to this show, and 30 years fucking later, here we are.
Here we are. Yeah.
Right. I met you at I didn't meet you at the village, but I became best friends with you at the village.
BFFs.
Right. So there's like these moments that you can consider like life-changing moments, right? Like these pivotal moments is what we'll call it.
Right.
And I just, you know, it's so crazy to think about. Like, you can say Drew Garrison all day, and people are like, "Yeah, I know Drew," and I'm like, "Yeah, but
Do you
know Drew
Do you know what
Garrison?
he did?
do you know sitting around with Jeff Bowie or Bowie and sitting around and being like, hey, we should add shotguns to these breakdowns." You know what'd be awesome?
Right.
Is like if your band did shotguns and then we came around and we did shotguns too. Like, that would be awesome.
It's
and he's
so
like,
funny to me that like people actually remember who guys like me and Drew are.
dude,
Because I mean, it's funny because like as much as I like respect
yes.
and like you know appreciate like
Yes.
the new scene,
yes.
it's like I'm so removed from
You're
it.
just you.
I'm just me. I'm so removed from it because like you see guys like My Hands and Terminal
Yes.
and Levels and even Smoke Signals
Go
and like
for gold.
Go for Gold
Yes.
and like
Kurt
Slick-
Lunsford, the modern
Kurt Lunsford,
photographer.
Slick
Yes.
Grip,
Yes.
and like all these guys, like these bands that are big in Little Rock, and you're like, they have no idea who I am.
Right. And we're nobody.
Yeah, and
Right.
like I'm like nobody, and it's funny that guys act like people actually remember like who me and Drew and you
Oh,
and
dude.
like you know guys like us are because it's
we
it's
feel
so funny.
Yeah, we feel so removed from the scene
Right.
until we play a show.
Right.
It's like, oh, hey, here we are. It's been a year. Or
Yeah,
it's been 6 months.
like you know, and dude, like the funny thing is like
Dude, can I be honest? Like, when I announced, like, hey, Becoming Saints might be interested in the
it's
show.
so funny,
Dude.
dude.
That's wild to me. I don't
It's
think
so
that.
funny
Like,
to
I don't
me.
consider that.
I would
Dude.
never consider that.
No, I know you guys wouldn't, but I was like, hey, my friends, my personal
My
friends,
bros.
like, I could literally call him, go to their house, anything.
Right.
And I'm like, Jeff and Drew and all these guys are like, they want to play. And they're like, oh, fuck. Like, hey,
It's so funny.
we can't headline this show. And I'm like, yeah, no shit.
Which is funny to us because like we look at you guys and we're like, you know, like
These dudes are doing it.
as a respect
Yeah.
thing, we're like, there's no way we could play ahead of you
Yeah.
guys. There's
You know-
no way.
You know how we should end this thing?
What?
Mills Park show.
oh, my
What?
God.
Shut up. No way. On the concrete stage?
Listen,
Dude, it's still
we
there,
got
and
we
it's
got
still-
a
it's
new
still big.
mayor. He is, you know what? I hate to say it, but he is what's the word? Not progressive, but
Open?
Open.
he's open to new ideas.
Mhm.
Thank you, Drew.
Yeah.
And you know what? The last show we ever played was with you guys and a bunch of bands, and the mayor 53 times had to call in and be like, oh, they're just playing. Don't worry. Like, she had to call the police and be like, no, it's okay.
53 times.
I swear on all things holy.
That's amazing.
The next day after not becoming saints, oh fuck.
Ashes?
Ashes of Oxley
Right.
got done playing. There were literally me and Josh Cox and David Slack, we drove down the road.
That's
There was-
so funny to me. They're both firemen now.
Yes. There were, yeah, literally. I'm not making this up. There were 14 trucks completely
Ready to go.
Yes. Completely redoing the power, redoing everything. And I was like, oh my God. We like,
Changed the face of Mills Park.
thank you.
That's
we were
so
like,
funny.
we did it, bro.
We did
Dude,
it.
you know
We
what's
made it.
hilarious is like we actually have video from us playing that show with
Yes.
Ashes. And like the funny thing is you see Stan from Terminal and Jungle Juice. He's in the crowd
Thank you.
moshing.
Yeah.
And it's like, and Stan knows. He's like, hey, Becoming Saints, Ashley
Yes.
Augustine,
He knows
you
them.
know,
Yeah.
he knows who we are. And it's funny. It's like,
Drew is playing a broom.
right.
I have
It's-
a fucking photo of Drew.
I
What
don't
am I?
recall that. That's awesome.
It's hilarious, but it's funny, like how, like, you know, I mean, I don't know, I don't want to toot my own dingle here, but it's like, you know, it's funny how like we like bridge that gap,
Bro.
and it's, I don't know,
We're relics
it's,
from the past now.
yeah, it's funny, it's
Seriously.
weird because I'm like so old now. I'm like, yeah, well, I did these things.
It's a part of
and
our
it's-
life that, look, but it's serious though. Like, I'm in the barbershop and the guys in there are like, there's like a big 10, 15
Briggles.
yeah,
and,
10 or 15
Yes.
age gap here. And a lot of those guys don't know what we did. And it's like, I start sounding like the guy from high school, like, well, back in my day, I
Dude,
did
bro, I
this.
can throw
Yeah.
a football over these mountains.
But then it's
I can
like-
play a show over these mountains,
But it's
bro.
opportunities like this. It's like, hey, like I don't, like I am talking about these things. You kind of realize like how far our roots go, and they're like,
Right.
holy shit, like
Yes,
they don't
dude.
realize it.
Yes.
You know, it's kind of weird. And you got these new guys, and it got bands that are now starting up. They're like
Yes.
starting to do things differently, and then they're trying to go back and like listen to bands, and they're like, oh shit, like
Well, props to those guys. I mean, like, again, like, that's my whole thing is like, dude, yeah, we did really cool things back in the day.
Of course.
Yeah.
And things I'm so proud of. Like,
And you
not
should
just to represent, like, our town.
But you should still be proud of it.
Yeah, but, dude, the thing is like, you know, now it's like I said, I'm pushing 40. And it's like, wow, like, these guys, like, My Hands, Terminal, like,
yes.
all those guys, like, know who we are. And to
Bro,
me,
I
that's a
br-
big deal. It's like,
I
wow,
bring up,
all right.
I bring up his name to my friends, like Justin.
yeah.
He's in my band, and I'm like, dude, me and Drew Garrison used to blah 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 such and such, and he's like, whoa,
Whoa.
you guys used to do this, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I swear to God, every weekend, me and this fool were at like X and
certain
X,
shows, yeah.
dude. I swear to God, like such and such. We used to see Beloved,
Right.
and blah blah blah, and he's like, that's so crazy, and I'm like, and then I see Drew, and I'm like,
Can you believe this?
yeah, this
What's
is
up,
just
dude?
another day.
Yeah,
like
hey, how's it going?
I fucking love Drew.
it's just regular business.
A regular day.
It's fun to sit back and think about the things that we've done, but it's also fun to sit down and think about the bands that are starting their journey now.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely,
yes.
dude.
And I'm
Yes.
no matter what, I will always be proud of like Central Arkansas music.
yeah.
Yes.
I'll always be proud of because I don't think of it as like, oh, you're my boy from that era.
Yes.
You're my boy forever.
Forever.
And like most of the bands that we played with and had friends with, those are my guys forever.
Right.
Like, I will forever have a connection with you, whether you like it or fucking not.
Right.
I will have a connection with you of us playing either an awesome show, a shit show, or a regular show.
Right.
But you'll never be able to break that bond. And it's kind of like a
Right.
brotherhood.
Right.
But it's fun
it's
to
so
see these
fast.
bands and like talk to the new guys and be like, hey, I know you guys probably have this figured out. Let me tell you about this story that happened.
Right.
Right.
Let me help you. Let
Let me
tell
help you with
that.
this. And,
Yeah.
like, that little tidbit of information can be that defining moment of bringing them forward or,
Right.
or backwards. And
Well, I mean,
it's
that's the
fun
funny
to
thing
know.
is like, dude, like you look back at Saints and it's like, you know, we had, At All Costs at that time was a huge band.
Huge band.
Dude,
As Cities Burn.
are you
A Plea for
kidding me?
Purging. All those bands were coming up and we were the ones that were like, hey, hook us, come play with us.
We were the middleman.
We were the middleman between them. And
I thought
like
we
those
should've named
bands
our
have gone
band The
on.
Middleman.
Yeah. Right. And all those bands have gone on to such huge success. And
Bro.
even Under Oath.
Yes.
Like for some point we were like, hey, come play Little Rock. We'll play with you.
And
We'll book the show.
We'll book
Yeah.
the show for you.
Oh.
And it's crazy, but like the funny thing is like, although like I'm proud of those things and like I know what they are and like guys like you know what they are, but it's funny to me that like we were able to like build this scene in Little Rock. Like, not saying that, you know, we were the beginners, because like guys like CT and Wake and like Makita, those guys like Ashtray and like Sacrifice, they were way ahead of us, but we were able to bridge that gap between like this new school scene.
That was that.
Yes, that's
Yes.
We can bridge the gap between the old school and the new school.
Right.
Victoria saw that firsthand when I took her to a Power Trip concert.
Nice.
I know it sounds wild. We're walking in, and I see Stan from Terminal Nation outside.
Right.
First thing he does, comes up, daps me up, hug him up, walk in. I don't make it 5 seconds in there. I run into 20 different people.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hug
and
me up.
Terminal Nation is doing such big things now.
Bro,
like
Then
they're
hey,
so good.
To
Like-
make it to come full circle, when Assie's burn came through, I brought her with me, and that's when it really set in. She was like, I didn't realize how deep this music scene goes
Yeah.
until I saw the different people come up to you and give you a hug,
Oh my
or
god.
you start a conversation. Like, some of these people I haven't seen in 20 years.
Yeah.
But the conversation started like right where we left it off. Like, nothing
Yeah.
skipped a beat. And she was like, wow.
It's
Like,
so
I did
cool.
not realize that about
Yes.
that's a different part of your life that I don't get to see.
Right.
So it's fun to show that off. And like you said, like, you're part of that.
Yeah.
You're part of that. Like,
Well, I mean,
we're
that's
all
the funny,
part of that.
Yeah, that's
All
the
of
funny.
our
Like,
parts
dude,
of
it's
that.
crazy
Like-
because, like, dude, like you helped out with this scene, and like Corey, and it's like my wife is like, she's like, you know, it's probably time for you to shut that down. You're getting a little old, and I'm like, yeah, but
You
dude,
know,
it's like such a huge
it's the
part of
nostalgic
my
part
life.
that hits
it's
you.
such a
Yep.
big part of my life,
It's
and
hard to
like
let go.
even not only with Saints, like we toured with such like big bands,
Big
like bands that
bands,
like
dude.
got so huge and they blew us out of the
Dude.
water, like ACB and Plea
Oh
and
my
things like
God.
that.
Dude, we played Encomium played shows with Evanescence
Yes.
before they were big.
Right, and like
Yes.
bands like triple.
Between the second did the same
yeah,
thing.
Yes.
like the band I was in between the second played like such huge shows.
And then these
I
people
re-
go off. It's,
Oh
They
my
go off and
God,
but
dude.
like then like dude like I like actually I quit Saints to go
Like,
do Soul
I
Embrace.
literally remember meeting you like, oh, whatever. Like,
Well, I mean,
I'm just
dude-
gonna do whatever.
I mean, dude,
Like, I'm a bass player.
all I wanted to do was like just play shows
But
and like
what's-
get on a label.
what was
And,
your
like,
goal? Your goal was to get an album you could buy.
Yes.
and
Like that was my
Literally.
goal. Like if
Yeah.
I could get an album you find in stores.
Like, the only thing you gave a fuck was like, hey, can you find us in fucking Mardell's?
yeah, can
Yep.
you find some Mardells? Can you find
That's
some Best
awesome.
Buy? That's all I cared about.
Yeah.
It was so.
And dude, like I went into these huge tours with all these big bands, and
Yes,
like
you
I
did.
remember playing like this show at the Soma in San Diego, and there was like 5,000 people, and I was like, I have hit the pinnacle of my life.
I've done it.
This is all I've ever wanted to do. And we're like War of Ages, Sleeping Giant, Impending Doom,
Oh, dude.
With Blood Comes Cleansing, like before their eyes, and I'm like on this tour, and I'm like, oh my god, I've hit it.
See,
I've hit it.
Before, like,
I've
even
never had that
Cornerstone, bro.
What?
Before Cornerstone.
Oh, I mean, Cornerstone, like that was the jam, and it was like, oh my god, I've hit it. But the funny thing is like, dude, like in my heart, I'm like, oh my god, like I'm Little Rock, like this is where I'm from. Like, you know, like when I look up to those bands, I look at like Living Sacrifice,
yep,
Ashtray Babyhead, Wake,
yeah.
and like even PM Dawn or PM Today,
PM Today.
PM Today.
Yep, PM
Like I
Today.
look at those bands, and I'm like, yeah, that's Little Rock.
See, that's like my moment is nothing outside of Arkansas because, well,
You toured hardcore, bro.
yeah, but Encomiums, I think my moment when I found out that I thought that I made it was the Encomium show when we played and Stretch Armstrong was playing,
Right.
and we were able to hold a crowd while Stretch Armstrong is about to start playing.
Right.
I'm like, okay, we've got 300 kids here
We did something.
that are moshing to us,
Yeah.
listening to our music, and some of them are singing the lyrics that I wrote,
Right.
are singing back to us, and I'm like, all right, cool. And then my other moment was when we played the Matt Evans Project.
Yeah,
And as
dude,
lame
that
as
was such a good
sounds,
show.
Like, that was a bunch of local bands, but there's a bunch of local Arkansans that gave a shit and showed up
Yeah.
to see us play. And I look back at pictures of that, and I'm like, will Vino's ever be the same?
Right. Well, I mean, dude, you look at that and you look at guys like Mary Bells.
Yeah.
You look at God, you gotta help me here. Like Ashes, PM,
Games a day, Asteos.
Asteos.
used to kill it, dude.
Dude, those guys.
killed it.
It's like you look back on those bands and you're like, will anybody ever remember the impact those bands
Right.
had?
Are we going to forever be the guys that be like, well, check this picture out.
Right,
Let me show you
bro.
this.
Remember what we did.
Because you don't want to be, but at the same time, you're like, listen, like, Vino's has had its ups and downs.
Yeah.
And we've been through a lot of those ups and a lot of those downs.
Right.
And we've seen like the worst and the best of Vino's.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, it's funny because now I think as you and I mature in life, we're kind of stepping back and watching Vino's go through its own struggles right now.
Right.
Which is a different thing that most people haven't had to go through.
Right.
Have you ever had to watch Vino's get rebuilt? I
No,
haven't.
I haven't.
You haven't. But our new crowd is like, it's gonna be crazy.
How you doing there, Corey? Are you
a little bit
alive?
drunk?
I was starting to
Welcome
wonder,
to a
you got,
Saint
a
show,
little
bro.
quiet. Hey, I'm gonna ask you this. During all of our time as musicians, have you ever seen a venue have to get rebuilt and you not be a
No.
part of it?
No.
So
No.
you're part of like history that Jeff and I won't be a part of.
Yeah, well, that's
Well,
what's funny.
it's
Like we were
not-
talking about that. It's like you guys are that like it's funny. We were talking about this yesterday
Right.
when we ran into each other.
Right.
It was like, we were discussing like
Yes.
the history of Vino's, and it was like I met my wife there, all my friends,
Yes.
and like. My life was. I remember going to Vino since 1993, bro. That's how old I am, and it's like you got to be a part of rebuilding that history.
Well, that's the thing. Is
Right.
like whenever I found out that the stage was being rebuilt, and when I found out the name behind it, I was not surprised.
Yeah,
They were like, "Oh yeah, Vino's," and at first I'm like, "Vino's has no problem
Right.
paying
Right.
for this,
Right.
right.
Because they make a lot of money off
Yeah.
their pizza and beer sales."
Right.
But then I was like, once I found out that okay, Vino's is trying to rebuild the stage, so and so offered to help as long as you pay for the materials.
right.
I was not so shocked when it was like Corey Fisher decided to do this.
Yeah.
I was like, that
That makes sense.
perfect sense.
That makes sense.
And when I talked to Brandon about it when he came in, because Brandon works with Corey, and I said,
He
Brandon,
told me all about it. Dude.
I was like, dude,
yes.
are you? He's like, well, it's mostly Corey. And I was like, okay. He goes, we're just getting the material, and I was like, I am not surprised that it's him because he's passionate.
Yeah.
and it takes somebody passionate.
and he's been with us from like the point.
the big
yeah.
But here's the deal: when I
This
take
guy-
Odin to his first show,
Right.
there's gonna be a 90% chance it's gonna be at Vino's.
Right.
And there's a 100% chance I
Corey
got you to
Fisher's
thank
involved, yeah.
because you fucking did it.
Yeah.
And that to me, like that makes it like that really comes full circle.
And
Because you and I started in high school,
we started
junior high.
You started it all, brother.
But no, hell no.
No, he didn't. I did, bro.
Yeah,
What?
well, like, but no, seriously, what I'm saying is just like when Odin, like hopefully when Odin sees his first show,
Right.
I can be like, my friend Corey Fisher built
Yeah.
that stage that you get to see today. That him and
Yes.
Corey played
Right.
on before it was ever rebuilt.
Right.
So
Right.
that's fucking cool to me.
You know what's funny to me? Because if I help you rebuild it on March 3rd, like I was telling my wife this today because my wife and I have been to so many shows.
Right.
I mean, we
Tons of
can't even
shows,
count.
yeah.
We can't even count.
Yeah.
And it's like I told her,
can't
I was
either.
like, I'm gonna help Corey rebuild the stage. I'm gonna donate some time to do it. And I was like, I just want to know what's under that stage.
I do too.
Because you got like Green Day and Billy Goat and Fugazi.
Fugazi. I was
And
gonna say Fugazi's
so
played
many
that.
bands that have played that Sacrifice.
Right.
And
Under
it's
Oath,
like
Norma
Under
Jean,
Oath,
Glassjaw.
Norma Jean,
And-
Glassjaw, Juliana Theory, Zayo.
Bleeding Through every time I
Bleeding
die.
Through
Burn
every
Out.
time I die. 18
And from, like-
Visions, Lamb of God, Atreyu. So many bands have graced that
It's so
stage.
weird.
It's so
'Cause,
weird.
Like, I'm looking across the fucking room and I'm like, the guy who gave me all of this is like, he's just 3 feet away.
Yeah,
We're here.
well.
We've all, but that's the thing. Is like we've all seen each other on that stage, even
Right.
even not in bands together.
Right.
Yeah, but
Like,
that's the
I've
funny
looked
thing.
at you-
That's the
I
funny thing,
remember
Corey. Is
watching-
like, dude, we don't look at you like,
Right.
oh, there's Corey, that guy that hung out with us. We're like,
Right.
Corey, that dude
That's
that
our
helped
fucking
us
buddy.
build
Yeah,
the scene.
That's our
Right.
bro.
You
Yeah.
know, and the same thing with Stan and those guys with
Right.
Terminal and like
And I remember watching-
Sean with color
Yes,
design.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
dude,
yeah.
like we don't look at those guys like, oh, they're new guys.
No.
Right.
Those are the dudes that helped us build
This
this
is the
scene.
alum. This is
yeah,
the
this
alum
is the
of Vino's.
alumnus.
I
man.
remember
We should get fucking
Even
Letterman
Will
jacket.
Boyd with
Right.
Evanescence and freaking
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
And, what
Yes.
was Bear? What was it?
I remember playing and
was
watching.
it Color Revolt?
Yes, Color.
No,
No,
that's Sean's band.
No,
what was
Color Revolt was out of
mine?
Mississippi.
What was the Bear band that Will and the guys from Self Hate were in? It was like
Ooh.
Bear Colony. Bear
Oh,
Colony.
no.
Like fucking
Lucky Father Brown.
Lucky
was-
Father Brown and Bear
was
Colony.
the dudes with like Matt Putman. And all
Yeah,
those dudes in it.
and
Yeah.
dude, it's like, you know, you think about the Visitors
Yes,
that were part
dude.
of
Visitors, that's
Evanescence,
Will Boyd's band.
and like Will Boyd and all those guys, and like
Caulfield's
Caulfield's
Aside.
Aside.
Yes, fucking
And
Damn!
you start to think about all these bands, and you're like, man, there was so much talent in Little Rock.
Yes.
You know, and it's amazing. And the cool thing is, like, you guys are still keeping that fire
Keep it
going.
Yeah.
We're
Keep
trying.
it going.
We're trying.
No, you're doing a great job.
You're doing it.
And
And be on the stage.
Yeah, exactly. I, mean,
I said building really weird.
You're
You're building the
building
stage.
a legacy, and that to me is amazing.
Like I
Right.
said, you're donating enough of your time to where my son will be able to enjoy a show at Vino's.
Yes.
And
Right.
it'll probably be Jeff and I will be teaming up to bring our sons to that.
Yes.
Right. Well, and that
How
was
old
the
is
thing.
Boston now?
David
Like,
Slack
what,
was there
7.
with his.
And my oldest son is 7. And the funny thing is
David
like,
Slack was there with Zoe, his son. Sorry,
his daughter.
his daughter.
I ran into him at Kroger today. And
He
told him
was
about this.
11, 12 years old, and it was just like, whoa.
yeah,
Like, I remember being your age.
right. It's
People at our barbershop don't know David as a musician. They only know him as a fireman.
It's a
Oh,
And
fireman.
I'm like,
Lord.
no, I shared a stage with that guy
Yes,
before
you did.
he freaking put
Right.
a fire out.
Well,
You know?
and dude, I
Right.
told my wife when we were talking about like this rebuild show, I was
Right.
like, man, Saints want to play, and it would be like such an honor
Oh my
for me to
God.
play because, like, dude, even though like I've done these huge tours and I've played like these massive.
That's the way to
Right.
go out.
Freaking,
Right.
I've played with Story of the Year, and I
Dude,
played with like Mudvayne and Breaking Benjamin. I played all these huge shows, but like, dude, when I think
My heart envies.
when I think of home, I think of Venus.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that is my home. And even like an extension would be like the old Juanitas down
Right.
Main
God, the
Street.
best sound.
Aaron,
And, like, Old
Aaron
Man
fucking
Kirks.
Hurley, James fucking yes.
Yeah, and those
And
are
Levy.
those are like what I call home. So like
Yes.
when the opportunity came to like do the Vinos, I was like, oh my god, that's like the story of my life.
Yeah.
And like Drew said, like I told my wife Amy, I was like, if we got the chance to play that show,
Yeah.
I want to take my son with me to like
Oh.
show this history. And she was like, well, are you gonna be able to keep up with him? Because my son's like a psychopath. But
he's
like I was
awesome,
like
bro.
it would be amazing just to let him be part of that history.
Dude, David was there with Zoe, and I was just like, oh my God.
Right.
Like, you weren't even
we
alive.
weren't even alive when this is going on.
You were not even a thought
right.
when, like, David Slack and, like, Josh Cox.
Oh
and,
my god.
of
It's like
all
historical,
people,
dude. It's historical.
Like, I don't give myself any, I'm horrible at giving myself credit. Some, like, Corey Fisher of
dude.
this
whatever.
shit fucking band. Like,
Dude,
like
you're part of it.
Zero with an X, and I'm like, the only thing I want from all of this is to like, so you're almost 40,
Right.
And Drew, you're
Me and you were
clearly
the same age, 35.
right. Me and
Yeah.
you were the same age.
Old.
Like,
Old
like
AF.
35, 38. Like, I want to go to Vino's and be like, oh shit, like, I see these youngsters,
Right.
and I'm smiling, and I'm like, they don't know who I am.
Right.
It's perfect.
Right. It's perfect.
Like,
And dude, the funny thing
I
is,
don't want you to know who I am.
Right.
But what I want is to go, you know what, that stage is not spongy?
Here's this.
Yes. It's because a long time ago,
Right.
me and a bunch of guys who should have never played a show together
right.
got
Put this thing
together.
together.
Yes. And like my buddy Drew and my buddy Jeff, and like we all got together and we were like, you know what?
We should redo this.
Fuck everything.
Yeah.
And
And
like,
the funny thing is like, dude, like you have people like Sam and Haley and
Yes.
Fletcher and people we've been talking about.
dude, Sam and Haley posted, and Haley showed up.
Yeah. I love
You know,
her,
dude,
dude.
I
She's
was
a sweetheart.
her and Shay Collins
Mhm.
was like, I was like, dude, I love you both. I gave them both hugs.
Mhm.
I was like, please come on the podcast.
Yeah.
Like,
They should.
dude,
Haley and
right?
Sam would
Yes.
freaking
They got
lay
some
some stuff
stories.
down.
They
They would
got
lay
some
some
fucking
stuff down.
stories.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was
But,
like,
dude, that's what's so funny is like, dude,
You know who you need to find?
who?
Randy Boyd.
What?
Zero's first album was
Yeah.
with Randy Boyd,
Dude,
bro.
I recorded
You need to
Boyd.
find Randy Boyd.
Yeah.
Get this sucker on the cat.
He fucking
He is-
hated
Dude,
Bro, yeah,
Boyd
he's
was
got some
amazing.
stories.
He's got
and also
some-
the original sound guy for Juanitas.
Lee.
I don't know his
Lee.
name. Lee.
Lee, yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you the best sound in Central Arkansas.
Oh, dude, the
Okay,
original
okay.
Juanitas. Oh my God, that was the pinnacle.
I'm sorry.
100%
I'm gonna brush
agree.
some feathers, but I don't give
Yes.
a shit. That guy, getting sound mixed by him was amazing.
So good. It was so
Everything
good.
sounded good.
It sounded so good. But that's
So
what I'm
good.
saying. Like you got people like Sam and Haley
Yes.
that like kept this torch moving. Even
Yes.
when I retired.
Yes.
It, like the first time I retired, when I came off tour with Soul Embrace, and was like, you know what?
Dude, you've got to do a promoter.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was
Booker, I don't
yeah.
know, whatever you call it.
yeah,
Podcast with those guys on it.
dude, Sam and Haley, and I was like, hey man, y'all kept
Get
it
them in a room
going.
together. Yeah, they did.
And dude, I mean, dude, but the funny thing is like even when I was out of the scene and I was like retired, they were bringing bands in, like we came as Romans and freaking All Shall Perish,
Dude, so
and
much.
so
What is
many
it, Aaron
moves.
Greenfield? Is it Aaron Greenfield?
What?
Did he do some stuff?
Aaron Greenfield?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Was that it? Who did the Village?
No, that was
Blake Sandifer.
Blake Sandifer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Blake. Blake
That's my
did
boy,
yeah,
bro.
dude.
Bring him in.
And he would keep bringing stuff in. And dude, it was like
ArkansasLiveMusic.com.
That's it.
yeah,
That's
Arkansas
it, man.
Line. That's
Dude.
it. That's it. Him
then
and
you
Blake
do an
and
episode
Brock
with-
and Brock
yes,
and
I'm
yeah.
about to say,
Yes.
you do an episode with Matt Allman and Brock,
Brock.
all those guys.
Dude.
Bring him in there. All the sound.
Bring
yeah.
freaking
And
Adam
Spencer
Peterson
Bayhan.
in.
Yes.
Adam
Adam would kill it.
Peterson.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, you would have a heyday. in
Adam
this joint.
Peterson talking about Little Rock Hardcore.
Oh my
when
God.
He started with that.
When he had the freaking spider bangs.
all that from a boy from Redfield. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
I was so fucking like, I could get Blake, but Blake texts me. He's like, I'll do it. And I'm like, that's not like the attitude. Like, I
Dude,
need you to be
I'll
like,
do it, bro.
Yeah.
Bring Blake's punk ass in here.
Oh,
That'd
he
be awesome.
loves it, bro. He
And that
loves
was what's
it.
so funny is like, dude, like, you know, and the funny thing to me that like kind of chaps my butthole, if I could say anything, is like, and I feel like Stan and like you guys from my hands,
Yes.
like, you know, you guys don't care about the division, but like in the quote
Right,
unquote
the greater
greater
yes.
scene, there's this big division between like hardcore and
Yes.
metal and metalcore and pop punk and like
That joke was actually made the night we played.
well, that's what I'm
the
talking
drummer
about.
of Terminal Nation goes, okay, so we can finally
Chase?
hate each other again? Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like, so we can hate each other again? I was like, yes. And he was like, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, dude, that's the funny thing. It was like when all of us were coming up, it was like there was no division. Like you could have bands like Slick Grip and Saints and My Hands and Terminal. We'd all play together
I
and
know.
it'd be no big deal.
I
And we would
know.
just like hug each other and love each other, and that was like a united scene.
I know.
And there for a little while, there was like this big division between like genres. And that was that. The funny thing is like Drew and I, like
Yes.
when we started Descended from Wolves,
Thank you. I was hoping you bring that.
that
back
was
up.
our big thing. Was
Yes.
like, dude, there's this big division,
Yes.
and like our big thing with Wolves was like, look, let's bring this scene back together.
Bro,
You know,
No, Wolves. I never witnessed more separation than when we started Wolves.
I
yeah,
know.
And that's when we noticed that we were trying to play hardcore music, which was what we all started out with, and then we started noticing that the hardcore scene didn't really give a fuck.
they
It
didn't
was-
care
it was
about
the
anybody
metal,
else.
It was the metal kid. It was
Yeah.
the metal kids. So then it was like, I remember we were practicing one night, and we were doing a benefit show for our boy Brandon Helm. He committed suicide,
Yeah,
so we were doing a benefit show for his daughter.
Yes. Yes.
And Saints decided to get back together.
Yeah.
So we're getting back together and playing. And I remember Dylan and Corey were both like, we felt left out that you didn't ask us to play in the first place.
in Descended from Wolves.
Yeah. When we got Wolves together,
Yeah.
it was like, we just don't understand why we couldn't have got Saints back together. And we're like, oh, that sucks to hear. But it was nice to hear them say that. And we're like, you know what? Put your money where your mouth is.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's do this
Yeah.
Saints
And then
thing
bam,
for real.
Yeah.
We did it. And we started back playing. And it was like, holy shit.
Wow.
We actually,
Yeah.
it was funny because they came back in that
Yes.
day, we played through the set.
we played the
almost
set like flawless, and we hadn't
I
played in
know.
like
We
what
played-
I know.
7-8 years, and we were just like ripping it.
I was like, okay, everybody knows the same stuff. We're good. Let's
Yes.
go. So
Let's
we
go.
did.
We had 2 practices.
Yeah.
for that
So
show?
the next year, my Hands to War's guitar player hung himself.
Yeah.
Really?
And we're like, bro, like, how do we do this?
Yeah, that's hard to deal with.
Oh, it's stupid, dude.
Yeah,
Dude,
It's so stupid. And I'm, you know,
What was his name?
Dustin Montgomery.
Suicide.
Really?
Suicide's a big deal for me. The song "My Darkest Day"
Right.
is about my friend Timothy, and As Cities Burn.
Yes.
it's a
As
big
Cities
sense
Burn.
of
He
there.
played
Timothy,
with
yes.
All American Rejects.
He played with
Yes.
All American Rejects.
Yeah.
Joan Zeta.
Joan Zeta.
He
Yeah.
committed
listen.
suicide. My Darkest Day is about waking up and finding out he committed suicide.
And that's the
and
same.
My aunt had died that same week.
Yes.
That was a rough week.
That was a rough spot.
And then while we were recording the new CD with Becoming Saints, my grandfather committed suicide. So
I know.
suicide's a big deal for me.
right.
And
That's
we
that one
actually-
shot.
yeah.
One shot's about
We
that.
played that song live, and I remember telling Jeff, I was like, "Listen, man, like I don't let shit really bother me. I try to keep pretty callous, but that was a hard song to do,
Right.
especially live because it's like there's a lot of emotion in that one. That's
Right.
my grandfather,
Right.
and it takes a lot of you got to be pretty open and let someone know
Yeah.
your loved one of yours like
Yeah.
killed themselves.
Where your feelings are.
Yeah. And we've all seen it. You know, Brandon was a good friend of ours, and
Yeah.
Jeff. I
Yes.
mean, Jeff showed up to the scene.
Right.
So, you
I
know,
threw my phone just then.
yeah, stuff like that. Like,
we had 6 people too.
but stuff like that, like that's what makes this
Right.
shit real.
Right.
We have our friends that have been with us. We've seen people die.
Yeah.
We've seen people live. We've seen people born into this scene,
Yeah.
and we're the staple of Arkansas hardcore and metal. That
Yeah.
It's so weird, man.
Well, that's
You can
what's
always
good
come
about
home and find
Arkansas
your
is
buddies.
like, dude, like even
Right.
back then, the Matt Evans Project, which
Right.
we all are say such a huge show.
Like-
You know, that kid had cancer and he was dying of cancer,
Yeah.
and like,
Yes.
dude, the
And he
scene
did
came
die
together
of
to help him
cancer.
out.
Yes.
We had a Tooth Fest. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes.
Tooth
Oh,
Fest.
bro.
You know, helping a kid get his grill replaced.
Hey, I
rebuild the
remember-
Vino
yes.
stage.
Matt Evans
Yes.
will forever live because of the lyrics that we all took and put
Yes.
to a song.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
wrote, and it'll never go away.
He'll never.
Never.
And that was 10, 15 years ago, and we're still talking about it today.
Yeah.
So,
Bro, I remember being in Vino's being like, this is never gonna end.
Right.
Like, oh man, this sucks.
It's such funny. It's so funny to talk about all this history.
I remember our guitar player. I come home and our guitar player's like, I flipped him off when
Mm-hmm.
I came in the driveway, right? And I was like, oh, it's Justin, right? Like,
Right,
he's
no
gonna
big deal.
react. Like,
Right.
no big deal. And I was like, whoa. Like, he didn't react the way I thought he would. What's wrong? And I opened my like door,
Mhm.
right? And I'm like, hey, buddy, what's wrong, man? Like, fuck you.
Yeah, no big deal. Big jokes.
And he goes, hey, man, Dustin killed himself. And I was like,
Oh my god.
no, you can't be right. Like,
Yeah.
I literally thought it was a joke.
Right.
I thought he was fucking with me. And I was like, no, there's no way, dude. There's no way. And then he stares at me and he goes, yo, Dustin's dead. And I was like, this isn't the same as
Right.
I thought it would be.
It changes. Yeah.
And I remember sitting there with, Drew's one of my best friends. And I
Mm.
was like, I remember sitting outside and I was like, huh, like, this isn't the same thing I remember.
Mm.
This isn't what it's supposed to be. And then I remember like thinking back to like all the days of like, ah ha ha,
Right.
we're
Good
all just
times.
kids.
Right.
Like, ha ha ha. And I'm like thinking like, I wonder what this would be like if like none of this had ever happened. Like I remember like, what would Jeff Bowie do? And I'm like, what if Drew Garrison would do? And I was like, huh, this is really strange.
it is.
Yeah. He is.
And I remember like seeing his face and I'm like, whoa, like he's not here anymore.
Right.
Like
They're not with us. Yeah. Yeah.
this is really, really weird. And I'm like, we're supposed to play a show with them in like
Right.
a week.
Right.
And
Where's
I'm
my
like,
friend at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I'm
Where's my
like-
friend at?
And I'm like, so my friend's gone, but my best friend is not gone.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like,
You're right.
It was so, dude, I literally still think back to that day when my buddy Justin brings it up, and I'm like, yeah, like my buddy Drew and my buddy Jeff, I'm like, I think of them and I'm like, yeah, but Dustin.
Right. And it sears it into your brain.
Yeah,
it's
and I'm
weird.
like, we were supposed to play this day.
Right.
We were supposed to be 3 bands, like, on a mission.
Right.
Like,
hanging out,
we
being
were gonna
friends.
fucking annihilate.
Right.
I remember texting Drew and being like, bro, we're gonna fucking kill.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Yeah.
Like, nothing is gonna stop us.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. Even with the Brandon thing, it's like, like our friend Brandon,
Right.
like we've known him for years and years and years. And he actually was from Waco, and he moved
Right.
in and got a part of the scene, and he was my roommate for a long time. And it was like, I actually remember I was sitting in bed one night with my wife, and
Yeah.
I just had my son, and he texted me and was like, yo, bro. And this was Drew was a cop. He was like, bro, buddy of mine just, responded, and Brandon killed himself.
Right.
And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro.
Right.
Like, for real? He's like,
Right.
yeah, man. He it's a messed up situation. And like, and I remember like, and that was the thing that like brought us back together.
Right.
It was like, dude, Brandon was a homeboy to us, and even though, no matter what was going on with him,
Right. Right.
whatever, it was like,
It's
like, well,
He could fuck up a million times.
Yeah.
And still your fucking dude.
right, he was still your dude,
man,
like, right, exactly, he was still your homeboy.
yes.
But it was so funny because like that's what brought Saints back together.
It is.
right.
Yeah.
And it was like, dude, we need to do something like for this guy's family, because at this time
Yes.
he had a wife, and his daughter was
Daughter
small.
Harper, yeah.
Yeah, Harper was small, and that was the whole show, was like help Harper.
Right.
And it was like, dude, like, let's get back together, the original lineup, because like Colt had replaced me and Seth had replaced Corey, amazing musicians like Seth Ashley
the
and
best,
like
bro.
those guys are so
Yes.
amazing. And like, we were like, let's get the band back together, bro.
Let's do it, bro.
That
And-
nostalgia
yeah.
shit hits, yeah.
What?
That nostalgia hits.
Yeah, and it was like, dude, let's see what we can do to, and that's the funny thing. It's like we go right back to talking about like you guys rebuilding the stage,
Oh my god.
and like Tooth Fest, and like Matt Evans.
Yep.
It's like, dude, that's the cool thing about Arkansas, is like no matter where we stand as like genre, as a scene,
Right.
we can come together and
Right.
like help out our friends and like represent something. And that's the thing, like Sam and Haley and Fletcher, and,
Fletcher,
all those
bro.
people come back together, and like
fucking Aaron Hurley.
right,
Yeah.
all those people that have like, and Michael Moore, and
Yeah.
like all
Oh
those
my
people that have
God,
like
bro.
that just like like those years of sacrifice, and like building up like friendships
Yes.
and stuff like
Michael
that.
Moore used to slip $20 bills in the
Dude.
Colombians' pockets when we
Yes.
first started.
Dude,
He was
Michael's
like,
an
hey, I don't think
amazing
you got
dude.
paid enough. Here you go. It's $20. I'm like,
Dude,
that dude believed in us before. Like it was insane. Like the amount of he was like, listen, they're not getting paid what you need to get paid. Here's $20 more.
Well,
I'm
dude,
like,
let me throw a little shout out to my boy Michael Moore.
Michael Moore.
Like, first off, that dude brought so like the whole hardcore dance scene.
I swear
That's
to
Michael
God,
Moore.
yes.
My boy Michael Moore came back from Cornerstone and was like listening to X Disciple
Dude.
X, and he was like, dude, bros, you have no idea what's
dude,
going on.
I literally remember like shows like fucking Comium,
yeah.
second genre, like coming together and being like, yo, Zero should play the fucking
Right.
like this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, we're not that good. And he's like, yo, and like your band,
Right.
Catharsis, and all these bands would be playing. And I was like, oh my God. And
that's
he
why I
would be
refer to
like,
you guys as the Big Brothers of Hardcore, Jeff, Carl, and Mike.
Right, well, my boy Carl Smith, like, dude, like
And
Michael
Jukes.
and Juke, like
Yeah.
Alan Jukes, and dude, it's funny because like, like Michael introduced me to the
Yes.
scene. We went to high school together, and like Michael was like, dude, you need to check out Bloodshed, and you need to check out freaking, Minor Threat.
dude, I swear
And
to
I
God.
was like, "What are you talking about, bro? Nirvana rules."
Mm-hmm.
And and I love Nirvana, but like he was like,
fucking
"Dude,
hate
check this
Nirvana.
out." And he was like, "Come to these shows with me."
Yeah.
dude,
And
no,
I,
it
and
doesn't
like,
bother-
like Bruce did with you.
Yep.
And it was funny. And it's like I go to these shows, and it was
Yes.
like I become this like quote unquote somebody in the scene, and everybody's like, everybody remembers me, but they don't remember guys like Michael Moore and Carl Smith and like Jeremy Tacker.
Yeah, Tacker.
And Tacker.
Tacker, dude.
And these dudes that like freaking like built this freaking scene. Like you'd go and like even though Ben Moody was like huge in like Evanescence and he like, made all the, platinum records, like, I remember going to those shows at like Lamplight on JFK with like 50 people and freaking
Josh Carr talks about Lamplight.
Yeah,
to this day.
Joshua Carr
Yep.
and Ben Moody and people were at those shows and it's like, you'd see like Bloodshed and Sometimes Sunday and Sacrifice and like all these early Tooth and Nail bands and Green Day and like Green Day before they were huge, and you'd be like, wow.
Here's a backstory real quick talking about Evanescence and Ben Moody. I had the biggest crush on Amy Lee.
Yeah, who didn't, bro?
She used to wear these thigh high black and white thigh highs.
Yeah,
skirt.
with a yeah.
And black wings, and I remember looking up to them. And back in the day, Big Brother Jeff over here used to host Blitzkrieg.
What?
Radio show. So they
with
John
LeCompte's wife,
Yes, you
Shelley
did.
Palmer,
Yes.
Mind Rage,
Yes.
Mind Rage /
Mind Rage.
Evanescence, Mind Rage,
And so
/ Evanescence.
So I'm like, we finally like, Jeff calls us up. He's like, hey, I want you on the show. We're like,
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
So obviously it was a weeknight, like Sunday nights
Yeah.
at like 10 o'clock. So we go up there. It's us and Evanescence. Encomium and Evanescence. And I remember sitting there, I'm like, I'm
You
all
steal my
struck.
heart.
I'm over there, I'm like, Amy Lee is so fucking hot. Oh my God.
dude.
So they're talking, and then they finally get to us, and they start talking to us.
Oh.
And I'm like, yeah, we're Encomium. We're from Brian.
We're a band from Brian.
And I never knew this until I went back and listened to it, because I back in the day, I would go to sleep. I'd press record on a tape and go to sleep and wake up, and I had the Blitzkrieg show.
Right.
So,
Dude.
yeah.
Dude.
So I never knew this until I
That was
went
my
back.
life.
I went back. I'm listening to the tape, and while Blitzkrieg staff is talking to us, Ben Moody starts snoring.
He fell asleep. He fell asleep.
And I was like, from that moment on, I have never liked that guy.
Oh, God.
And no, I'm
He
serious.
fell asleep, dude. True
He's
story.
like,
See? Oh,
I got
that's so funny. That's so
I
funny
got
you remember
so
that.
mad. I was like,
Oh, my God.
I was like, this dude had the audacity. Not only in front of my
Sleep.
crush
Yeah, bro.
to start snoring while I'm talking about my fucking metal band. I was like, all right, so we ever get in a fight, it's you and me, bud.
Me and you, Marshmallow Boy.
So, Ben, if you're listening, which I doubt you are, but if you are, we're fighting.
Listen, bro,
Well,
if
it's
you're
funny because
you're listening,
he brings a
Because
whole.
that happened in 2001, son.
He brings a whole other thing. It was like, dude, like back in the day, I used to host a radio show,
dude,
and
you-
so
You're like, yeah, it was you and Shelly.
it was me and Shelly
I
LeCompte.
have a fucking POV, whatever,
Whatever,
I have a POV picture. Me and Josh Cox, we traveled down
Really?
to Z. What?
right. Z 88.3.
Thank
right?
you.
Yeah.
We drove down to Z 81.3, and Cox was like, "Bro, this is where all the fucking metal happens." And I was
Oh,
like,
dude. I'll
let's
tell you
just-
this. I'll tell you this. The biggest day of my life, no matter all the bands I interviewed, was I was walking up, 88.3. It was on Main Street, and it was like right down the street
Hey.
from Juanita's.
100%.
Right. And I was walking up the stairs, and I was like, dude, that's fucking Pepper Keenan from Conformation of Conformity. Or, what, is it? What? Oh my God. Help me.
No.
Conversion of Conformity. What is it? COC. Oh my God.
The second name.
Yeah. Anyway, Pepper Keenan is walking down
Yes.
the stairs, and I was like, oh my God, my life is complete. And I'm going to do my radio show, and I actually think CT from Wake was tied to this.
CT was there, but I was no.
because CT show was on right before ours.
Right.
And I was like, oh my God, that's Pepper Keenan. And I was like walking into our show, and I was like, did y'all just see Pepper Keenan?
Yeah.
And they were like, who's that? And I was like, okay, I can't talk to you.
Don't worry about it. I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like, dude, I used to do this radio show, and we interviewed bands like No Innocent Victim from
100%.
Victory Records.
100%.
POD, Payable on Death before they were huge. Evanescence before they got big. You know, we had Roadside Monument.
Roadside
Monument was on there.
Bro, I used to look at my friend. I was like, if Drew Garrison is on, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, who cares? But it's like, you know, like, it's funny to me. Like, I used to host this radio show, and it wasn't me. It was Shelly. That was her show. Blitzkrieg. It was her show, and she was gracious enough to let me come on it.
Jeff McMahon
She was
at the time.
awesome.
Yeah, it was Jeff McMahon at the time. When
Yes.
Jeff Bowie is Jeff McMahon.
Yes.
But, like, dude, it was like, and I was getting to, like, interview these guys, and I was like, and I had pictures from these shows, and I was like, and even my boy Ben Sprouse jumped on there with me, and I was like,
Shouts out to Ben Sprouse. He's been hitting me up on the DMs.
Dude,
yeah,
while we're
Ben
doing
Sprouse.
that.
Hey, I swear to God, 100% shout out.
But dude, it was like, it was funny because I started getting like stuff from Solid State and Tooth and Nail, and they were like, hey, even Moby sent us a CD and was like, hey, could y'all play this on your radio show? And it was like, oh my God, this is the pinnacle of my life. But
Dude.
you know, anyway, it was good times. Blitzkrieg represent.
Yep.
1998,
88.3.
88.3 Sunday nights, 10 to 12. If you didn't listen, you're lame.
Screw you.
Screw you.
I'm 100% involved.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny. I used to kind of hit on my wife on the down low.
Hey,
was
you
like,
know what?
Hey, Amy.
Me and Jeremy Winchell were getting request contests.
Yes.
I
I
literally,
request the heaviest shit, and he requests the lightest shit.
Yeah.
that's 100% true. And then this woman walks into my job, and we're like, who the fuck are you? And she's like, oh, my husband will be here in an hour. It's Drew Garrison. And we're like, oh, you know Drew? And she's
You
like,
know
yeah, I'm
Drew.
married to Drew. And we're like, yeah, okay, everything's free.
You know what's funny is I've probably seen Drew naked more times than his wife has.
Which is bullshit. I don't get naked in front of those dudes. It's Jeff normally.
Liar.
Jeff.
I've seen your dinger more
Jeff.
times than.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, I've seen his veins. I know
It took
what's
4 days to lay that floor.
up.
It was a while.
That's funny.
It was
She's
a
still
while.
smiling about it though, so thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Dude, it was fucking amazing.
You don't want to see Drew and I's text messages.
No,
we
you
have. You don't want to see
It's
that.
like Gronkowski. You don't want to see this.
So-
shit.
You don't
wanna see-
I kind of want to show you, but I'll get in
Okay.
trouble.
Oh, we opening something else up?
Ooh, can I get an exclusive? I'm drunk as fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
You're
Bro,
welcome.
Tonight
Yeah.
has been amazing, and I knew it was gonna be. You guys are my best friends.
Word.
Fuck it.
Rep.
Sunflower seeds.
I wish you could see this.
Stuck in thought.
You just looked up to this guy and looked up. and said,
Listen,
Yep.
man. Like, I'm looking to my right, and I'm like, whoa, this is the guy that gave me everything. I'm looking to my left, and I'm like,
This guy sucks. He's short.
no. I'm like, this is the guy that like literally showed me everything, bro. You know, I think a lot of people want to know what's going on.
With what? Myself personally?
Becoming Saints.
Okay.
Just lay it out.
All right. Okay. So here's the
I-
deal with Saints.
Hey, wait. Can I be 100% honest?
Absolutely, you
Yeah.
can. How long have we known each other? You can be honest.
We've known each other for like
20 years.
at least.
At least 20 years.
We're going on a long time, and I want to be the guy that like I'm looking at Johnny Cash like
Who's that guy?
professional. Yes.
Who's that guy? I'm looking at that Deftones poster you got signed. That's what I'm interested in.
Hey, I didn't even know I was getting that.
Nice.
Listen, I love you guys. I'm so glad you guys came on this.
Oh, dude, I'm
and
stoked to be here, bro.
Thank you so much for being a part of like my thing. But what I want to really get to, if we can get to it honestly, what's the deal, bro?
With what? Saints?
Yeah.
Life.
Life. I
Okay.
mean, okay, so
Kids.
I'll lay it down.
And I listen, I 100% whatever, bro.
Right. Well, here's the deal with us is like really it's just life. Like Drew runs a business, as
Yes.
you know. Drew has children and
Yes.
married. I have 2 kids myself,
Yes.
and till recently was working a very demanding job. Alan's a teacher, and let's be real, Alan's our principal songwriter.
Right.
Alan Robson, guitar player, fantastic musician.
Right.
Alan's a teacher, so he has limited time. He's busy. Corey lives in Romance, Arkansas, which is like, an hour and a half away from us. Dylan was our original drummer, and he lives in Atkins, which is a long way away. But Jake's our new drummer, and Jake's got a very demanding schedule.
Yes.
So I mean, dude, it's just
Timing.
it's just time and being old. We have 5 or 6 songs written that are, ideas. We know technically we owe a record to our record label.
Right.
We still owe a record to them. We're just, trying to get it together. I mean, it's just, even that show with Vino's, we were like, yeah, we want to do it. Totally want to do it. But it's scheduling. It's just being old. And that's the thing is like, as much as we love the scene, as much as we love like playing music and playing metal and, ripping it up and, drinking beers with our friends, it's just, life gets in the way sometimes. And that's okay. I mean, dude, like I'm pretty comfortable with, where I'm at in life, but would I love to freaking, what are you looking at me like that for, you freaking jerkhole? But like, dude, it's just being old, I mean, and at some point in your life, you have to be like, what's more important to me? Right. As much as I love the scene of metal and hardcore and punk rock and all that stuff. Yes. What's more important to me? And, we've got plans to finish a record, right. Which has been in progress for, I don't know how long. We've got 5 or 6, songs in progress. But I mean, it's like I said with Jake. I mean, he's very his schedule's demanding, and it's kind of hard to practice without a drummer. Right.
Right.
Recently engaged.
What's that? Yeah, recently engaged. By the way, props to Jake. Whirlwind. Yeah, I mean, it's like he's starting his life.
Yes.
Anyway, long story short, we have plans to release another record. Because that was our whole thing with Saints. Like, in 2008, we were like, hey, this scene's amazing. We toured with these amazing bands. And there were talks about us like, hey, let's just do this full time. Let's see if we can get on like Solid State and live the life. And at the time, it just didn't work out for us. And then like with the Brandon, we were talking about our friend Brandon who committed suicide. That kind of brought us back together. Right. And we were like, well, let's do what we always wanted to do. Let's put out a decent record. Right. Put it on a nationwide record label. And, it was kind of cool, becoming Saints. I get to go look at bestbuy.com and our records there. And I was like, you know what? Yep. That's what I always wanted to do.
You're
our
speaking
record,
of my soul, bro.
Yeah, our record's there. And like, to me, that was kind of like a completion of what Saints was. Like, we got to put a record out nationwide. We got to put our, and whoever listens to it. Well, like, I have no exaggerations that our band is this massive band, but like, to make our record available to people was from a little town like Little Rock, Arkansas. I was like, yeah, that was perfect to me. Hand me that proper. But it was like
so good, bro.
I was just stoked to like do that. You gonna mix that up?
I'm gonna mix this.
No, you gotta get that shot.
Drown that down.
I know we're talking about like
guys.
from
we're gonna
a fucking mixer era, bro.
Move the mic. But Saints, where we're at right now is kind of a we're just kind of wait and see. That's the thing. We're just gonna wait and see. Like, I still have full aspirations to write another record. Drew does, Alan does. It's just finding the time. We're just old. Okay. Like I said, dude, I'm almost 40. I've been in the scene for freaking 25 years. Yeah. My first show in Little Rock was at Vino's before it was called Vino's. I don't remember what it was called back then. It's 1993.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm
you say like, my first show, and I'm like, bro, my first show was one of my best friends' first show, and I'm like, oh, that was Juanita's too, and they're like, no, no, it actually wasn't. And it's like, if you like reminisce and take off 15 years, bro. Yeah. Like,
And what's funny is like I remember seeing Encomium for the first time.
oh my
and it was at God, where was it? It was in North Little Rock.
Yeah, it was in North Little Rock.
it had to be,
Lakewood
bro.
Village.
Lakewood Village.
We played with Figure
it was
Four.
Figure Four.
Figure 4.
/
Now,
comeback kid. Comeback kid. And Drew, and I was like, and I
wouldn't
walked
face
up,
the crowd.
Yeah, and Drew wouldn't face the crowd, and it was funny. It's funny how all this comes together because it was like, dude, no, the proper for Corey.
Oh, Corey's good.
Oh, Corey's good, but it was like, you know, I see those kids and like
Corey's good,
Catharsis and Zero, and
Yes.
you know, Encomium. And it was funny. We all used to play together, and that's how Saints started. Was like between the second broke up, Encomium kind of / broke up, Catharsis
Yes.
broke up, and we were like, "Hey,
Don't want to start a band?
I want to start a band. Let's play some riffs. Esley Dying's pretty cool.
Yep.
Let's play some riffs."
I swear to God.
Thanks to Asley dying and Killswitch Engage, becoming
Yes.
Saints happened.
Right.
Seriously.
Right. And
Bro.
Living Sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
And
Oh,
Living
Thank you,
Sacrifice.
because the only reason I even gave a fuck about like I'm gonna be in a local band, like I'm gonna be bigger than everybody else, was like, yeah, I hate to be this guy, but like my friend Drew Garrison coming to fucking school and being like, we're in fucking this band, and I'm like, I'm in that band too, and he's like, cool, bro.
Let's play
I'm
together.
like, yeah.
Let's
And I'm
play
like,
at
we're
Frontline.
in, yeah, we're in fucking, Becoming Saints. Like, okay, cool. And I'm like, bro, I'm in Becoming Saints. And he's like, yeah, you're in Becoming Saints. But in reality, it was like, yo, you're really playing for fucking Asley Dying or,
Did we play with Esley Dying? No? Okay, I can't remember. I know
I
I played
did.
locally.
yes.
Encomium was broken up.
Yes.
And we were starting to talk about becoming Saints when Asley Dying started coming like really into fruition.
Didn't they play at like TNT?
They played it for they played at TNT first and
Right.
it sucked.
yeah.
With
Then 6
fucking
months later, 94 Hours comes out
no,
and they kill it.
They blow up.
Listen, the day 94 Hours came out, I remember watching 94 Hours with fucking, what's her name?
Who?
Who's the band that played it?
I don't
Asley
remember.
Dying.
Asley Dying.
Yeah.
I remember 94 Hours, and I remember watching like,
tell if his band is one on Corey.
bro, I remember I was like, Encomium's better. 94 Hours is the fucking stupidest song. Yeah. And then 94 Hours plays, and I'm like, this is a dumb fucking song, bro. Like, you're stupid. And then 94 Hours plays, and I'm like, what, you're gonna kill your wife?
Yeah.
What a bitch.
Hey,
Sorry.
it is what it is.
Hey, fuck that guy.
I support him. I support
fucking
him.
plays,
I
and
do
I'm
too.
like,
I support him. I
I'm
support
looking at
Tim
the guy,
Lovisis.
and I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
He was
Listen,
in
guys.
Society's Finest, wasn't he?
Listen, from
Yes, he
Texas.
was.
And I was like,
What?
guys,
Evelyn.
what
No.
an amazing
Nick
show.
Lippo?
No, Nick, but
Nick was from
Tim
Evelyn.
used to play in Society's Finest.
Did he really?
He played guitar.
Let me
My
correct
boy Josh Ashworth,
Oh,
I know
Society's
Chatty
Finest,
Bugatti,
and
Chatty
Joel from
Bugatti's-
Society's My Boys.
Thank
Bugatti
you.
from
Chad,
Bryan, Arkansas.
Chatty Bugatti played drums for them. Let me just show you my age. Let me text Joel
Thank
real quick.
you.
Hold up.
I'm texting right now.
Yeah, Let me text
Tim
Josh.
Lambesis.
Hey, bro. Josh actually did vocals in Zayo. Yeah, let me give you some more knowledge.
I literally told Tim, like, you're a dick.
Tim Lambesis. That's amazing.
I was like, you suck. I don't want to. I don't care. I
Yeah.
want to meet. Who was the other guitar player?
From who? Esley Dying?
Yeah.
It wasn't Nick. It was. What's
Damn,
his-
he was. And he was also in Point of Recognition.
What?
Yeah.
Damn
Oh,
it,
dude, a funny story about Point of Recognition. We booked a show, me and my boy Michael Moore.
Oh,
Point
my
of
God.
Recognition, Figure 4 at the front line. 15 people showed up.
Yep.
You fucking win, bro.
15 people showed up.
I was fan number 13.
Yeah, I was there. I was moshing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but anyway, so Tim, Nick, what's the other guitar player's name? Oh my god, he riffs. Esley Dying Dong.
What's his Nick? Jordan, Nick.
No, Nick. What's his name? Jordan was a good.
He played in
was the
Seosin
drummer.
after.
Seosin.
Huh?
Seosin.
No, what?
No, he
Seosin.
was in Seosin. What was his fucking name?
Hold on, I'm pulling up the Wikipedias. Hold on one second.
God.
Josh Gilbert, Jordan, Nick, Phil, Clint.
Phil, that's his name. Phil.
Phil what?
Grosso.
I'm looking at the book, not the band.
Say
Hold
it.
on.
Say it. Say it.
Hang on. Hold on. Are you going to pee, Drew? Hey, here we go.
Say it.
Hang on, I'm working on it. Oh, this is the worst day of my life. Hold on, here we go. It's okay, so the guitar players are Nick Hippa, Josh Gilbert. No, Josh Gilbert's a bass player. Phil Sagrasso.
Yes.
Phil Sagrasso.
Yes.
Yes. That's it. I'm sorry.
Phil
Which is funny because like Drew and I, like Nick, like he used to play in Evelyn.
Yes.
Funny story.
Yes.
Evelyn played at the front line.
All right.
Funny story.
Bro.
Guess who booked him? Michael and Jeff Bowie.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Crazy days.
Dude.
And less Jeff, more Michael. But
Dude. You guys used to play so many bands.
oh, dude. It's so
I remember thinking like, oh, my buddies, Jeff and Drew, like they are the dudes. Like, and then I would be like, hey, no worries. Whatever Drew and Jeff says,
it's gold.
that's 100%, bro.
Oh, whatever.
And then like, hey, Drew Garrison said this band is gonna be amazing, and I'm like, yo, this band sucks.
this band's terrible, but he said they're good.
And then I would be like, yo, Jeff said this band was going to be amazing. And I'd be like, yo, Jeff might be an idiot. And they were like, yo, Jeff sucks. And I'm like, how could you say that?
That's funny you mentioned that because at one point in time, I remember when I was in Saints and we were kind of doing our thing and doing our little short tours and whatever with Ashes and guys like that. It was like, I remember there was this like uprising against Jeff Bowie. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And they were like, dude, a bunch of people don't like you. And I was like, I don't get, because you know me, I'm an outspoken idiot. And I was like, for a second, I was kind of like bummed out. I was like, wow, okay, people don't like me. That's weird. And I was like, fuck those dudes, whatever. Who cares? I'm gonna go freaking rip this riff, and who cares?
I was one of those guys who was like, you like my buddy Jeff? And I would pause and I would be like, fuck you fuck. Like, my buddy Jeff is better than you would ever be.
No, I'm never better than anybody. But it was funny. I remember at one point, and honestly, like, dude, at that point, like the kill switch, like joke around being dong heads was a cool thing.
Dude.
And I was like, yo, bro, I'm gonna be an idiot. And it may have bit me. Whatever. Drew, you still eating seeds?
Still eating seeds, man.
You're not even on your microphone.
I'm still eating seeds.
How many texts have you gotten from your wife?
He is so sexy.
My mom and my wife are all like, hey, are you coming up for dinner tonight?
Yeah.
I'm like,
well,
I'm trying to
dude,
get there.
my wife is texting me. She's like, the boys are asking where you're at.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, yo, your dad's
Okay.
being a celebrity. Back off.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We're gonna fucking stop.
Wait, what's this? Oh, my boy Sam texted me with a Descended from Wolves hat on. It says,
Whoa.
since they were becoming saints, bruh. Oh, that's so funny.
Your guy Sam is a fuck.
What?
I'm just kidding.
What did you say?
All right. So,
How long have we been on? How long have we been rolling?
bro.
We've been going since 2 o'clock.
This is going to be awesome.
4 hours.
4-hour podcast, bro.
Yep.
Who has got the
Hold
time
on.
for this?
Hold on. Google. Wait. Okay, tell me. Hold on.
Hold on, everyone. It's coming.
After later.
I love your Kevin Smith. By the way, I may steal that silent.
I love
Silent.
Kevin Smith. Yeah.
Is it Silent Bob?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm real close to the microphone right now.
Hey, guess what? I love the guy who said "fuck you," and I love the guy who
Yeah.
said "fucking who cares."
Yeah, well, dude, here's the funny thing.
Yes.
Dude, so like I was just thinking about this. Like we were talking about bands like Juliana Theory.
Yes.
Further Seems Forever. Does anybody remember those guys?
I do.
First
Played at the parlor.
played at the Parlor with
Thank you.
with Chris Caraba.
Thank
15 people were there.
Yes.
I was whoa, bro, knock your vape down.
Yeah, I'm vaping, bro. Fuck you.
But dude, like, yeah, those are the bands that used to come through Little Rock, and you'd be like, "Whoa, yeah, that's you, bro." But anyway, Little Rock's amazing. I'm glad to be part of this town, and I'm glad to be part of this scene. X Scene X. Under oath, I booked your first show with Few Left Standing at what is now what's called Pulaski Tech.
Yeah, they're
Expo
gone
Center.
now.
Expo Center.
Yes.
Under oath, Few Left Standing. I booked that show when you are still a metal band.
They are gone now.
Yeah, you're so huge now. But there were 9 or 10 people there at that show.
There was 1,300 people there, and I watched him play in front of all of you.
I didn't go because I was old. And my boy Lance from Living Sacrifice and Drew texted me and were like, "Why aren't you here?" And I was like, "I'm asleep."
What about Living Sacrifice and POD and all the industry?
It's big dude. I was there.
Oh my!
Oh my God.
All right.
Philip Blunt represent. You
Thank
spoke shows.
you.
We probably need to shut this down. 4 hours.
We need to shut
Bro.
it down.
We need to shut it down.
All right.
Is there anything you wanna know about
Paper,
Becoming
rock, scissors.
Saints?
Paper, rock, scissors on. Shut it down.
Okay.
I'll keep going.
1, 2, 3, shoot. All right.
All right. Who are we going against? There's 3
All
people.
3 of us. We'll see what happens.
All right.
1,
2, 3, shoot. All 3 of us had scissors. All 3 of us. All 3 scissors.
All right.
True story. One more
Fuck
time.
you both.
I know. Yeah, well,
Here we go. 1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
shoot. I'm rock. I'm paper. I killed you. You're rock.
Okay.
Drew's rock. I'm paper. Corey is scissors
Scissors,
with
kills
3
you.
fingers. So what are we calling? All right, Corey, wrap this up. We've been here a long time.
Bros.
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 Oh my God.
1998.
I'll wrap it up. We drank too much whiskey.
Thank you.
We talked too much shit.
Right.
Yes.
We had a great time going down memory
Yes.
lane,
We did.
and we had a great time sharing this with you.
Right.
I
And
love you.
I represent all of us in saying, hey, we are done. We appreciate it. And cheers to proper whiskey
Right.
All right, boys.
And bullet.
and bullets.
And
all right.
wait, Lost 40, Big Shirley.
Bros.
Lost 40,
Lost
Big
40.
Shirley.
Till next time, boys.
Till next
Till
time.
next
We gotta
time.
do
We
this
are
again.
out.
We gotta do this again.
I swear to Christ, I will do this.
All right.
We gotta do
to
this again.
infinity.
And done.